What's up, gang? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Sorry I was a little bit behind. I was trying to just get my coffee ready. Had a rough time again sleeping with my little girl waking me up like 4:30, and I got up at 7, or no, I got up at like 6:30, and then I ended up falling back asleep. I only had, I think, what, 3.5, maybe 4 hours. So, but we're here. We're good. I do apologize for being a few minutes behind. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go get right into it. If you guys could hit that like button, subscribe. It goes a long way as to helping someone be able to find this channel and allow me to be able to get to enough subscribers where I can reach out and bring some institutional traders on here. Um, I got to get the camera up, but we'll talk about some of these earnings. You have some analyst calls here. It's a downgrade from JP Morgan. Two solar stocks are upgraded. I know Enphase is going higher. There's a lot of opportunity in these markets, guys. There is a ton of market or of opportunity. It's just, you have to know how to identify it and look for it. That's all. All right. And I want you guys to know that the markets are probably like the S&P, the Qs. Be careful trading them because you have PCE. You have PCE. You have durable goods, employment numbers, and all that fun stuff. On top of earnings for Tesla and Netflix. So I do not expect, I feel like this is why the markets chopped the way that they did yesterday, is because you have a lot of catalysts coming up. That doesn't mean that there isn't any opportunity, though. So give me 1 second. Let me get this camera working. Um, give me 1 second. Sorry, I just wanted to log into my broker. I just wanted to sign in and to everything real quick, guys. Again, it is a lot. It's just me here. So sometimes it takes me a little bit longer than usual, but that's no excuse. But it is what it is. Sometimes it is drawn out. I'm stoked. I'm stoked with the come up we're on the first. Just my account, just the first 3 weeks of the year, it's freaking insane. Sorry, I didn't mean to take a drink in front of the mic. But anyway, let's go right into it. So I don't think that you're going to get major moves out of the equity markets. Okay, if you want to sit here and trade from 483 to 485.50, if you get that, go right ahead. All right, go right ahead on the S&Ps. All right, right here, looks like you're trying to break above it now. I'd give it more so this area here. All right, 484. And that's where I would watch for the S&Ps. All right, I haven't looked at futures just yet. And I do want to let you guys know that I have to make a run at like 10:30. So hopefully I get something on here beforehand, and then we can get something on, and then let it work for us for the day. Um, and I'll be in that. That's what I plan on doing. Right? Is I'm just letting you guys know at like 10 o'clock. I gotta run out. Um, but it's no big deal. Oh my gosh, I'm getting like text messages and.
What is N? It's a variable. Symbol of flexibility.
Okay, let's get back to what we were doing. I'm sorry, I got a message and threw me off. Oh my goodness, I hate this. I gotta. All right, 484 on the S&Ps. Maybe you test highs, come back down. You know, let's look at this 15-minute chart here. We could probably get to. Let's see if there's. We should have a little gap, right, on the S&Ps. Yeah, we have this small little gap here that's not filled. Sheesh. She's just yelling at me. All right, so that's the SPY, guys. Watch this level at 484, whether it breaks above it and it pulls down into it and starts to hold it. Down, all right? She's wanting to hop up here, and I got to write all these levels and shit down. So the Qs, I'm sure, same thing. Guys, there was relative strength yesterday in the IWM. So the IWM is, I may go ahead and attempt to look for some moves in the IWM. All right, because I have noticed there's a lot of relative strength there. And yesterday, I almost took the long. But I said, nah, let me not do that because I'm already, I don't want to overtrade myself and expectations and all that fun stuff. Like, there'll be a lot of opportunity this week. Sorry, I had to take a drink. Okay, now maybe we can stop, Abby. Come on. I just wish I had one day where I just could just go. Like I already have ADHD as bad as it is. So the Qs, same thing as the SPY, guys. Go ahead and watch, this level up here at pre-market highs. Actually, it's not the same. So there's a bit of weakness during. We have some earnings coming through. I'm not going to be trading the overall markets because there's a lot of data coming out, decent earnings coming out. Like, I don't expect very much out of them. All right. Not to say that they can't move and news can't hit the tape. And, that's not what I'm saying. But let's bring up the IWM real quick. I want to hurry up. All right, let's do this. It's 8:30. Okay. I thought it was getting later than what it was. So I could have been okay taking that. I would have been okay taking this IWM long. I ended up not taking it because I didn't want to just kind of like throw money at the wall and hope it sticks. But this would have paid off. it is what it is, right? I noticed the volume yesterday and the overall trend out of the IWM. It's made some progress. Um, it's not 9:30 yet. We still have an hour to go, so things can change. But you know, the thesis was right. All right, the thesis was right. So let's go look at some of the names real quick. All right, Rumble has been going. Let me pull this up. Let me make sure everything is charged and good to go. She's being a little ornery one today, guys. Holy cow. All right. So that's that. So this morning, Rumble, we'll talk about some of the movers. All right. I guess it's RUM, right? RUM. RUM is moving. So remember what I told you guys. I said we could start to see this short squeeze with Save, DWAC, right? I don't think these are earnings. Rumble announces public launch of Rumble Studio. So here we are. Let's see here. That's a nice double bottom. Let's look here. Let me make sure that there's no... And where's it at? 588. I mean, guys, this thing has a lot of room. This thing has a lot of room. So let's go look at Rumble. You know, not saying that this will go, but I'll look back at it after. Back at it. Every time I say that, I can't. I'll look at Rumble right about where we open. I have it written down. I'm not really worried about that right now. Let's look at some of these names that are moving this morning. So we have, let's look at Boeing and JP Morgan. So we know that these two have been tradable. If you guys could do us a solid and hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe. Just share this with a random person, a friend, a family. I don't kizair. It would greatly help us out a lot. All right. Feels like we're the only ones here that trade during the day, other than like Trader TV, but. So let's see here. Some of these movers, okay? VTVT. This is up 39.8% in pre-market. All right. After a 15% jump on Monday. FLJ Group, that's FLJ, gained 28% to 90 cents pre-market trading after surging 15% Monday. Rumble, it's up. Pre-market's up over 36% on Monday after the company announced a partnership with Barstool. Wow. That's right. I did hear about that. BitBrother, but we know how that last one went. BitBrother bets. Gamer Pakistan. Didn't even know that was a thing. Right? Did not even know that was a thing. And the old Cammy. The old Cammy gonna give us problems again today. It's all good though. So let me see if there's anything decent on here. Jaguar Health, Vroom, Remark. So none of the big boys. None of the really big boys. Alright, so Rumble. Deal with whatchamacallit. Let's cover this real quick just so we can get an idea. So we've Coinbase. I was going to trade this yesterday. All right. I was going to trade this yesterday. Coinbase. I've been looking at Coinbase. Slipped 4% following a downgrade. And that's funny. So, you know, I haven't had bad luck with Coinbase, but you know, she can be tricky sometimes, and I don't really. I'm not one that's superstitious, but I'm just like sometimes I'm just like I don't even care to trade this thing. I got to be honest with you. So massive support and resistance level here at 130. Okay, 130 would be the level I would be watching on Coinbase. So if we go up here, and again, this is pre-market watch list. So if you guys have anything you're wanting to keep an eye on or ask questions on or find out information, whatever it is, comment down in chat. Okay, comment down in chat, and we'll go ahead and throw it up on the screen and get you taken care of. Try to help you with a plan of sorts. So let's watch for this 9 EMA that's pulling down here. You're running right into the 100-day moving average, and this is perfect. This is a perfect setup because I feel like I talked about this setup. Or no, it was a different stock. Or no, it was this. Because look, your 100-day moving average is coming right in here. This is going to be a nice trade. If we can nail this thing, guys, if we can get this thing either at 130, 135, which I don't know if we will. Oh, man. It's in an uptrend. So I kind of want to, you know, I would like to get this at like either 140 or 147.75. Call it 148. 147. 147.75. That's just a weird number. You have a gap fill here, but I wouldn't mind getting Coinbase. If I were to take this, I would want this thing at that 147, 146.50 level. So let's write that down. She's at 122 right now, so this trade's taken away from us, I feel like. This thing's done. 122. Not really. So we got some room. We got room. All is not lost. It's all good. All right. And again, if you guys are watching Tesla and stuff, just be careful because, you know, just be careful. That's all. Just be careful. So, what do we have? What was I doing? Dude, the fucking camera. Dude, I'm tired of this mediocre shit, man. I don't understand why she does this to me every flippin' day. I don't get it. Anyway, look for the 50-day moving average, right? Put a box there, whatever you got to do. The 50-day moving average is at 135.50. Look for the bounce back. I want to look for the... Okay, I want this level right here, 145. I want 145, guys. That's what I'm looking for. 145 area. If it gives me 155, that's the two levels. The 50-day moving average, if you break up through it, you have a gap fill at 141, but the resistance is at 144. You have a little bit of a minor level at 150 above you, but the real level of resistance is up here at 160, 161. 160, 161 is the other level other than 145. So really, guys, it's 145 and 160. 145 and 160 rejection on coin. Okay, and I'm gonna. And I'm writing that down now, guys. So 160. Yeah, it's an area. So 160 rejection. All right, this can pay pretty big. Coinbase can give us a massive gain if we trade it appropriately. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. Shit, man, this chart is just crazy. I think we are. Feels like we're gonna go. Feels like we could go higher. In my book. All right. You have this massive level up here at like 140. So that's going to be the next level. I do apologize, but 140 is would I guess be the base. Like That's where she broke and the big volume came in. All right, 140. Because that's where your bull flag's at. And then we have 50-day moving average, which is resistance, support. Okay, so we have a level right here, too. Man, we got levels all over the damn place. This freaking chart, bro. This chart's nuts. So let's identify this level right here for today, guys. And you have the 100-day moving average or 50-day moving average right there also. All right, so that's what I'm going to be watching for. All right, more so this level right here on coin. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Resistance, support. This level here at 144.50. So 144.50, 145. All right. Nope. I just want that mother trucker out. I'll take Trump any day. At least there's peace and people aren't dying in wars and all that stupid shit that goes on with these politics. All right, gang. Gang. Let's go. If you're here, let me know. If you're here, let me know. It's gonna be rough in the start, but guess what? We're gonna start getting some percentage gains. We're gonna start making some nice trades here. If you build it, they will come. That's what they say. So we'll see if they're right. With the motherfucker shouting it on that damn movie that I watched, I'm gonna think he's insane. All right, so that's Coinbase with the downgrade. Real quick, let's jump into again and watch the overall markets like Coinbase, like watch IWM and ARK. Okay. Keep your eye on rates. Okay, where are yields? Because yields, again, there's always opportunity there. Like I'm going to show you. There was a picture that I took. So yields are still rising a bit here. I don't like that. This is crazy because unemployment's about to get crazy, guys. I'm telling you, I have this feeling that it's getting ready to start. So we are making that resistance. See if we can continue to make this 50-day resistance. Let's look at Boeing real quick. Oh, I got rid of that new stuff. What do we got here? So Boeing is above the 200-day moving average and in the gap right now as we speak. I know, camera. It was just too much for you to handle. Too much for you to handle. I get it. So we have a rejection up here at the 217 level. So once again, I'm going to look for if Boeing starts to hold. Okay, we're at 216 right now. Look at the daily chart. Dude, these solar names are ripping. Why are they ripping? And I'm getting ready to go over EMPH. I don't understand. So just know that you are with Boeing, that 218. All right, this whole area, we're at 216 starting to pull back. 219, okay, 220. This whole area is resistance, okay? You can see it here. Flat top resistance, made it support, broke it. You came back up to it. All right, right here to the left, resistance. You got up, held it, and it fooled around in this area because it doesn't, it's an area. So, all right, that whole area we got to watch. It's a little bit above that gap fill. You have a gap ahead of you. All right, you also have the 50-day moving average sitting up here as well. Okay, that 50-day is up at 231. 231.50, I'm sorry. 232. It's at 232. We're going to get this right one of these days. All right. That's Boeing, okay? So, I want to look for this thing short, or when I mean short, I mean let this thing run. If it decides to run, I want to see if Boeing gets that rejection up there at the gap fill or the 50-day moving average. So again, 219 to 220. Look, actually 218 to 220. I know it sounds crazy, 219 or 218 to 219ish. All right, it's an area because this gap fill is at 217.75. Call it 218. All right, you have the 9 EMA all meeting up right here, dude. So you should start to see if where are we at right now? We're at 216. So this 9 EMA when we open up will probably be here. It'll probably be there, or even it might be even mixed, right? It might be starting to hit that candle. So we'll look for the 9 EMA rejection and the rejection off of the gap fill, the rejection of the 200-day moving average, which is right here. But if it becomes support, okay, if it becomes support, we gotta watch for 214 to hold, the 200-day. All right, just keep it on watch, baby. It's not that hard. If you just give it time, give it patience, put in that effort, you can do this. All right, you can do this. So we got some real resistance up here at 225 and up at that 50-day. That's where I'd like to get to, if we can. So that is Boeing. Okay, that's Boeing. I'll still continue to have that on my watch list today. All right, that's going to continue to be on my watch list. Let me write that down. 218, 219 rejection. And so far, I got some shorts. Let's see if we can find a long. $218, $219 area. Okay, so I just want to see, we don't, so energy, oh, and guys, energy pulled back. All right, energy's pulling back here, as you can see with CNBC. I was reading this morning, energy's pulling back. So I've been telling you guys about Oxy. I've been telling you guys about this level either breaking or going higher, because when you guys start to understand the markets, you're going to see that, like, when something holds for quite some time and it just isn't going up anymore, it's going to go down. It's going to go down. All right, it's going to go down. Chances are, because if it's not making any progress, it's only a matter of time before it gets sold. You'll start to notice that. Go look at the IWM at 2020. All right, go look at the IWM in 2020. So we'll start with the daily, weekly chart on Oxy, because this could give us a beautiful move. We already have a bit of an island reversal here. All right, we have a bit of an island reversal. You can see the 50 weekly moving average has been like the key area that it attaches itself to. So does that mean we start to get another run up to that area? We'll have to find out. All right, it looks like oil has slipped below $70 a barrel. All right, we are at 56.45. 56.45. We're above that level. All right. So you have a range here. The resistance level. All right, this resistance level is at like $57. $57 on the high. 56 on the low. It's like 56.25 area. Okay, it's like this area here. Really, at the end of the day, honestly, you can make it down at 56 flat. Support at 56, 57 is resistance. So which one's going to give? You're running into the 9 EMA. 50-day is moving down. 200-day, down. 100, down. Down, 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 down. Oil, down. So what does that mean for Oxy? Does Burke Does Birkenstock still want to buy some? We'll find out. This could be a really nice rejection, guys. So I'm going to watch prior day's high on Oxy to see if we can get a short. You just have to watch and know that Buffett boy might be down there, him and his crew. All right, so we're going to look for 57 short. Or if it holds and we can get above it, if you start seeing that we're going to, like 56.41, like 56.50 starts to hold, and you're starting to see us walk this thing up, don't be a goofball, okay? Take the long or don't even trade it at all. Because there's a chance that we'll go right back to the 50-day. The real selling is up here. It's up higher, okay? That's where the selling is. So buyers are down here right now. The resistance is above us. So we'll just I'm keeping this on my watch list, though. Because it's something's, I'm just keeping my eye, because when this move starts to happen, again, I told you guys, I want to start looking for leaps. Because if Buffett and them buy enough, they're going to do an offering. And this measured move lines up to the freaking 90s, 100s. Right? And this thing's putting in the biggest bull flag of your life. All right? And it's sitting here. So it's going to make a move. It's just a matter of time. And I want to be aware of it. Because that thing is back at all-time highs. All right? Look at that move. Literally right there to a $1.10. This move here, this bull flag here is telling you, hey, we're either going back to a $1.10, or we at least can pull this thing back. We have nothing stopping us here, right, for the downside move, to get back down to, 45, 40, that area there. And you can see here, look at it just go. Like once it picks a direction, it goes. And right now you've been consolidating, but there's a lot of people that have that own this stock, and they're tired of sitting on dead money. You got to think about that too, because there is a factor there too. Because if Oxy is just not doing anything but going sideways, and somebody ended up buying it at 60, at 70, $60, like they're either down money, they're flat, they're not making nothing but a small dividend, and they're like, man, like, I'm just going to get rid of this flipping thing. I'm watching Coinbase go 250%. I'm watching Enphase and, like, all these other companies. I want to buy them at the lows, and oil's dropping. So, you know what I mean? So we're going to find out. But Buffett's like, if he takes enough ownership of this, he could take it private at a price. The measured move is telling us what price. But if it does not work out, and they don't step up here, and they may want to buy it lower, if they have a team meeting today, have like a little Grant Cardone team meeting, maybe they buy lower. So we'll find out, okay? We will find out here very shortly, because you're also getting an even bigger cup in. You have an island reversal here, right? Comes back, retest. Now we're retesting this area, this previous resistance. We're going to find out today. I feel like we're going to find out today with Oxy what she's going to do. Let's keep it moving. It's all 8:52. All right. Yeah. See, look, it's already starting to pull back. Let's keep it moving. I have a lot that I want to go over. Meta. Let's look at Meta real quick. No real news there. Like, a lot of these names have moved, so we should get follow through, right? Yesterday, Boeing had a little bit of follow through, but JP Morgan, massive follow through. Meta here. So I'm kind of curious, depending on what the Qs do, okay, if they continue to highs. Meta's been very strong. If you start to see, like, the week, like, sense a little bit of weakness in the markets, possible pullback up here at these resistance areas. I feel like, there's two things here. Like, I may take the long if I trade it, if it sets up, because it's strong. I wouldn't mind getting this gap fill, though. 375, 376. All right, this is at 375.50, 376. What's up, Ann? They can if they have, like, a reason to. We're about to get Powell. So they're not going to lead the markets if unemployment completely ticks up, and that's also what I wanted to talk about in yesterday's video. Was we may start to see if we start to get an increase in jobless claims like 205 to 225, you get a 225 to 250, like, and then it's like 255, for like a week or two, right in that area, then bang, 300. The market is not going to like that and think the Fed did too much. So we want to see the labor market loosen, but to what inflation? Inflation is rate of change. So what rate of change in that labor report is the unemployment number being, what are the jumps in it? Okay. We started to make progress, and then we've pulled it back. And it's, the pullback really doesn't surprise you because it's Christmas and a lot of people need help and there's a lot going on there. So it's not even that if they could, right? It's not even like they're not going to take the markets higher, but they'll take their sector higher, right? Apple and Microsoft are doing their own thing and not necessarily AI. Like, they do have AI products, at least Microsoft does. But, Microsoft is just a product that's used by states and local businesses. It's used by everyone for the most part. So, but yes, they could, but I feel like sentiment is about to take over. I do. Guys, yesterday, there was like 10 different, 10 different things about layoffs. Google's laying off 12,000 people. Amazon's laying off people. Cloudflare, Citigroup. How many layoffs were in Citigroup? You just got Tencent yesterday. You got Macy's. You got Wayfair. All these companies are starting to do restructuring, shutting down stores, laying people off. I'm telling you guys right now, guys, these labor markets are getting ready to jump up. Maybe the market was correct about six rate cuts, and that's literally a cut every meeting. That's a cut for every meeting from here on out to the end of the year. All right. So yeah, because I think there's six Fed meetings, right, in a year. All right. So I want to get ready for today. So we looked at Boeing. We got that. Let me look at JP Morgan real quick. She's been giving us follow through. So we got Coinbase. I want to look up EMPH. I want to look at JP Morgan. We know the levels for JP Morgan. I'm actually curious if we can get the long today on 169. I want to see if we can pull into 169 or if this area here holds and we try to take this higher. We had some good reports yesterday about that's regionals, not the big boys like JP Morgan, Bank of America. They're on a whole nother level. They do world shit, right? They do, they're not your local bank. Despite record lesser earnings, elevated valuations, raised red flags. Jamie Dimon is selling, and that's why I've been hanging on this. And I feel like we have been getting this follow through on JP Morgan, and it's been paying the shit out of us because Jamie Dimon is still selling, guys. I assume he is. So he's not going to be able to just get out at all in one shot. Maybe he can. I don't know. I don't think he can, right? Unless he comes to a deal and pays down to get out. But there's no reason to get out, like, in a quick manner. So I am going to watch this level here at 169. I want to watch 169 to see if we get this little bit of retest for a possible long. All right, you guys see here, look, resistance, support, 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 resistance, resistance. We broke above. Let's see if we can make this area resistance, which it'll probably take this level or this level here, 171 to 170.50. So it's like a 50-cent area. See if we can get the pullback and see if a long, all right, to the long end, see what happens down here at 169. So JP Morgan, 169. These are the levels I'm watching. 169 hold. Long. All right. And listen, if JP Morgan just from here just starts going higher up to like 173, I'm going to look for the short. I'm going to look for the short again when we get up there. Now, yesterday and in the video, I didn't explain that the reason I didn't catch JP Morgan that early was because I was already in Boeing and I was trading that first. So, let's go right here to a 15-minute chart. This thing's just been giving us tremendous follow-through. And I think a lot of it's due in part because Jamie Dimon is selling. And you want institutional money flow at your back. Like, this proves my point. Right? Look at the freaking follow-through we got yesterday. Nice, steady, just continuation. Just put your feet up, right? Put your feet up. All right. I, again, yesterday with the video, and I tried to point out that there was a bit of relative strength with JP Morgan versus the overall market, like the SPY and the Qs. Okay. Because the SPY and the Qs were selling off, and JP Morgan is just sitting at highs. The market's at pre market lows. JP Morgan's not even at pre market highs, it's still up at highs. So that's telling you there's relative strength there. You may not want to take that idea short until it gives you the direction, right? I'm just take notice to those things. I need a coffee real quick. All right, it's 9 o'clock. So J.P. Morgan, there's Boeing. What else have we been trading though? I feel like let's see where UAL is. But yeah, this level here at 169 is the level I'm going to be watching. All right, watching for the long there. If it holds, okay, if it holds. If we do not test 169 today, and you see JP Morgan going up to 172, I'm getting the short up there, 172, 173, and I'm putting that short on. UAL, let's just see where that airline is, if it broke out or not. So no, it's still stuck right at the 100-day moving average. All good. And if you guys don't know, hit the like, subscribe, share this with a friend. That would be greatly appreciated. Second, there are a lot of movers this morning. What is going on? Damn. I hate doing this. I don't understand why it's freaking messing up on me. Alright, so that's UAL. BA. Rumble is moving. RUM. Deal with Barstool. I feel like this is a short here at $6. It's just rejecting. 550. Wow. This actually got some room, guys. Watch out. She could go to $7. She could. Depends on how the street takes this, because you've seen what happened with Penn. Just because you go with Barstool don't mean anything. It means you're paying Barstool. They're not paying you. So if they can come up with some money, that just because you're doing something with Barstool don't mean you're going to make any money. There's a reason why Barstool wants Rumble and Penn. So, General Electric. Oh, Coinbase was the other one. 3M. 3M reported disappointing full-year and first-year guidance, sending the stock down more than 5% in pre-market. That's sad, man. The company sees earnings between $9.35 and $9.75. That sucks. DR Horton, guys, 3M has been a blue chip stock for the United States for a long time now, and things aren't good right now. That's a shame. You're seeing a company go under. It feels like a company that's going under. All right, and I know a lot of people that pick this thing up down here at the lows, but it's at 99 again. When is enough? I'm not saying that that's going to happen right now, but that's sad. It just sucks to see that, not individual companies, but tech companies, which to advance in the AI things like IBM, Microsoft, Google, because they are also tech companies. Imagine if there is a very crazy AI product. Absolutely. No, I mean, I agree, man. And that's like what Elon Musk was saying. All right, so Elon Musk was tweeting that he wants to dive deep into AI and have Tesla dive deep into AI and robotics and products. But he wants 25% of the share. He wants 25% so that he can have voting rights. Okay, he needs to have voting rights so that corporate America doesn't do corporate America, right? Or at least to an extent. There's nothing wrong with capitalism, and he knows that because his employees have made a decent living. The ones that have been there for a while and saved, and so I agree. I do agree with that. Here's the thing, Animal. The AI stuff's already ready in here. Here's the problem. We're coming into an economic contraction. Okay? So people are not going to be spending as much money. There's not going to be a lot of extra money to be able to do research and as much as we are doing or were doing or are doing, okay, all these things could start to slow up here in the future. It could be like put on a back hold because of recession talks. We're probably getting ready to come into a recession. Is like I would like I am not a bear that screams that shit for you guys, but I am serious. Are you not seeing the amount of companies that are talking about layoffs? This will have an effect. This will have an effect on the housing market, the commercial real estate market, the AI market, okay? AI market will have its, have its ups and downs. It'll have its creations of jobs and stuff. But if a company is running low on money or is pretty much running low on money and they need to save capital, they're not going to be worrying about expanding and doing things. They'll talk about AI, but as far as $100 bill, 100,000 for these chip things and like ordering stuff, you may start to see a slow because as a whole, like things are going to start slowing, possibly should. So you got to think about the contraction of the economy versus, what these companies are going to spend for R&D, for research and development. Okay, so that could get put on a back hold for a year or two. Okay, possibly. I don't know. So you got to think about the amount of money that it takes, right? Because it's not a certain. Let's say if you and I went to go do something, right? We wanted to build an AI product. Well, Blow Joe's got to pay us to do it, and we don't even know if it's going to work. Is Blow Joe going to risk his money knowing that things are slowing and there's a big contraction, and he's got to worry about keeping the business afloat to get through some tough times? We're probably not building that AI product, right? Or as many, right? Maybe we had 10, now we're down to like 2 or 3. So that's what I'm trying to get at, is just be mindful that there is a slowing on the horizon, guys. You're seeing it. All these layoffs, that is companies telling you, we need to cut heads. We're cutting down business because we don't have it. We don't have the income like we used to have. So there's a lot of things that they're going to be cutting. I need to get a drink of water, or I need to go grab a cup of coffee real quick. But I want to look at EMPH. CNBC said they were moving pre-market. Oh my gosh, I hate when I have all these lines. Does that make sense, Ann? I'm just curious if it made sense or not, like what I was trying to say. But it absolutely could, though. If they do make crazy good products, then absolutely it can. Like even IBM, they're not talked about as much, but they were the leader. Like you said, they were the leader in technology at one point, and then they just got overran, kind of like Intel. So EMPH, all right, is broke up above its 100-day moving average. You have this like double bottom here at 110, 111. Is that? Look at the run it had yesterday. Is there? Upgrade the stock from a hold to buy and raise its price target from 85 to 145. Announces conference call review, fourth quarter full review, Tuesday, February 6th at 4:30 p.m. Enphase announces conference call to review fourth quarter and full year financial results. So be careful. Enphase is going to come out and give guidance of sorts on their fourth quarter earnings call. Or not their earnings. They're not reporting earnings yet, but they're going to give everyone insight as to how they should be reporting. And you know why they do this. Because they probably did pretty damn well. All right. So give me 1 second. Let me go get for your financial results, earnings, conference call, and webcast. Let me see here. Let me double check. Yeah, their earnings isn't until February 6th from the looks of it. All right. So I'm going to turn on CNBC really quickly. All right. And then we'll go right back into it. We'll look at Apple. We'll look at Microsoft. And whatever you guys want to look at. All right. We'll look at all of them. Literally. All of them. 125, 110. We're at 112. If you guys could take the time, hit the like button for me. I love you guys. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Let's have a wonderful day today. Let's make it a wonderful day. Um, what I'm looking for is my AirPods. Just give me 2 seconds. Let me go fill my coffee up, and it's game time. It's game time. And yesterday, guys, you had Gilead talk not do too well as well. They sold off. Come on, freaking connect, bro.
They're not.
Spirit's still in the sky?
Yeah, they're still in the sky. Actually, that stock has come back a good amount.
I am so
because
sorry that
people-
that happened, guys. I
believe that
apologize.
they're
I'll be
gonna
right
win the
back.
lawsuit. How can people
but
go hire a lawyer?
No change to the GTF replacement plan.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
People thought it might go up to $4 billion. It turns out to be less. Collins, it's fantastic. The F-35 is doing great. Black box, we don't know. We can't get a handle on it. But I will say that this is Greg Hayes' last quarter, and he's going out on a high, not a low.
We're going to talk about what United said about the MAX 10 in a little bit, though. We want to turn to China, though, this morning. Reportedly now considering a rescue package backed by some offshore money to help the country's struggling stock market. Jim, we know what the FXI has done. We got these reports in the Times about Jack Ma buying some BABA.
Yeah, look, this is what happens. These stories are for Americans. There'll be people who come out today who have a lot at stake because China does a huge number of underwritings, usually about 1/5 of underwritings, and they're going to say, this is your chance, you got to buy, and it's going to work. It always works because we're suckers for the PRC. We believe the PRC is all powerful. I guess we think that PRC is saying taking them all up. I know that they're dismayed that they're down as much as Japan is up. But, David, the traditional strategy is to fool America, get them to buy stock, and then slam them in the face, which is not what Zhou Enlai did. That's much more of what a Mao might have done had Mao been interested in the stock market.
Okay. All perhaps true. Reports this morning, in case people missed it, have been citing the fact that Chinese authorities are aiming to get, let's call it, 278 billion, roughly,
You know what the whisper
offshore
numbers?
accounts of Chinese state-owned companies to invest in the domestic market.
There's a 700 billion whisper number out there.
700 billion.
Yeah, that's what's really driving it.
dollars.
Yeah, 700 billion whisper number.
Wow.
I mean, I got the whisper number before I got the real number.
We must take powerful and effective measures to stabilize the market and confidence. That's Chinese Premier Li Qiang said during a state council meeting, rolling out measures again to stabilize what has been a very poorly performing stock
They
market
do it
for some period of
futures,
time.
individual stocks. What do you think they're
I
going to
don't
do?
know what they're going to do, Jim.
Take 5% of, I don't know, a BABA? Get that Shein deal going?
They can help to a certain extent, but we talk often almost fallen far below its the state of the Chinese economy. Property sector can mess. There is expectation going to continue to prices are going to go
All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Ah. Fuck. All right, let me make sure. Good here. All right, so this is Enphase. Okay, let me make sure that's not. Okay, good. I just gotta get my charger real quick.
Today, Verizon rallying in the pre-market, earnings in line with estimates. It's the postpaid ads, David, that really impressed.
Yeah, postpaid ads. And one other thing I think is worth taking a look at as well. But you're right. Listen, relatively strong results, and on that they did beat on subs in terms of, again, postpaid additions to their wireless subscribers. Pretty solid guidance. What else can we tell you? Business phone subs continue to grow at a solid pace. You can see the stock is reacting positively. But what caught my eye is something we've been watching for some time. Here you see it. Fixed wireless as a competitor to broadband to the home. Take a look at that number in a quarter. 375,000 net adds in 1 quarter for Verizon. And remember,
I had to grab my charger. Damn it. I wish I didn't have to. I wish I had everything ready in advance, but it's getting warm out here today. It's warm here today, where I'm at. All right, let's run it. So we went through JP Morgan, Boeing, Coinbase. All right, we went through Rumble. Let's go here to the 15-minute chart. What do we have? It's 9:18, so we're getting ready to open up. So look at this whole area of support or resistance. Look for the pullback to the 100-day moving average / the 50-day moving average right here, and see if you can't get a run up to 118. 118 is the area I'm going to look to get to take ENPH. This could be a nice trade if we get it. If we're able to get it and you start seeing yields pull back, ENPH could take you up there, and that could be a really nice trade. That could be a 4 or 500% trade, guys, on ENPH. If you can take this thing from, get a nice $10 move out of it, you're doing all right. I'll tell you that right now. So, but who doesn't like money, right? Who doesn't like money? So pullback 100-day moving average. You have this double bottom back here. Watch out for that 115, 115 area, 114, 116, this pivot high from yesterday. Watch yesterday's high a day to see if this thing can start to turn itself around. It looks like it's pulled back, it's done its pullback, and see if it can start making some type of progress and get up there to test 118. Come on. Sorry, 119. It's like 119 to 120 area. Let me do this. All right. You have Netflix earnings tonight. We'll cover the news as it comes out. I have to step away for a few minutes at like 10 o'clock, but I'm going to try and get a trade put on so that I'm in a position while I'm away, and then I'll just manage it from where I'm at, and I'll message you guys what it is that I'm doing with it in the comment section. So watch for that. We've been watching. There was news on Home Depot and Lowe's. I didn't talk about that last night, but there is a downgrade, okay, on Home Depot and Lowe's. They're up at highs. All right, they sold off yesterday. You see that move yesterday on? So now they're below it. So you can watch for this 354 level on Home Depot. If Home Depot gets below 354 and it retests it, right? You break it, you pull back. Look for that 354 short and see if you can't take her back down to your previous support area. 354, yeah, it's that whole area. So that is support. 354 is support. I thought something funky was going on there. But it is up at highs because I've been watching this. Look at that head and shoulders, guys. Look at that reverse head and shoulders. That's a beaut. What a beaut. It never retested it either, though. That may not be good. This thing may be coming back down. I expect it to, you could have a nice pop right off the bell on Home Depot. So that's not really something I'm watching right now. You know, it is a nice breakout pullback retest. This is a massive level of support here at the 9 EMA, but you got to watch. They had a downgrade yesterday. Maybe she's working her way up to 370, right? Maybe she's going to 370. We have about 10 minutes, guys. So Coinbase is really one of them that I'm really going to focus on because of the downgrade, number one. We'll see what she's doing now. Let's go look real quick. All right, JP Morgan, Boeing, okay, because we know the price action there. Until we start, listen, guys, again, the overall indexes, they may just consolidate a little bit and just chop around because you have GDP, you have Tesla, Netflix, initial jobless claims, like you have retail sales. Everything is coming at the end of the week. A lot of earnings. So the market this week is going to get its insight on how some of these like sectors are going to start reporting. All right, and the market, you know, senses after the big five, we'll see if we can pick a direction. But other than that, you know, just understand what's going on. Like this is a little waiting period from today into, you know, start getting into tomorrow, Thursday. Thursday's when we get our data. Friday's when we get PCE, the Fed tool, what the Fed's inflation gauge. So God, I'm fucking talking and the mic is off. Fuck! Oh my gosh. I don't know. Did you guys hear any of that I went through? Oh my gosh. So there is a sell-off. Let's look at let's do the damn thing. All right, so EMPH guys, like I said, I'm looking for, dude, it's already up there. I want to pull back to the 100-day. Dude, no. So, Coinbase 145. Let me just get my chart set up. I'm ready to kick today's ass, guys. I am. Alright, and there's a reason why I'm going to do this. Well, Kirby handles himself so well. Kramer's getting a little funky, y'all. He up there talking about what's his name from the administration. Oh, he handles himself. He looks so cute up there on the pole or on the podium. Fucking retard. Like, I don't think Kramer thinks about some of the shit he says, yo. For real. Alright, so I want to see a pullback, guys. I want to see a pullback on EMPH down to that 100-day moving average. And we start turning 110.50 into support. I am buying this stock. If it starts to hold at 110.50, this would be a beautiful area. Alright. I want it to stay like right at or above that 100-day moving average. And I want to take this thing damn near 10 points to 118. We get that, guys. We have a nice trade. You could have like a 200-300% trade on your hands there. Just getting that 10-point move. 8-point move. Alright. Let me just get everything good. That's good. Let's do this. No, fuck. Sorry, guys and gals. I just have to get this. Fucking retard. You gotta love Kramer. Gotta love Kramer, guys. Gotta love him. I know you guys can't hear it right now. I know this is crazy. Come on. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Alright, what we got here? The future of AI research. Vivid. Deontay, what's up, man? Did you? That sucks, bro. That sucks. It's alright. You'll get a re-entry. You should get a re-entry. We're going to get a pullback here. See if you start sticking this area right here at like 45. But I think you're going to get a bigger pullback. I think a bigger pullback is in store. I think that was the move. I do. This thing ran, you know, we talked about it earlier in the week. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think that's it for the most part. Like, you know, maybe you get a pullback down here to like $39.95, $40, and then you get like a small pop. I mean, listen, I don't know, but if I had to say, you know, like, I think this is a major level here, and it feels like it's going to pull back. I don't know, though. A lot of people, there was a lot of volume this morning. There's a lot of volume on this thing, so don't just discount it out because I think so. This thing could continue to go. There could be a short squeeze here. Like today, if this thing consolidates on high volume and you see this thing just sit here between, you know, 58, right? $58 and this 43 holds, and you just see it sitting here just making a range, we're going higher tomorrow with the gap up. I'm telling you that right now. If you see this thing, if we cannot get above $50, but we also do not get below this like 41 or 42 level area, we're going to go higher. It's going to go higher. Because there's a lot of people short this name. There's a lot of institutions short. Stocks drop waiting for blast with DWAC. Nice job, bro. Damn right. That's what's up, bro. It's a big hitter right there. Yeah, I'm watching Coinbase myself today. There's a minor level of support, looks like right here. Possibly. So if we could break this, you have a nice move, guys, from 120 down to like 110. That could be a really nice move. We don't really have anything stopping us. So what I'm going to look for on Coinbase, all right, this is going to be my trade. You can see the volume to the buy side is just falling off on every bounce. That's a low volume bounce. So it looks like it already did it. I'd like to look for yesterday's open. I want to see if I can get yesterday's open, maybe even like 125, 124.50, and I'm getting short coin. I'm getting short coin. I may try to put it on right now. I might try to put it on right now while I can. Again, guys, I have to step out for just a few minutes. And look at that rejection there at 122.50. Look at that low volume bounce on 122.50. I'm getting short coin, guys. I am getting short coin. Fuck. I am getting short this name. Whoa. Ain't no way in hell. All right, I got to get some time on this thing. This is what I mean about coin that I don't like. You start making this area resistance, and then you just get a pop. Just bang. Low volume bounce, and then that motherfucker just goes right in the opposite direction. Like, so I've had a little bit of trouble with Coinbase in the past. Not like I've had some decent trades, but just one time I bought the low, and it came back, and Coinbase is one of those names. I'm actually going to add this because Coinbase could give us a nice move. I wrote down here 145 to 160 rejection, or 144.50, 145 rejection. There was a downgrade on this name today. Oh my gosh, of course she wants to. Abby, you have food, you're fine. You just got to give me a minute, please. You do this every day. So look, yesterday's low, guys. Look at this bounce right into yesterday's low. You're fine, boo-boo. I don't know if you guys can hear her. She's going to have to wait until I get in this. Baby, you're okay. You're okay. Come here. You're fine. I know you want treats, but you gotta let me get in. You gotta let me do what I gotta do. Nice double top here. Fuck. Alright, so guys, I want to make this small. I don't want to like spend a shitload of money because my target's down lower. I want to look for, because I think we could get to 110. I think we can get to 110. I would like to get a cheap contract. I know it sounds crazy. It's Tuesday. I want to spend just a little bit of money because I think we could get a nice move. Even if we get like a $5 move, it could still pay us. All right. She's going to try and hold. Jesus, fuck, man. This is how it, guys. You guys see my life, like every angle. Just, I can't sit here and focus. I got. All right, 9:30, 10ish. Okay. All right. So again, I want to start to try and put this on. Man, this is so far out of the money. Somebody pays 50 cents for that. Oh man, no, I want the 110s. I want 110s. Fuck. Damn it. I think that was it, guys. Unless it's going to go higher. It'll probably stop right here around VWAP 122. The volume's pretty low there. I want this Coinbase short so bad. You may end up filling the gap. We may end up filling the gap first. So I will be patient on this name. Come here, Bubo. You can come up because come here. You're fine. Come here. Come on. Come here. What, do you want down? You want down? Go ahead. She's tired. She just wants to lay down. And she's going to bug me to hold her and baby her. It's my little girl. You know how they are. Alright. So again, if we can get Coinbase, let's watch it up here at 124.30 area. And then what I want to see is, okay, on this 3-minute chart, you start to get this 90 EMA to come down. Where's it coming down to? That prior support. See if we can get a meet there. Alright, see if we can get some beef jerky right here. And bite into it and go short. And make some goddamn money. Manage your risk. Okay, because listen, you have Richmond Manufacturing. But if you start getting the move in your direction, take some off. I don't care if it goes 100% and you got out at 35.40. I don't care. Because you're forgetting that you think you're smart enough to know that something might come across the wire at any minute and it could be good news and you're short and this mother trucker goes flying. So hindsight is 20/20 when it comes to saying 100%, 400%. Have your targets. It moves in a direction. Just take your money. Don't worry about trying to get crazy big hitters. Just keep running that capital up, right? Keep getting those wins under your belt. I'm telling you, you'll pile them up and you'll be like, holy shit. All right. So don't think we're good enough to like front run possible news that we don't know that's either going to come out or not come out is what I'm saying. So don't look back and say, man, I missed the whole move. Yo, have your target. So right here, I'm going to watch 124. I'm going to see how we do when we get up there. It'll probably get to it, pull back to pre-market highs, and it'll either try to attempt to fill the gap, which is this is where our sellers are up here, 128, right? And then I'll just take it down, right? I'll take it down back to 125, take profits there. You know, I'll take profits as it gives it to me at targets. All right, let's go to a bigger chart so we can give you guys those targets. Let me give you guys I forgot to give you guys the rundown. I mean, it's because I used a daily chart. That's why. You guys, if you guys were here, you'll know that the reason, like where I want to take this is down to this previous pivot high at 110, 109.75. So that's the direct, that's the final take profit would be down here at 110 if we could get it. All right. It could take a week or two. All right. So get time. This area right here at 130 as well is an area of resistance. Okay. But really our selling starts up here by the 50-day. So that's what I'm going to look for. You can see the stock's down and the 50-day is up. This is why I try to you know, if you guys ever want to learn how to understand, like, cause I can understand, like, because the stock's going down, I can tell through the chart whether the 50-day moving average is still going to go higher as the stock goes lower, right? Understanding that. So I got to get dressed real quick. So look, we popped into yesterday's open. We're popping up into it. Let's see what happens when we get there. That was Thursday's close, Monday's open, or no, Friday's open, Thursday's close, yesterday's open. That price we dipped below it. So let's see if we start getting some sellers to step down. Okay, that's what we like to do, is see if buyers are stepping up and sellers are stepping down. All right, that means they want to get rid of it or they just want in. I got to get dressed. The reason I am not putting this trade on right now, if you guys could do us a solid and just give us a few, hit the like button if you could. I know you guys can. The reason I'm not jumping right into Coinbase here, I know I see pre-market highs as resistance, but you know, I know how Coinbase likes to act. Look at the volume. So I have the volume. Let's look at the SPY. All right, let's look at the Qs. Look at ARK, whatever floats your boat. Looks like the SPY is trying to have a bit of support. Are you okay? You okay, boo-boo? Actually, the SPY is under. It should start to turn this area into resistance. So, I just feel like we could get a possible gap fill or work our way up here and into the 50-day. So I want to see. I don't mind paying up for it. At least show me that there's volume coming in to back this trade up. Okay. So far, pre-market highs is resistance, but it's holding up. It's holding up. I'm gonna put this back on, guys. And then if you guys notice, what do you have here, right? The same setup. So look, same resistance area at 124. And look, where were your buyers? Your buyers stepped in at 122.55. So let's see what happens at 122.55. We're about there right now. 122.55. Right here. Right where we're at right now, guys. Isn't that funny? That's the morning open. This could be a long right here. If I had to, I would take a scalp long right here. Right here, right now, I would be taking a scalp long. I don't want to take the long because I have to leave for like 20 minutes and I want to get short this thing. I want to be short, not long. But a scalp long, if I did not have to leave right now, I would not be opposed to taking a scalp here. Right? I have a very, very small area. Like, I will know quick if I'm wrong. Now, a scalp, you need to be able to... You need to know how to scalp. You need to understand what a scalp trade is so that you don't get killed. Alright? Somebody owns Rock now. That's hilarious. So there we go. There's the break. There's the break, and like I said, let's see if you get some support here at 122. You can see why. See how there's a bit of support here pre-market? Alright. It's just pulling back into it. Getting some volume in there. The volume's still dropping off. Unless this thing closes red and you start to see a big volume, I'm not getting scared of this candle. It's bigger on the 1 minute. That's a sign. That's a sign. There's your sign. Yup, that's... What's the SPY doing? Is the SPY going to turn it into resistance? This is why I don't really like to trade coin, because I don't do so well with it at times. Right? Because like right now, it's going to come back down. It'll probably bounce back up. Find VWAP. Or put in a double bottom. Right? It could put in a double bottom here. Then you get a big increase in volume to go long. We'll see what happens. Or that was the opportunity to take long with pre-market highs. It's just, you have buyers down here, right? The sellers are up. Like, I understand the sellers are at 128. The sellers are up there. I'm okay if I miss this trade. Because my risk to reward, right? Look at the 15-minute chart. So if I go to this 15-minute chart, where are the buyers at? The buyers are at 118.50. So you're going to get short at 121, 122 to potentially still hold low a day, right? You should be trying to get long down here. I know it sounds crazy. There was a downgrade. This is why I'm bringing up Coinbase. I don't know if Bitcoin is selling off just yet. I got to get dressed and get ready. Fuck.
FAZE phase holdings with heavy volume now. Share is moving again 25 cents, up 63% off the pre-market highs, but moving higher now as the company announced the esports sponsorship deal, multi-million-dollar deal with Robit. That's FAZE.
But do you guys understand that, right? We got buyers at 118. All right, you got buyers at 118. So let's see if the buyers are still at 118, and if those buyers become sellers, right, on the break, they should become sellers if 118 breaks. Then I'll get short at 118 because now I've got a psychological flip in sentiment where now the buyers that were down at this area, the high 120s, or like 119 to 118. Okay, they're there. They got some okay consistent volume. If it breaks, they'll probably turn to sellers, and I'm gonna look to get short. All right, I even if I have to pay up for it, I'm okay with that. All right, because I know we have room down to 109, 110. I just need to see what Coinbase is doing or Bitcoin's doing. And again, also the 100-day moving average is also there. Be aware. These are the targets. Fuck, I gotta get dressed. And like I said, guys, I won't be that long. I was in that. Oh, come on. You're looking back to Aquana Plus. How's everything been for you, Deontay? How's life? How's everything? We do have a nice increase on that bar. Got a nice little tail here. Open, close. So we just hit the 38.2 Fibonacci, which lined up with doesn't line up with the trade line, but it could. If we test this area again and we can't get through it, then maybe it's time. All right, maybe it's time. Maybe. Dude, look at the volume though. Like this is why I hate Coinbase. I gotta bring up Bitcoin. I gotta bring it up because Bitcoin's selling off. Bitcoin's coming into that area of support too, though. All right, possibly. Come on, I gotta hurry up. All right, I gotta get dressed real quick, guys. Fuck. All right, so there's a low volume bounce back. That low volume bounce back to this area. Short VWAP. Oh man, I don't want to get sucked in this thing. All right, guys, I'll be right back.
Compliment you because that doesn't happen. I know you must demand that it cannot be just. You're not going to be in Scarface 2.
Not Scarface 2, no. But thank you for that. I really appreciate that.
That could be an entry there. I'm not, I'm going to wait, guys.
We can, in many ways, call the shots, but also also what a responsibility it is for us. If people are going to pay their hard-earned dollars to get to theaters, you want to send them home happy. And that is truly the bottom line. Send them home happy.
Another responsibility is being a fiduciary on a public board. Is it your first time on a public board?
First time, yes.
So you know you have to hold him accountable, right?
I do, yes, I have been.
So are you ready for it?
I've been holding him accountable for 20 years. This is why we've been succeeding. As he has been holding me accountable, yes.
Any expectations in terms of serving on a public company board, given it is a new experience for you?
I'm excited, and I'm always looking to grow. I like to say that I'm a builder of things, and I enjoy building. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But with something like this, everything that I do and everything that I do touch, there is there 100% is a deeper meaning to it. So joining this board,
That could be
I
a
have been
fucking
asked to
nice
join
short
other
right
boards
there,
in the
man.
past.
If you get the
Joining
volume,
this
just
board
watch
was
here.
unique
Take
and
profits
different
at low a
and
day.
special in that, again, I'm sitting at a board that my grandfather and my dad helped build, and also helped building a company and growing it globally with a global footprint with a guy who I love and admire. And
Yeah.
I love building with him too
You know,
as well.
the funny thing is, the family tree that he has, and he said it recently, wrestling built him. He also built it, and his family built it. That TKO and his family can come together and kind of their branches meet up now. So special.
How's that Silver Lake deal going, Ari?
God, I can't believe it.
Look at the time.
Guys, all right. Thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
very
being
much.
here. Ari
Thank you
Emanuel,
Thank you, gentlemen.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson, it's been a pleasure. Thanks,
Thank you
guys.
so much. Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
We are getting some breaking news on Boeing, and for that, we'll get to Phil LeBeau. Morning, Phil.
Carl, we have a response from Boeing to the comments of Scott Kirby, CEO of United, this morning. Remember, he told us his disappointment because they have so many Maxes on order. They have the MAX 9, which is grounded. Now Boeing with a response to Mr. Kirby's comments saying, we have let our airline customers down and are deeply sorry for the significant disruption to them, their employees, and their passengers. We are taking action on a comprehensive plan to bring these airplanes safely back to service and improve our quality and delivery performance. We will follow the lead of the FAA and support our customers every step of the way. That is from Stan Deal, CEO of Boeing Commercial Airplanes. We will have more Squawk on the Street right after this. Okay.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla, David Faber, and bonus, Jim Cramer hangs around with us. Had a big interview that we've got in just a few minutes with the CEO of RTX, Greg Hayes. We're live at Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. Take a look at stocks right now. Dow's under a little pressure. S&P's come back, just gone positive, and the NASDAQ leads the charge again, up 0.2%, following, of course, the rally last week that continued into yesterday. Got a number of sectors green this morning. Tech and communication services are on top. Energy's coming back a little bit today. Just healthcare and utilities under pressure. We're 30 minutes here into the trading session. Here are three big movers we're watching. GE under pressure despite better than expected numbers there after guidance comes in a little light. Shares hit a 6-year high just yesterday. United's in the green despite news yesterday that the company expects a quarterly loss of at least 35 cents a share due to the Boeing 737 MAX 9 grounding. United has 79 of the aircraft in its fleet, more than any other carrier, and their forecast assumes it won't be able to fly the planes at all until February. And then China stocks are rallying. China's security regulator says it will step up an injection of capital into the markets there in an effort to stabilize the market and confidence. More on that in just a moment. Actually, let's start there with China, because this had a powerful effect, whether Chinese stocks were oversold going into it. But the word is that they're going to spend $275 billion to prop up the stock market. This is clearly something the markets were hungry for, some kind of relief. And you saw the impact not just on Chinese stocks. Copper shot up, aluminum shot up. Question is, will it do the trick? There's a lot of downbeat sentiment on China, its economy, and its market.
Well, let me just say point blank, it's fraudulent. It's not what you should do. I know they're not capitalists, but if you want to manipulate the stock market, count me out. I think the idea that stocks should go up based on earnings, based on how they're doing, not based on the fact that the government thinks that the market should be higher. And they should be embarrassed, and they should maybe look at themselves and rethink the way that they do business. Because I think that this kind of thing, Sarah, is disgusting and disgraceful.
Wow. Really? Disgusting and disgraceful? What if they came in and
we're treating it seriously.
Jim, what if they came in and just supported the economy in the way that many anticipate they would, and or that our Federal Reserve, for example, has in the past?
That
You'd be
I'd
fine
like,
with that.
because that's not manipulation of a giant market. I think that they should offer maybe a resolution trust for apartments. Maybe they offer, do a Keynesian economic package. But to point blank say, you know what, we're going to manipulate the market and take it higher, that's not what you do. Can you imagine right now President Biden said, listen, the stock market, it's not up much. We got this guy Trump. You know, take the stock market up.
Fed buys bonds. The Fed buys bonds.
Well,
they're in the market.
Well, there was a period where we wondered whether they would one day
buy stocks. Remember?
I just think that when you come in, what did we say? They're going to take the market higher because it should be higher. How about why don't they help the companies? I mean, why don't they deal with reality? What are they doing? Do they have any? Do you think that's capitalism?
But it's not. But that's so what?
Okay, so they're allowed to do whatever they want with stocks. Do you think they sit around right now? Do you think our chief economic advisor and Yellen are sitting down and saying, you know what, the sheet is down, let's get that higher?
No, of course not.
Well, that's what they would do there.
We have we're a capitalist country, market-based economy.
Yeah, but you see, there will be analysts at major firms who need a lot of IPOs coming from China, who will say this is the bottom, and people will believe in it, and our people will lose a lot of money, as they've lost a lot of money in Baba. They lost some money in Baidu. They lost money in BYD. They lost money in Naya. They're about to lose money in Shein.
Well, Sarah, to the larger point, I think this potential injection does give some people the hope that they will intervene in other areas as well,
like the
China's economy.
And that's really the proof is going to be there. And I think your point, Jim, is that a short-term injection in the stock market isn't the same as getting the fundamentals in shape, and they're pretty ugly at this point, which is why people have fled.
Correct. If they did Keynesian economics, they really just actually really use their balance sheet to help industry, then you would buy their stocks because that could be getting of a turn.
Yeah.
But they're just moving stocks up. Just reminds me how fraudulent their stock market is to begin with.
There was also a Reuters report that they removed the draft rules for video gamers, which sent those stocks spiraling. So maybe they're rethinking, I think, the tougher regulatory agenda there. Again, something necessary probably to bring foreign investors back in, which is clearly front and center and a problem for them. FDI, foreign direct investment, was negative for last year in China. First time we've seen that in a while.
Well, when are they saying that, listen, if you sell, we'll arrest you?
we haven't seen that yet.
Well, they had a lot of white-collar executions a couple years ago. You know.
So, beyond China, the other big news story overnight that's moving the markets was the Bank of Japan, most dovish central bank on the planet.
Well,
Bank of Japan Governor Ueda did nothing. They're still in negative rate territory, although he hinted that if the wage gains continue, service price inflation will continue. Here's the money quote. If we get further evidence that positive wage inflation cycle will heighten, we will examine the feasibility of continuing with the various steps we are taking under our massive stimulus program. So actually the yen rallied and JGB yields went up a little bit on this idea that, okay, maybe they'll hike in March or April. Still, they have not hiked rates, and they are still in negative rates. And that's partly why people have loved the Nikkei.
Look, we're about to see a wave of acquisitions coming from China that I think will shock us. I mean, from Japan. China should do it. I think there's probably a $15 to $20 million deal at work right now with Japan.
Really?
Yes.
With what, American companies?
Yeah.
Buying Japanese companies.
Japanese companies buying
American companies.
Oh,
Like
I think it's
like
I think it's very much 89. I hope they don't buy the equivalent of Rockefeller
I
Center.
pushed back on this before. I will continue to. I'm not saying that there won't be some deals, but there's not going to be a
when it
wave.
happens, will you buy me a steak dinner at Del Frisco?
Well, I look out for your health, so I will buy you some sort of vegetarian option.
Those are hard to get into, those places. They're candy. Try to get in there.
There's an animal spirits happening in Japan. We've covered it all last year,
fabulous,
and it's continuing into this year. People are really bullish. And Bank of America says investors, I mentioned this yesterday, are still underexposed to Japan.
It's been wrong.
And we wonder about the U.S. as well, and where we're going to get GDP. I'm excited for GDP on Thursday and also for PCE on Friday. Those are the big numbers. Because it's been tough to figure out what the consumer's doing. We're going to talk to 3M, for instance. Some of the end markets there on consumer and on electronics have been weaker. But then you talk to Ralph Lauren, like I did last week. Very strong demand they're seeing, and he's optimistic for 2024.
And how about Cincinnati's favorite, Procter & Gamble, which finally did not say we're doing poorly.
I thought you were going to say the pride of Cincinnati, Procter & Gamble.
Well,
or is that Cintas?
No, it's Kroger. Look, I follow all of your companies, and I think they're important. And I wish the best of luck to Joe Burrow. But I do think that for once, Mueller understood, maybe listened to our show, and stopped talking about what was wrong and start talking about what was great. Because the company is a great company, Sarah.
Here's the thing. They've had a lot of price increases over the last few quarters and years, and consumers are now, that's it. Volumes have declined. Organic volumes have declined for the last.
Is that why beauty was so bad?
Beauty was bad. Healthcare was bad. Grooming basically saved the day.
Right.
As far as the portfolio. So they can't do as much on the price increases, and volumes are negative. So they're not going to get the kind of growth that they were getting. Now, to your point, they're still getting growth.
Yes, they
and
are.
the commentary on the call was kind of bullish. They said people are trading up to our brands.
I thought that was fantastic. I am very proud of you and proud of Cincinnati.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite
proud
welcome.
of you, too. Appreciate
All right.
the support for me and Cincinnati.
Well, you know what? I'm going to intrude further on your hour. I'm going to bring in Greg Hayes now. Greg Hayes, of course, CEO of RTX, and the stock is just screaming. I got a couple of reasons why, but I certainly want to hear from the man about why. Greg, I cannot believe this cannot really possibly be our last talk together, is it?
Be my last earnings release before I step down as CEO of RTX. But we've been doing this a long time together. I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be around as executive chairman for a while. So feel free to give me a call.
Well, I will. I was very gratified that today's all your releases and the analysts are not talking about the problem you have with GTF. It's one of these engines, which I think that a lot of people are critical of you, saying that you put a very low bar. It's going to be worse and worse and worse. In truth, Greg, isn't this one problem almost behind you and not nearly as bad as you thought it might be?
Well, Jim, I wouldn't say it's behind us. I think if you know anything about RTX and the way we approach these issues, we tried to put a number out last September that we thought would more than adequately take care of this issue. Now, it's going to take us a couple of years to get through with all the inspections and to get through all of the MRO activity. But what we have seen over the last few months is the shops are coming up to speed. We're seeing a lot fewer aircraft on ground than what we had originally anticipated. So we feel good. There's no surprises here on GTF, but still a lot of work to do. And I give kudos to our airline partners who have stepped up and are working with us to try and minimize the disruption, given everything else that's going on in the airline market today.
Well, I was always hoping we could just be commercial because Collins was such a good deal, and you've made so many good deals to become such a force. But we have to speak defense. And I think we have to speak defense because when we do something right, it tends to be one of the programs that you're involved with. Can you tell us the state of Ukraine and what you could do to make it so that perhaps Ukraine could do better? Because I think you have it within your portfolio to make it so this is not a 2-year stalemate.
Jim, it's really pretty simple what we need to do for Ukraine. We need to give them additional weapons to support their air defenses. We've put the Patriot air defense system in. We have put in the NASAMS short-range air defense. We've given them Stingers. We've given them Javelins, all of things out of inventory. But frankly, they're running out of missiles. Whether it's the GEM-T or whether it's AMRAAM for NASAMS, they need more munitions to counter this threat. And until Congress can act and spend some more of our hard-earned money over there, this conflict is not going to end. And I think that's the one thing we need to, as Americans, think about is the Ukrainians are fighting this war for NATO. And the only way they're going to prevail is if NATO and the U.S. specifically steps up to the bar and helps them fund what they need to prevent more atrocities in Ukraine.
Or what happens, Greg?
Well, I think as we've seen over the last year, it's going to be a stalemate. This is World War I trench warfare with drones. And again, the drones, pretty effective the way the Ukrainians have employed them. The Russians are starting to also employ them, though. So this is going to be a long, bloody stalemate, absent some significant infusion of additional weapon systems into the Ukrainian battle space. I'm not talking about F-35 fighters or anything strategic like that. I'm just talking about air defense missiles to protect the skies, to protect the people.
Now, let's talk about something that you have that if we could get more of, maybe it would help a lot of countries and also help shipping. Talk to me about the program called Coyote.
So Coyote it's an interesting weapon system that is in low rate production today. It's a small missile. You can mount it on the back of a pickup truck or an ATV. You fire it against a swarm of drones, and it can take on a drone swarm either kinetically by hitting the drones or through high-powered microwaves by simply knocking them out of the air. The issue with Coyote, again, at low rate production, we're talking 40 going to 50, eventually 100 a month. There's not enough of them. And what we've seen in Yemen with the Houthis is a constant barrage of, I would say, low-tech weapons. And using GEM-Ts at $1 million a pop or using SM-6s at $5 million a pop to take down $10,000 drones, that doesn't make any sense. We'll quickly run out of these very expensive munitions. So it's up to us, Raytheon Technologies, to ramp up the production of these, and we're working very closely with the DoD to do exactly that.
One of the things that I'm concerned about, it did not impact you as much as it did GE, but I think you're still having a problem finding people and still having a problem with inflation. I wonder if you're the Federal Reserve, you're listening to what you're about to say, and you're thinking, you know what, we haven't won against inflation. We have not created the workers we need to keep wages down either.
No, Jim, this is a existential problem in aerospace and defense today, is the supply chain cannot find enough qualified workers to meet the demand that we're seeing. Last year, we hired about 24,000 people within RTX, added about 5,000 net. We had about 19,000 people leave. We're fortunate, right? We pay at the very high end of the pay scale for most of these jobs. These are great jobs. But the fact is, there is still a lot of pressure on inflation. Last year, give you an example, we saw $2.3 billion of cost growth from our supply chain and from our labor base. That's about $800 million more than we expected. So the thought that the battle against inflation is over is, I think, misguided. I think this idea of cutting rates when you have 3.7% unemployment is also misguided. The fact is, we need more participation in the workforce, and we need to get wages back to a sustainable level of increase.
Well, Greg, it's David. How are we going to do that?
Well, I think we have to figure out, what happened to the 3% of the working force population that went away during COVID, right? We were at 65% labor force participation. We're at about 62% today. That's a big number out of 150 million people or so in the workforce. We need to find ways to get those people back to work. The good news, if there is good news, the pandemic aid is obviously starting to fall away. I think people will rejoin the workforce. The wages are good. And frankly, we're willing to train anybody to do any one of these jobs. We've got great apprenticeship programs. We've got partnerships with community colleges, state and local governments. We just need to get more folks back in the workforce, and that is going to be a challenge.
Greg, forgive me for this in a way, and to my viewers as well, but I remember a conversation we had a long time ago with you here regarding a potential presidential candidate at the time, whose name was Trump. It seems very, very possible at this point that he will be the president a year from now, at least based on current polling and expectations. I'm just curious as to what your thoughts are, what a Trump administration second time around would mean for your company, particularly given these theaters of war in which obviously you are one of the key suppliers.
David, we at RTX, we try and keep a bipartisan mindset in all of these things, because the national defense, defending democracy is our mission, really is a bipartisan activity. We can't choose sides between Democrats and Republicans. What I will say, in the second Trump administration, I think we have to continue to make the case why we need to fund NATO, why we need to protect our allies in the South Pacific and in the Taiwan Strait. And we're going to have to make that case with President Trump if indeed he does come back, because we cannot pull back from these relationships. The Taiwanese depend on us, the Australians, the Europeans, everyone. And I think we just have to make sure that President Trump, if he does become president, fully understands the consequences of pulling back on some of these very, very long-term strategic partnerships.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of educational need there. Greg, will be your last appearance. Now, when President Eisenhower completed his tremendous 2 terms, he gave a speech about warning us about the military-industrial complex. Have we now gotten too far? Is the military, is industry so separate and military so separate that we actually need to talk about having a complex again?
Well, look, I think the fact is defense spending is around 3% of GDP today, which is close to an all-time low. And given the fact that we're in the middle of conflicts around the globe, I think we're going to have to rethink what our priorities are in terms of spending. Clearly, recreating, as President Eisenhower said, this military-industrial complex is not what I'm talking about. But what I am talking about is having the wherewithal to be able to have a credible deterrence to aggression. And that means having the best technology, the best innovation, and the best people focused on that mission.
Boy, I sure hope people listen to you, Greg, because you have a strong view, and your comments on Ukraine should also be, I think, echoed in Washington. Anyway, look, I'm not saying I'm sentimental and we'll miss you, but I think you've always told it straight with us, and I appreciate it very much. Greg Hayes, the man who put together RTX, and by the way, Carrier, and by the way, Otis, all very successful. Congratulations on an amazing run, Greg. Good to see you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, David. Thank you all.
Jim, we'll see you tonight. You'll have Netflix to kick around.
Yeah, we got Logitech, which I think is very important, because remember, I think that there is a resurgence of the PC. Logitech's up a great deal before I went into this, but we're going to explore that situation. Of course, peripherals and gaming. Wow, what a show. Did a good show.
And then some.
Yeah. I mean, wow, I'm very proud. Thank you for letting me be on the Eisenhower. It's Eisenhower mentioned
You're
twice.
always welcome, Jim. Thank you. As long as we talk about Cincinnati companies only. As we head to break, here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour. Shares of WWE and UFC parent TKO surging on news. Dwayne Johnson is joining the board, and the sport coming to Netflix. Find out why he's so bullish on the business next.
Plus, Salesforce's Mark Benioff is weighing in on activist investors. We're going to bring you Sarah's exclusive, or at least highlights from her exclusive this hour.
And 3M shares under some pressure as guidance comes in light. Mike Roman's going to join us, talk about the outlook for the company when Squawk on the Street continues.
50% off.
I'm excited, and I'm always looking to grow. I like to say that I'm a builder of things and I enjoy building. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But with something like this, everything that I do and everything that I do touch, there is usually, not usually, there 100% is a deeper meaning to it. So joining this board, I have been asked to join other boards in the past. Joining this board was unique and different and special in that, again, I'm sitting at a board that my grandfather and my dad helped build, and also help building a company and growing it globally with a global footprint with a guy who I love and admire.
That was Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He joined us last hour with Ari Emanuel, the CEO of TKO, because he's joining the TKO board of directors. The company also announced that its WWE Raw will be leaving linear television. It's going to Netflix next year. Now, in a filing, they said the deal's worth a little over $5 billion over 10 years. A lot of different analysts and investors trying to figure it out. On our air, Ari Emanuel, CEO of TKO, said it was more or less in line with expectations, but that given Netflix's presence, that in part is accounting for a lot of the enthusiasm with which this deal is being met because of its global reach and the like. And that certainly can't be argued with at this point. Obviously, the importance as well of what was a property that was on linear, now going to streaming. Netflix has moved more deeper into live programming, also worth noting, of course, and the presence here in international markets, Canada, UK, Latin America, optionality as well around some other markets over the next few years, such as India and Australia, where they're unwinding the WWE network internationally. So that gets you closer to that $5 billion over 10 years is what some analysts are saying. And again, and essentially de-risks much of the business because there had been a fear perhaps the numbers would come in below and or a deal would not be with as strong a distributor as Netflix. So you can see that. Of course, we're waiting on Netflix earnings after the bell as well. Subs there are pretty significant in terms of expectations, Carl.
Yeah, Citi today puts a bull case 135 on TKO, and that was written before the Netflix news came out today. So we'll watch some of the upside scenarios for that stock. In the meantime, after the break, an exclusive you don't want to miss. Co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Salesforce, Mark Benioff, sounding off on activists, AI, and a whole lot more in a moment.
Last year at this time, Salesforce was under heavy pressure by a number of activist investors. Though over the course of the year, many backed down as the company substantially improved profitability and the stock shot up. I sat down with Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff last week in Davos, where we talked about this. He didn't hold back in sharing his thoughts about that activist environment, AI, and much more. Have a listen.
I get a lot of calls from my friends who are dealing with activists. It's an industry, activists. And activist investors are number one investors. They want to make money. They love money. Maybe activist investors make and love money more than anyone I've ever met. So they're just money people. So I think you have to kind of get that set right away. They're not going to want to hear about all the things that you and I have talked about for decades.
Stakeholder capitalism?
No. They want to hear about capitalism, but they don't want to hear about anything else.
Yeah.
They only want to hear about money. And I think that's the first thing you have to kind of get your head around. And that's fine. You know, you can just say they're investors. And I think having investors is very important, and making investors money is very important. And then number two is that each one is very different. So each one of these personalities is totally different. And you know a lot of them.
Yes.
Like you're even calling me going, oh, let me tell you about this person. He's so nice. And
it seemed like it didn't
remember
seem
that,
like,
though?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
But it didn't seem like it got heated or
no, because
tense.
I actually like them all.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a lot of really good stories, you know, about, you know, these activists. Like one funny story is activist said to me, you know, your hair could be a little better, and you know, you should call my hair guy. And I'm like, okay. And then another one's like, we're talking
did you do
about.
it?
I didn't do it yet.
Okay.
Do you think I should? I don't know. Does it look
I didn't
bad?
know that was part of their playbook.
I don't even know.
Your
But
hair's
anyway,
great.
no, thank you. And then number two is like one of them was super interested in meditation. And, you know, I have taught meditation and I enjoy meditation. I actually just did a half an hour meditation before I got here. It's like, will you teach me meditation?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'll teach you meditation. And so I brought them to my apartment, you know, and I was doing a whole meditation, razzmatazz, and all that. And about 45 minutes into the meditation, the activist is very teary and crying, emotional.
Seriously?
And I'm like, it could be maybe a movie, really. And I think for a lot of them, you know, each one is different, and they all require something a little different, and that was a moment. And that was nice. And by the way, that was a beautiful moment. You know, that you can kind of go from a hostile situation where the first call is they all want to be tough, right? To the point where there's a tear in somebody's eye. Hey, that's what, you know how I am. I think dealing with somebody's heart is the most important thing.
This is
if
the
we can bring more
backstory.
love
Yeah.
to the activist community, then I'm all for it.
I mean, this is the story that we needed. And it's the
that's only two.
Because, like, the story that we saw
We had
is
like
that
6 or 8 activists.
you improved margins, you boosted the stock price.
Well, yeah, right.
Rethought some of the
Sure.
strategy. I mean, the one you're referring to is I interviewed Jeff Smith. At
Oh, we didn't
Starboard.
just improve margins. Our
Yeah.
margins are up like over 1,000 basis points over like a year. Like it's crazy. Our margin improvement is phenomenal.
How
It's
much
awesome.
more is there to go on that story?
Well, I think that, you know, there's no finish line for anybody when it comes to margins. So that's a huge opportunity. It continues to be a huge opportunity. You have to, of course, you know, realize we're in one of the greatest moments of our life with AI. So if you are taking $1 into margin, you're taking a dollar out of AI research. So you do want to have the right balance. I think those things are important. And by the way, everybody understands that.
That's part of my question, which is how you balance growth, which has been decelerating,
Sure.
and profitability,
Sure.
which are really ramping.
Well, we talk about deceleration, but our size and scale, I mean, on the absolute numbers, we're way bigger than anybody else's growth. You know, so people say, well, you know, growth is decelerating. Have you seen the numbers? We're saying that we're going to hit almost $35 billion in revenue this year, and we're the 3rd largest software company in the world, 2nd largest in Japan, and who else is at this size and scale in enterprise software? And I like it when smaller companies go, well, you know, we're growing a lot faster. I'm like, yeah, you know, we added your entire company onto our company this quarter. So that's, you know, growth is relative.
Mark Benioff, there's a lot more there. We got into AI, we got into social media. You can catch the full conversation in a CNBC Leaders double feature tonight. It's Benioff and then the CEO of UBS, Sergio Armati, at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, who's also got a tough challenge there integrating Credit Suisse with UBS. But Benioff didn't hold back. And wait till you hear what he says about AI. And also, he used the word, and I thought this was interesting, maybe not so surprising because he owns Time, but ChatGPT, OpenAI stealing copyright information in order to put it into their AI programming. So we went pretty deep on that subject as well. Excited for everybody to see it tonight.
I can't wait. 8 o'clock this evening. Looks great.
Yeah, that was some good. I like that color
like the
on the
activist color?
Yeah, it was just interesting trying to figure out who he was talking about.
Right.
But that was, I mean, obviously we covered it very closely. First Jeff Smith, then, I mean, it just went on and on and on and on. But to your point, it worked too.
Right. I think they're mostly all out, except for Starboard's still in.
Yeah, many of them may be out, but the margins got a lot better.
Yeah. Meantime, I think it was Morgan Stanley made CRM their top pick yesterday, effectively replacing Microsoft as those top picks expire. Meantime, I got some earnings names in the green this morning. S&P's holding 4850. We're going to break it down with the former CEO of Truist in his first broadcast interview since leaving the helm in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back. I'm Courtney Reagan with your CNBC News Update. It's primary day in New Hampshire and voting is underway. Former President Donald Trump is hoping to solidify his frontrunner status, while former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley is hoping her strength with independent voters can lift her to an upset. Polls close tonight at 8 o'clock. A powerful storm inundated San Diego Monday as intense rainfall flooded roads and homes and swept away cars. The National Weather Service says nearly 3 inches of rain fell, and Monday became San Diego County's wettest January day on record. Nuclear bomb drama Oppenheimer, produced by our sister company, Universal Pictures, led the way in Oscar nominations this morning, securing 13 nods. Its box office competition Barbie brought in 8, behind Poor Things' 11 nominations and Killers of the Flower Moon's 10. But Barbie director Greta Gerwig was noticeably absent from the Best Director nomination. The award show will be held March 10th. Carl, back over.
Wait, thanks, Courtney Reagan. Let's get to the broader markets and financials. Our next guest believes that inflation will continue to moderate and is, quote, quite bullish on the banks, at least. Kelly King, former Truist chairman and CEO, joins us now for the first national interview since retiring from Truist. He's currently a senior advisor at KSK Investors. Kelly, it's great to have you back. Good morning.
Thank you, Carl. Great to be back. Good to see you, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, a lot of water's gone under the bridge since we last spoke. I think 30,000 feet, most broadly, you think the economy is going to chug along nicely here, normalize in some areas. Talk about how you see the year unfolding from a macro point of view.
Yeah, Carl, so I'm clear that the economy is solid, is doing very well. And I think one of the reasons that it is a little bit misunderstood. If you go back through many cycles, cycles are created out of excess supply, creating a boom and then a bust. In '90, we had the commercial real estate boom, 2000, tech boom and bust, and 2008, residential boom and bust. But this is very different. We didn't have a boom. We simply shut the economy off because of the pandemic, which was appropriate. But it's taken some time for supply chains, et cetera, to normalize. And so when you kind of get back to going, you don't have an inherent excess of supply but demand. Therefore, the economy doesn't have to contract in order to allow demand to catch up with supply. So I think if you look underneath all of that, what you see is a good, solid foundation. There certainly are a few little pockets, but underlying the strength is strong and will continue.
We mentioned your optimism regarding financials. How much of that is going to be yield curve normalization, and how much do you think is going to be a return to activity in capital markets?
Well, Carl, I think the yield curve normalization will be certainly positive and additive for the financial space. Fee income, capital markets, mortgage income, all of that will rebound materially as rates normalize, which I fully believe they are on the cusp of doing. And so from a banking sector point of view, you're likely to see something like we saw in 2000. If you recall back in 2000 with the tech bubble, from 2000 to 2024, Fed funds dropped from 5.3 to 1%. Banks went up by 90%, while the NASDAQ was going down 46%. So this market is set up, in my view, very positively for banks and overall very positively for the economy. And I would say generally for the stock market. There are some areas in the stock market that are a bit exuberant, and that'll have to be washed out. But I don't think it's going to be enough to create a catastrophe in the market.
Kelly, it's David Faber. I'm curious as to why you don't share some investors' concerns about commercial real estate exposure, particularly office and particularly at regional banks, given the need for so many of these owners to refinance at levels that are simply going to be untenable for them. Hence, the banks may end up with the real estate. Why not a concern? Or if it is a concern, why not perhaps rise? Does it not rise to a level that would impact your overall view here?
Right. It is a concern, but it is a controlled concern, David. There's a lot of misunderstanding about the exposure in real estate and then the exposure in real estate in banking. First of all, the real issue in real estate is in large commercial office buildings. That's, by the way, not because of an excess supply, because of the dramatic reduction in demand, which is slowly coming back, some multifamily. But look, here's the thing that you need to take into account when you think about banks. When I first started in banking in 1972, most of the loans in this country were held by banks on their balance sheets. That has changed dramatically. Now, a huge portion of the loans, especially large loans, may be originated by a bank, but they end up in the shadow banking system. So when you look at the average small bank, regional banks, and even the very largest banks, you don't find huge concentrations of very large office complex buildings. They're often syndications, And it's problematic for the aggregate economy, but it's not as specifically problematic for the bank. So I do worry about that, but I think it's going to be controllable because it's so dispersed outside of the banking system largely.
Kelly, finally, I got to follow up and ask where you think the potential is for maybe irrational exuberance in the market. We've seen some forecasts lately about what, for example, the forward PE of infotech and communication services might do in the years ahead.
Well, Carl, I'm a bit conservative, but I've been a banker for 50 years, so I guess I'm allowed that. But no, look, I think there are pockets of irrational exuberance. Look, when you get some of these companies selling at 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 times earnings, people don't understand what that means. If you pay 50 times earnings, that means it's going to take the company 50 years to earn back that stock price. And so it's irrational because what now is happening, in my humble opinion, is people are super excited about generative AI, which is good, but it's overstated. There's a common belief running around now that AI is going to change the whole world and it's going to do it tomorrow. That's not going to happen in my view. It is important. It is a very significant factor. It is not going to reduce human beings, and it will be additive. It will increase productivity, but it's not going to change the world.
Well, we try to be disciplined about giving viewers occasional gut checks on those multiples. Kelly, it's great to chat again. Hope it happens more often. Great to see you. Thank you.
Thanks. Great to see you. Have a great day.
Well, shares of 3M, as you can see right there, are down sharply this morning. This after there was a revenue miss, and Chairman and CEO Mike Roman is going to join us to break down the numbers and the guidance in particular that also seems to be giving investors pause.
3M shares falling sharply after a Q4 earnings beat. Revenue miss, though, as well. The company forecasting full-year profits below analyst estimates on slowing demand amid higher rates and inflation. Chairman and CEO Mike Roman joins us now for a CNBC exclusive interview. Mike, it's good to have you.
Yeah, good morning, Sarah. Thank you for having me on today.
Good morning. So what happened here? It looks like, so the organic revenue growth was a miss, and the guidance looks like some were saying was conservative or light. What are you telling investors?
Yeah, I would say, Sarah, there's a lot of discussion about the outlook for 2024. I would start with how we finished out 23. We had a strong delivery of our Q4. We improved our operational performance. That showed up in our results. We had EPS that beat our guidance and beat consensus. We had another quarter of very strong cash flow, double-digit growth in the quarter. And our revenue in the quarter was in line with what we had guided. The total year, similarly, we executed well. We delivered on commitments. We exceeded our guidance for EPS and cash flow, delivered 30% increase in cash, for example, reduced our debt by $2 billion. So strong performance. And we carry that momentum into 2024. And as we look at 24, we expect to build on that. Another year of strong growth in margins. And we will grow earnings. We will drive robust cash flow. And we'll see improving organic growth. The discussion was around how that organic growth guidance that we have for the year, 1% to 3%, excluding some portfolio actions, which is an important priority for us. So it's I would say we're building on our momentum, and we do expect a successful 2024.
Well, it is a little messy, and you reference this because you are spinning off the healthcare business, right? And that's going to be factored into the outlook in 2024. You have these big settlements coming when it comes to all of the legal issues. So how much of that is incorporated in here? And if you strip that out, what does it tell us?
Yeah, and you're highlighting, we have three priorities we've been focused on relentlessly as we came through this year, and we'll carry those into the new year. It's driving performance that I've been talking about. It's progressing on the spin with healthcare, and we're on track to spin out our healthcare business in the first half of 24. And importantly, to continue to make progress on reducing risk and uncertainty related to legal matters. And we've announced 2 settlements that we're also focused on taking to final approval. One of them here in early February, another one later in March. So those are part of our priorities as we come into 24. In our guidance, we guided for 3M as a whole co, if you will, with healthcare as part of 3M, and that helped us. We think it helps us show that continued improvement in how we're executing, showing our margin improvement. We talked about 75 to 100 basis points of margin improvement as we come into 24. Again, driving growth in EPS and improving revenue growth. So we did guide it as a whole co. The timing of the spin has an impact on how you would separate the two companies. It's not, you can't just subtract healthcare from 3M. There's other factors you have to consider. We spent a lot of time with analysts trying to help them walk through that. So that does make it complicated, but it's really a reflection on the things that we know are creating value, those 3 priorities. So focused on those as we come into the new year.
And then as for growth, Mike, is it just that some of your end markets, the consumer products and electronics and industrials are weaker than the broader economy? What are you seeing there?
Yeah, as we start 2024, I would say Q1 looks a lot like Q4. Q4, we talked about some of the dynamics we were seeing. We had some strength in our industrial businesses, mixed in our industrial business in the U.S. and notably, we had a strong automotive OEM business in the quarter. We had soft demand in China and in consumer retail. We saw stabilizing in consumer electronics, something that we had seen a negative growth in as we went through much of 2023. So as we come into first quarter and we look at that, we see a lot of those dynamics continue. The automotive does flatten out. The build rates are expected to sequentially flatten out. We continue to see softness in China and the retail markets in the product categories that we play in retail, where we have products in discretionary product categories. So we carry that in. That's how we're looking at the year. There is an expectation that the macro improves as we go through the year, and that certain end markets will improve. But I would say we're starting out the year with a view of Q1 similar to Q4.
But Mike, as you said earlier, and it's David, you expect 2024 to be a good year. Your investors seem to have a different view of what good means. I'm kind of curious as to how you would explain the deviation here. I mean, you got more than a 10% loss in your market value this morning. That being said, the stock had moved up sharply into this earnings, but still, your good and their good don't seem to be the same thing.
Yeah, I would say that the focus, David, as we've been talking about, is on the guide for 24, and growth is part of that, and that impacts what you deliver in margins and EPS, and the EPS was certainly a topic as well. So I believe that we are, we'll grow those, we'll drive that execution, we'll grow as we go into 2024, and as the markets improve, we'll take advantage of it and deliver and leverage that for greater growth into our results. So I do believe we'll continue to make progress and build off that momentum, deliver growth. The market's reacting to the overall outlook for 2024, and we'll see how it plays out through the year. Again, we're starting with confidence in our ability to execute and drive that improving bottom line and cash flow.
Yeah, well, to your point, the guidance perhaps below what many investors had anticipated. You do seem to be more positive perhaps in the second half of the year. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think I basically heard you say that, and I'm curious as to why.
Well, I would say the macro projections that we look at show improving as you go through the year. I would say end markets more than the macro. That said, we were in the same place a year ago. We expected the first half to be cautious, some of the challenges in the end markets that I've been talking about, and the second half was going to get stronger. We didn't see it play out that way, so we have been, I would say, as we come into the new year, we've been really focused on what we control, that execution, focused on what we know we can do. We do continue to invest in our growth. We invest in growth, productivity, sustainability as priorities. As we drive that execution improvement, we leverage some of that improvement into those investments. We are driving, I think, a very healthy pipeline for innovation, and that will help us grow in the most attractive markets that we're facing. As the end markets improve, as the macro improves, we'll take advantage of that as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask how you grow, how you can get top-line growth if we don't get the kind of GDP improvement that we need, or whether it's just that's what we should track.
Yeah, and that's an important. We talk about what we do. We use science, our technologies to make a difference in the world, and we prioritize investments in the most attractive markets. And we've talked about a number of areas that are emerging, like automotive electrification, climate technology, industrial automation. These are all investments for us where we see opportunity in our driving growth. Our automotive electrification portfolio is now a $650 million business, growing 30% in 2023. We also grow close to our customers. Our innovation starts with them, and so we're always building what's next for them. We look, our relationship with them allows us to see new applications, new penetration. Highlighted one of those in our call this morning, where we are a leader in workplace safety, and we announced and actually introduced at CES a headset that was leveraged solar technology to reduce the use of batteries and still enable that hands-free communications that's so important in the workplace in difficult environments. We also talked about the progress we're making in the specifications that we're winning in our thermal barrier technology for electric vehicle batteries, helping to improve performance, range, charging cycles, and safety. And that's an example of where we are close to customers and we identify new areas for penetration. So our pipeline, that's what is prioritized there, what we can win close to customers, new penetration, and those emerging businesses that we can build, those new businesses that we can build.
Well, Mike, we certainly thank you for coming on and talking through the results and the reaction. Appreciate the time.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, David.
All right, Mike Roman, CEO of 3M, down 10%.
Yeah.
I do wonder how much of an overhang the legal issues are, just until, I mean, I know they have settlements, but there's no actual number of size and scope.
And the PFAS litigation, other negotiated solutions are in addition to that final approval for the settlement for public water suppliers. So it does get complex, to your point. Very mixed reaction to a number of earnings today. GE down, 3M down, Verizon up sharply. You saw RTX earlier as well. We got a lot more live market coverage for you. That continues after this break, as well as Oakmark Capital's Howard Marks joining Carl and Sarah.
NBC.
Good Tuesday morning and welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla, live from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, Oaktree's Howard Marks here on the unintended consequences of ultra low rates with more than $180 billion in assets under management. We'll get his outlook for the Fed.
Then the straw that broke the camel's back. The CEO of United Airlines casting some doubt on Boeing. United a big winner today after results. We'll break down the state of the industry with the company's former CEO, Oscar Munoz.
Plus, he has one of the most in-depth looks inside the consumer. You'll hear from Jamie Salter, CEO of Authentic Brands, owner of names like Aeropostale, Forever 21, and Brooks Brothers.
Meantime, markets reacting, as David said a minute ago, to a bunch of corporate earnings in the industrial and the transportation front. Lost some gains, though. Dow's gone negative, down 140. S&P trying to hold 4850 here, just a couple of points below, as we look forward to more results tonight from Netflix. And, of course, the macro data heats up in the next few sessions.
High bar, I think, for these earnings, right? You saw the disappointment in 3M, even though it was a profit beat, and a 10% slide, because the setup has been so strong, I think, into some of these reports. One of the biggest drivers of the market's rally here to new highs has been the Fed and the many years of ultra-low monetary policy. But that era has come to an end as rates have been rising. So what happens now that we're moving from an ultra-low rate environment to what our next guest says is a more normal one? Joining us here on set is Oaktree's Capital Management co-chairman Howard Marks. It's great to have you here.
It's great to be here, Sarah, Carl.
So you have done a lot of writing lately. I read all your memos about the ultra-low interest rates as sort of a setup for where we are now. What's the big takeaway?
Well, the Fed took the Fed funds rate to 0 at the beginning of 2009, kept it there until the end of 21 when they gave up on inflation being transitory. The rate was 0 for half that 13-year period, and I think it averaged about 0.5% over the whole 13-year period. So, interest rates are like adrenaline. They're stimulative. Low rates, and I think that the rates were artificially low, which meant that the economy and the markets were artificially stimulated. And after 13 years of that, people start to say, well, that's normal. That's the way it's always going to be. My belief is that it's not normal, and it's not the way it's always going to be. And if rates will be higher, but still not high in the coming years, then it seems to me that most assets will be worth less than they would in a low-rate environment, and the economy will not be as stimulated.
So where we are right now with these, I would say higher rates, you would say elevated.
Well,
higher,
just not high.
Just not high.
I mean, today's.
So is that where we're going to settle?
No, I think we'll settle lower because today's, just as those rates were artificially low to stimulate the economy, today's Fed funds rate at 5.25, 5.5 is artificially high to cool it off, constrain it. But one of these days we'll declare victory against inflation, and then the Fed will be able to bring rates down from this, I would say, emergency rate to something more normal. So, I believe that over the next 10 years, the Fed funds rate, currently 5.25, 5.5, will average somewhere between, let's say, 3 and 3.5.
3 and 3.5.
Yeah.
Where do you think the neutral real rate is? Does it have a 3?
It's around there. That's why I'm picking it.
Right.
Yeah. It's the kind of thing that we know it exists, but you can't find it. There's no place to look it up. People talk about 2.5. So 2.5, 3, 3.5. I think inflation will be a little higher in the coming years than it was in the last decades, largely because the gains from globalization will slow. And I think that labor is getting a little bit of the upper hand in this country today. So if inflation is 2+, and if you want to have a real Fed funds rate, then you would think that the Fed funds rate would be 3+.
The market's been all jazzed up about the prospect of lower rates and the Fed managing to avoid a recession, the soft landing, the immaculate disinflation. I think you call it Goldilocks in your report.
Yeah. Well,
that happen?
Goldilocks is not my invention, but over the various points in my life, people have talked about Goldilocks thinking, which is to say, you remember Goldilocks? This one is not too hot and not too cold, just right. So, you know, the belief is inflation will abate. That means the Fed won't have to raise rates anymore. It'll be able to turn dovish and start cutting rates. That means we won't have a recession. And that means, you know, that the economy will do well and the market will do well. And the only trouble is, if you think about it, that's a compounding of positives. You know, and you have a half a dozen things there which you think will go well. Well, what if they don't always go well, or what if they don't go as well as people are hoping? You know, it's a funny thing. The Fed has the Fed consensus for the Fed is that there will be 3 rate cuts this year. People can impute what is implied by market prices, and that's 6 cuts. So people think the Fed will do more cuts than the Fed says the Fed will do. And what you know, is that right? Now, there's a lot of funny things that go on in our business. I was listening to you talk about 3M, one of my favorite companies. I followed it 52 years ago. And what you said was that people are disappointed, even though it's an earnings beat. I don't even know what that means in English, right? It was an earnings rise, just not and people had said the earnings will rise, but it didn't rise as much as people had said it would. Well, that could happen with the things we're discussing here.
You think the bar is set high now?
I think the bar is set high. I think that, look, every day people go to the market to do business. And it's a tug of war between the optimists and the pessimists. And when the optimists win, prices go up. When the pessimists win, prices go down. I think today the optimists have been winning for the last 14 months. And, you know, we've had a solid rally in the S&P. And because of the power of optimism. And when the optimism abates, or a few less people are optimistic than were optimistic yesterday, then things can soften. It's, you know, I'm a contrarian. I'm a value investor. I try to buy things when nobody else likes them. You can't say that today. Today, more people like them than don't like them.
But it sounds like you do think there is value in value names, in broader market structures than narrow. Yes.
You know, when I go on TV, people try to get me to say buy or sell. Most of the time, I'm explicitly not a market timer or forecaster. Most of the time, the market is in what I call the zone of reasonableness, at which time there's nothing smart to do in terms of trading for its own sake. If you want to own a company, that's a different story. But I want to increase my bet or decrease my bet. No. And today, I think we're in the zone of reasonableness. And, you know, it just doesn't pay, in my opinion, to say buy or sell, other than when the market is laughably low or laughably high. Then you can make these observations with a good chance of success. But in between, I think not, and I think we're in between today.
Well, what you are known, obviously, is for fixed income and distress. And I do wonder if, first of all, where the opportunity is there, and whether we can get out of this without seeing a bigger, uglier distress cycle.
Our prime measure of distress is defaults among high-yield bonds. I started Citibank's high-yield bond department in 1978, which is when that world began. And the default rate over my 46 years has averaged about 3.8%. From 10 to 2010 to 2019, there was only 1 year that got up to the average, and the average was like 1, not 4. So again, artificially stimulated, defaults artificially suppressed. What if they move back in the direction of normal? What if the default rate for the next decade is 2 or 2.5 or 3? That will be much better opportunities for the distressed investor. We had a slow decade in which there just wasn't much to do. I think that when interest rates are no longer artificially low, the default rate will no longer be artificially suppressed.
And do corporate balance sheets or household balance sheets act as a suppressant on any rise in the default cycle?
Yes, they're not too bad. They're not too bad. But what really matters that's aggregates. What really matters is individuals. 18 years ago, there was about $1.5 trillion in outstanding debt of companies rated below investment grade. And today it's close to $5 trillion. So it doesn't take a big percentage default rate to produce a lot of dollars of distressed securities.
So this whole notion, I mean, there are some investors out there, Howard, that say Fed's going to start cutting rates. Typically, they cut a lot once they start cutting. They're bringing back unprofitable tech companies. Bitcoin's had a really great run. I mean, this whole notion that low rates are coming back, you think, I know you've said this, but just is not happening because of why? Because inflation's going to be sticky?
Because I think Carl talked about something called the neutral rate, which is neither stimulative or restrictive. I think that's where we should be most of the time. And I think that that interest rates should be the natural rate, which is a little different from the neutral rate. It's the rate where interest rates would be if the Fed didn't exist. If it was just people with money who want to lend it meet with people who don't have money but you have use for it who want to borrow it, and they negotiate the rate. The result is the natural rate. It ain't 0.5%. And so I just think we're not going to settle there. And there are lots of reasons. Read the memos. OaktreeCapital.com. And by the way, they're free. Price is right. But the Fed had to cut rates to zero to get us out of the global financial crisis, which was the worst financial episode of my time. And then they got into this jam of how did they raise them back up without annoying people and without causing a taper tantrum. And they never really solved that problem.
Do you think that the next presidential election this year will have a big market impact, and should investors be positioning one way or the other?
Well, 8 years ago, in November of 2016, there were only two things that almost everybody was sure of. Number one, Hillary would win. And number two, if by some chance Trump won, the market would collapse. So Trump won, and the market went straight up. And if that ain't enough to convince you that A, we don't know what's going to happen, and B, we don't know how people react to what happens, then I don't know what will. I go so far as to say we have no idea.
Right. I was going to ask you, but there was a contrarian view at that time. It's hard to glean what that is right now at this point.
Well, the contrarian view, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Most of my friends are Democrats, the contrarian view. So the consensus is that they're worried that Trump will win. The contrarian view is that Biden will win. I don't know what it is from the other side.
Well, the good news, Howard, is we will hopefully talk to you many more times before that.
I look forward to that. Thank
you. What's the website again?
OaktreeCapital.com under the heading of Insights. And then there's a button that says subscribe. I recommend it.
Yeah, and it's free, even in this world of higher rates.
The best writers ever to write for the street.
Thank you
Howard
very
Marks,
much.
thank you very much.
Thank you
Good
both.
to see you from Oaktree. Up next, our conversation with Authentic Brand CEO Jamie Salter from Davos, owner of brands like Aeropostale, Brooks Brothers, Reebok, his take on the consumer right now. Plus, we will hear from the CEO of UBS, his outlook for inflation and rate cuts. He had some really interesting comments about the markets right now as well when Money Movers returns. Authentic Brands Group, one of the biggest voices in the market on the state of the consumer, parent to brands like Aeropostale, Nautica, Forever 21, dozens of others. I sat down with CEO Jamie Salter to talk about consumer
All right,
sentiment
chat, I'm
in
back.
2024.
Sorry
when we
about
were
that.
in Davos, Switzerland last week. Listen.
Sorry, y'all.
The world's getting
I
smaller.
almost got short. I almost got short. Old corn base. Let me see here. Fuck, man, this sucks. This blows. This blows. This blows. What up, fam? How'd you guys do? If anybody's even here. We could probably get this again. 125, 124.75 is what I'm looking at. I almost shorted this while I was away. All right, I want to start seeing some weakness come in. Fuck, man, it's probably going to do it now. I got to pee, though. It's kind of holding. It's kind of holding. Nice rejection, though, right here of yesterday, prior day's low. Keep an eye on Bitcoin. If it has support, you have some minor support right here. Fudge, I got to pee. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. I don't know why I was thinking about Sam Zell, who passed away from Blackstone. But I think because they reported... Dude, I have way too much going on here. Way too much. Way too much. Way too much. All right. I appreciate you guys. If we could, hit that like button. Thank you guys for subscribing. All that fun stuff. Let's see. Let's see if she gives it to us. We have a really nice setup here. There's only one thing missing, though. There's only one thing missing, and that's the volume. That's the volume. So... I kind of want to... Let's see what the spy's doing right now. Oh, damn right. Hell yeah. God, I love y'all. Like, you see me? Yo, I am hype as shit over my little 5 likes. You know what I mean? I am hype as shit. Got 5 little likes. And that's cool. Keep your team small. And the ones that you think you can trust, you may not even be able to trust them. Words of wisdom there. All right? You think everything is gravy, and then they walk out on you. So I almost took this trade, and I felt like I couldn't manage it while I was away. And that's this here. You see this resistance? This double bottom low from yesterday. It's acting as resistance, but we don't have the volume. So I'm thinking, all right, I am thinking about, you know, there's 2 ways I could play this. Do I take the long? Let's see, 50% retracement, 38.2, 23.6. Let me get rid of this because I don't want this on the daily chart. I'm wondering if we can get a long here, possible double bottom. But I do like the short for Coinbase. Do you guys see anything that's moving? Or anything you guys are interested in? Just give me 1 second here. What happened to... Okay. This might be the takeoff spot right there. That may be the takeoff spot. You know, and I haven't looked at the volume on this thing, but the volume's pretty low. Fuck, man, just life sucks at times, guys. You know, to say money can't make you happy, but it could at least do a hell of a lot of things. It makes it a hell of a lot easier. Let's see here. Yeah, so that's what I'm watching, okay? 124. I'm just wondering if we'll be able to get up to that 130. I wonder if this is going to be it. Like, we get a low lunchtime bounce up to 130. That's what I'm thinking. Sorry, I got like eggs and shit going on here. Like, I just ate a burrito from Bucks. Starbucks, that is.
Along
All right.
with sales
Whoa.
tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on CNBC as part of our Leaders from Davos series. We go really deep into the integration.
Got my
but
little cup of joy.
how about him saying the market's
My
too
little cup of
complacent
joy.
about rate cuts?
He's been pretty vocal on the risks of the private credit world, obviously. That's something you'd expect a legacy banker to say.
My number
perhaps.
one.
And we talked about regulation
Walking
and what
out
was
on
coming
me.
and what the lessons were from that shotgun
I keep
marriage
throwing
between
little
Credit Suisse and
things out
UBS
there.
last year, where he was called off the soccer field to come back
Let's see
in as
here.
CEO and put these two together, and what kind of hard work he still has ahead, including
Sorry,
more
sometimes
potential
some
layoffs.
people
That's
just,
going to be great.
you know,
8
I don't
p.m.
know.
tonight,
Yes.
of course.
Thank you.
All I
Later on
say,
this hour,
guys,
look at
is
United and how the grounding
I
of the
would
Boeing
like if you guys want to be a doer and there's shit that you want to do in life, there may be a repercussion for a lot of it, and you may not realize it, and you have to accept it. Gotta accept it. It's just crazy. Some of the stuff that I find myself into. Let's see. All right, so like I said, we have a bounce here on Bitcoin. Kind of just holding here. I want to see if we can get a bounce and try to bring Bitcoin up a little bit. I wonder if we have to make the if we get a bounce in this trade, if we could, because I feel like Bitcoin itself is going to gap up and then start to sell off or something, like have a nice run right back to 4,200.
United Airlines executives says have 177 MAX 10 aircraft on order for the remainder of the decade and additional unit options for MAX 10
All right.
aircraft. That's BA and
Come on.
UAL.
All right. So today we were talking about, you know, we had a few. Look, here goes Coinbase, guys. Here goes Coinbase. Low volume rally, like I said, for fucking lunch. It's like I said, man. You know, it's a good feeling. Sorry, what that is that's a good feeling when I sense the probability that we about to get a rally off of that level, and that's what we got. We're starting to get that rally that I think extends us a bit higher. All right, the
EHTH, Senator Warren,
fuck, man.
eHealth, and GoHealth on market.
This thing's just not moving today. It's just not moving. So I need to like not look at it. So let's go look at Tesla. Let's go see what our movers are. Tesla's not moving either. Tesla is not moving either. Do you guys have any stocks or anything that you guys see that's actually moving today? I'm excited for tomorrow. Netflix earnings, Tesla earnings after the bell. Start getting into some data. It's no surprise that today's a light volume day. Got that Travis Kelce shirt on my chart. What the fuck, bro? I don't know. That's another rejection, guys, of this 212 area. That's another rejection. I think Tesla goes lower, fam. I really do. I think Tesla drops further. I think she's going down further. I want to see if you can get below yesterday's close at 208. You're at 209. You should at least have a shot to 208. It's just not good, man. Not that I don't know if there's any new stocks or anything going on with it or what, but it's just not good. It's not good.
Also, some news out of the Bank of Japan, keeping its ultra-loose monetary policy intact for now, but the BOJ governor did say that the era of negative interest rates could end soon as higher wages boost sales and services.
So there's Run. That was a really good opportunity. Or not Run. What is that, Sun Run? Yeah, damn right. I forgot about EMPH and stuff. I was wanting to look up Rumble, not Run. R-U-M, not R-U-N. But that's funny. Look at R-U-N instead of Rumble. Look at that 50-day rejection. Look at that. Fucking beautiful. Dude. I was going to say, sorry guys, that was fucking bugging the shit out of me.
China versus Nikkei, China versus the NDX, just completely going in opposite directions. Let's get a news update this morning with our Courtney Reagan. Hey, Courtney.
Hi, Carl. Well, the Israeli army says 21 soldiers died Monday in the deadliest attack on IDF soldiers since the say they proposed a 2-month pause in the war in exchange for the release of hostages held by Hamas. Meanwhile, the Hamas-run health ministry said today 195 people died in Gaza in the last 24 hours. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin made his first public appearance today since he revealed his prostate cancer diagnosis following a secretive hospitalization earlier this month. He participated from home in a virtual meeting with the nations providing assistance to Ukraine. And California State University faculty members reached a tentative agreement for a new contract after walking off the job Monday. 30,000 people went on strike in the largest public university system picket in U.S. history. The deal, which includes a pay raise, still needs to be ratified by the union. Carl, back over to you.
All right, Court, we'll check in soon. Well, we all know what tech has done over the past year, but is healthcare about to have its
ASTS,
breakout moment as well?
Global CEO of the shareholders at the same
All right. I want to make this interesting. Look, here goes Ron. It's coming down to the 200-day or the 100-day moving average. What do you guys wanting out of life? For anybody that's here, what do you guys want to get out of life, or what are some things in life that you guys would like to do? Do you guys want to own a business, start a business, get good at something, get close to your family, work out? Because it's the end of January, and I haven't heard anybody still, like, talking about their New Year's plans. Like, that shit is out the window already, and we ain't even finished the month. Like me right now, I want to make some phone calls. You guys want me to do it live? You want me to do it live? We could do this shit live. I'm going to try and find some sponsors for this show. That's why I need you guys to like and subscribe. Try to get a few sponsors on here. That way I can, you know, I would like to be able to bring some institutional traders on here and, you know, or at least have a podcast with some real traders and not really just traders, but investors and stuff. How many calls you think it'll take? What's the under over for the first accepted sponsor to sponsor the show? Let me repost this. I'm going to repost this to try to get some people here because I want you guys. I want to do this, and anybody that's good at selling or has a script, send it over. We'll use AI. And what I want to do here is I kind of want to do like a little test, right, to show you guys to prove whether or not, right, if you have the internet, a computer, the internet, whatever, what have you. That you can always rub two nickels together to get a buck. All right, it sounds crazy, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna post this again. Look at this. Look at that cup and handle. Wham! This could be a nice wham right into the 50-day. Let's see what happens here. What's the SPY doing? I think I might go for a long. Somebody just left. But I think I'm going to, oh shit, look at the SPY. It ain't doing shiz. It's still at 483. That's so insane. We're almost at 500. Like, you know what's so funny about the SPY and ETFs? Is that as you start getting closer to, like, that whole number, you get into, like, the 480s and, like, you start getting in, like, high 480. It's like, yo, we're getting this thing that, like, everybody's buying because, like, it's just like, yo, I want that 500. Like, let's get it to 500. I don't know. Every time we have a whole number on the S&Ps, it's an exciting thing to try to get to. And then it does this shit where it pulls back. It's already bounced back. Turn that into resistance. Let's see here. What a shame. I think we could bust out a long here, guys. I think we could get a long. Could be a possibility for a long. It's not something I would recommend, but I think there's a scalp trade there possible on run. It's holding the close from yesterday. Let's look at Boeing, see what happened there. Looks like Boeing's going to turn itself around. What time is it? 11:30. I wonder if we can... it's down 0.7. I wonder if the SPY... Let's look at the IWM. We'll look at the Dow, and we'll look at the Qs. We'll see where they're at in RSP. And we'll see if one or the other is holding or not holding, and see what we want to do. So everything, see what I mean by like everything has been like lately the markets have been like tied up. Look at the SPY. The SPY right now is at low a day from yesterday. Where's the IWM? It's at that pivot low a day, or pulled back into it. Let's look at the Qs. Like usually there's like a lag between the 3, 4 of them. Which one, depending on which ones you use. And again, kind of same thing. The Qs are holding up. So tech is still seemingly... I mean, as much as I want to say it's the winner, it's literally like tied up with the SPY. Like literally, like it's just above this pivot high from Friday. So is the SPY. It's right at yesterday's low. So is the SPY. And that's the Qs. Like, these markets are just matched up, like, waiting. This is telling me that, like, the market is waiting. Look at the Dow. Oh, shit. What happened with... What Dow names are getting hit? Home Depot and shit? Excuse my French? Yup. Damn, bro. What the... B? Yo, I told you that shit was gonna happen. I told you. It got the downgrade, cuz. It got the downgrade. Bye-bye, Home Depot. I was a Lowe's guy anyway. Home Depot. Home Depot, man. Home Depot ain't do shit for you. Home Depot was never there for you. Fuck that trigger. Funk that trigger. Alright, so we got a little bit of support here. We have a bit of resistance. I hate this chart. I don't hate it, but what would have been really cool is for this to hold right here. And you could have got a massive long off of that. But it got the downgrade. They hit it with the downgrade. So... $3.49. That's $1. I'm not even going to take it. I'm kind of frustrated that like my whole morning, and it's okay. I'm glad it happened on a day like today where I had to leave and PHUN. Let's see what Deontay got. Deontay with the pennies. Oh shit. Deontay with the pennies, bro. He said I mean I've lately, I haven't traded a penny stock in a minute. A minute. That's sick, man. I wish you could have gotten on that. Let's see what DWAC is doing right now. Again, we just got to see if it pulls back the hold, but that's a major level. If it continues to sit up where it was, where it opened. Come on, motherfucking DWAC, not PhD whack. Excuse me. Yeah, like I said, she pulling back. This was the level we said watch for this pullback. Fuck, man. See, right here. That was one of the areas. I thought, though, that if it went here, that it might be too low. You have a lot of volume. You want to see a lot of green volume. You want to start seeing, like, thick green volume, like, consistently on a 3 minute, 5 minute, something. Not like a 1 minute. Even a 1 minute, but... This sucks, man. Okay, so if I look at the 5 minute, that's a little bit different now. That looks a little bit different now. I want to get frustrated so bad, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Just gotta relax, take a breather. Just understand that, you know, just understand in due time, shit will work out. Good or bad. All right? There's a bigger plan. There's a bigger plan. DWAC, watch for 47.98, okay? DWAC. I want to see that thing bust over 50, bust up and out of 50. We need volume. It needs volume. Plain and simple. 5 minute looks good. 5 minute looks good. It just dropped. It fell out of bed. Like my life, right? Just fell out of bed one day. But you got to pick it back up. You got to pick it back up. You didn't see that coming, did you? You got to pick it back up. So I'm only going to be curious if DWAC has... BBV. Or what would that be? I'm sorry. No, yeah. BGV. It'd be BGV. Big green volume. Alright, I want big green volume. Thick. Thick. That's how we like them. Thick. I want that thick volume. I know half of y'all out there can relate. If you guys don't know, we are at the White House today. If you did not know. You learned something new today. We are at the White House. I am in Washington. Washington, D.C. So that's DWAC. Coinbase. I'm going to wait for Coinbase to bounce because I think I can get that short at a higher price. Okay, I think this could be a really good trade. I just called this out a few minutes ago and said, hey, I think you could start to see this thing start to try to make a low volume push through lunchtime to yesterday's close. Okay, to yesterday's close. That's what I'm looking for. All right, everything's fully recorded. So everything that I say and do is fully recorded. So you can see here, this low of day from yesterday, that was a short opportunity, like a scalp. But the volume was not there, and I said it early, like, yo, I'm going to get short at like 128, 130, not 122 to 118. Because where are the buyers? They're right here, right? The buyers are at 118, right here. So I like this risk to reward, like that's not too bad, but like, you know, just from here to here, right? I don't want that. That's not what I want. Okay, this right here, even from here to here, right? Given my stop loss, that's like a $4. But how do you know that you're wrong? You don't know that you're wrong until the fucking close at 128. Or the high a day. So I want this, right? I want that. That's what I want. So let it run up on low volume. See if it struggles a little bit up here. But you know the buyers are at 118 and the sellers are at 128. Now will they still be there if we get to 128? Are they still there? Are they still there? They came out in droves up at 135, so we may have to get to the 50-day. Maybe we could do a low volume. Maybe we get some calls, but I don't know. I don't know what Bitcoin's going to do. All right, you get 1, 2, 3, 4 downgrades on this thing, and she's demolished, and you come in with a huge gap down. So I just want to play it smart, right? Like I'm getting short if it shows me what I want to see at 128, or I'm going to get short up at the 50-day moving average at 135. I'll just let it keep running. If in order for me to take the long, what I would do is I want to turn 124, 125-ish, yesterday's low. I want to turn that into support again, and then I think about taking that long. All right, high a day of today. Okay, and then we could scalp along. All right, that could be a trade idea right there. If we start to hold this right here, look at the 9 EMA coming in. All right, right there. Bang. This would be the entry point. Literally, right here. That's where I'm putting my finger on the trigger. All right. If it happens. If it happens. We can try it. Let's try it. I mean, we got a bit of sellers here. We are, you know, but I sense that we can get a low volume push, guys. So, and the higher this candle goes, the farther it's going to drag that 9 EMA up. Look, they're going to, oh, it's breaking out. Let me get long. And then it pulls back, and then they sell because they're red. They don't know how to trade. We're buying that pullback. And we're not blind to the fact that yesterday's close could still be resistance, right? The sellers could still be at yesterday's close. But we do know we've solidified yesterday's buyers should show back up. Because yesterday buyers, if they did not sell, okay, this is where we are at yesterday's low. See them buying right now? You see that candle right there? Bang. Let's see if we can get a low volume push up to yesterday's close. All right, let's look at these options. I'll let you guys know what I'm thinking. I want to get a pullback. If it doesn't pull back, I'm going to let her go. Just let her go, just like I did the last one. The one I was just with a few minutes ago. Not that I want to. Not that I want to. But, I don't know. TMI? TMI? Anybody? Not really. Alright. So, understand, alright, like, if you're trying to get like a 130, alright, a 130, let's say like 132, you're trying to keep it real cheap. I don't know what the ATR is on this. It's got to be... Coinbase is pretty volatile. It's got a nice ATR on it. And when I say ATR, I mean average true range. Alright, what's the average true range? You could even count in gap downs and stuff. So like this, right? This thing moved from like open 126.45, so let's say 126.50 to 134. Okay, 134. What is that? 126 to 134. What is that? 8? So that's $8 there. Then you could count in the gap up in the open, and then where it, you know. So that's like 143. $8. Like, look at that, right? If 126, right, roughly at the open, and 133.69, call it 134, 133. That's $8. Okay, and then you get a gap up and you open up at 143 from 133. That's $18 in 2 days. 18 doll hairs. All right, so maybe let's see if we can get up to that 50 day. Maybe we can get up to the 9 EMA. Okay, that's what I'm going to be looking for. Pay attention to the news so that you don't get hurt. You know what I mean? Just like she did to me. She hurt me. But it's okay. It's all good. Because if you want to do something in life, sometimes you got to give up some certain things. Right? There's a lot to, like, you know, I don't know if you guys ever watch or see anything with, like, whether it's like entrepreneurial stuff, you know, like a lot of the shit that you don't think of in the beginning that happens. And you know, just because you work for yourself, that don't mean you're making any money. But two, it's like some people think that, like, you want to work for yourself just for the sake for working for yourself. It's not really that, right? It's just you need to identify what are some things that you're good at. What can you offer? What are you willing, you know, how can you solve a problem too, right? That's the biggest thing, right? Solving a problem. That's a business, solving a problem. Whether it's cutting the grass, like the grass is too high, we need to get that grass low. You solve the problem by cutting it down, right? Or, providing businesses with, more buyers or more viewers and buyers. Maybe you get a piece of that, something. But then there's like the learning curve and like just, they're supposed to say that sometimes they say like the journey is fun, but sometimes it's not. And, maybe the fun part is also fun because like you're supposed to enjoy it. I don't know. It's hard to explain what I mean. What I mean is like when things go bad and you're like, shit, man, like, but maybe that's the fun part. Like, cause you'll be able to look back later on and say, hey, remember that time? I don't know. There's just a lot that you may or may not expect if you ever try to do things. Putting a team together, right? I'm trying to put a team together here, and I have no friends. Literally, I have no friends. I do. Don't get me wrong. I have friends. If I need to reach out to someone or make a phone call, I could. Guys, I eat, sleep, and breathe this shit. Dead serious. Dead serious. All right? If I'm not doing this, I'm working on a website. I'm doing something. I'm gathering information to make phone calls, to be able to get sponsorships, to be able to bring institutional investors on here. So, just something. One way, shape, or form, I'm working. So, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of energy. And finding a team is probably one of the hardest things that, for me, that I'm struggling with, is finding a team. Finding a group of people that would like to provide a service and get paid for that service. So, if you guys know anything about trading, if you guys know anything about business, and you guys want to start something, you can always reach out. Don't be afraid. Pick up the phone. All right, pick up the phone. You guys know how to get a hold of me. My email address is in the description, I think.
Back for us.
And
we're going to at least build a plan that doesn't have the Max 10 in it.
You can always message me on Twitter. At Ivy League Trading. All right. Let's see here. So it's breaking out, like we said. Low volume breakout. Where are we looking to take this thing to? You could take it to the close of yesterday. All right. You do get an entry. Sorry about that. If you get the entry, all right, get the entry, and then look to see what happens up at yesterday's close. All right, you'll have a little bit of an area right here, this gap from yesterday afternoon, okay? This could be a little bit of an issue at 126.98, 127. Could be a little issue. Like, this would be a level that there would be a minor pullback, okay? There'd be like a minor pullback, and whether that pullback is from here, right? Even if it's from here, right, let's say it's from there, that minor pullback could take you all the way back down to the pivot high a day. You could go like, it could take you back down here, right? It could take you back down there. There's the break and retest, go long, right? Or buyers stepping down, or buyers stepping up, or sellers stepping down. It speak like you hear it, but there is an action going on that you're not really fully understanding on why that is. One reason could be because they just want to get in or they just want to get out, okay? A lot of people were caught short and they do not want to go into this year like they did last year and not make any money, okay? So, like, look at Coinbase. Fuck, man. Excuse my language. I don't like to cuss on here. I try not to in case there's kids and stuff. And, Bible. We're sitting in Bible study. And you got this dirty mouth, potty mouth mother trucker cussing on the live stream. Not giving anybody warnings. But yeah, so that sucks. Never got it. Never got the entry. Did anybody take that? I just gave you that. Just gave you guys that. Did you guys take that? Low volume bounce up to yesterday's close. Up to this area in yesterday's close. It was a perfect setup for that. You're coming into lunchtime, the volume's increasing, you have broken, it pulled back for 1 second and tested it, and then now it's just off to the races. You know, it's going to be pretty hard to get the pullback now. That trade's gone. That was a fucking nice trade. I mean, it went like, what, $2? $2 in a few minutes? So, we'll scan through these charts and see what type of opportunity we can find. I would like to make phone calls if anybody's in the selling or in the sales and stuff like that. You guys think you guys have like an awesome script or something, send it over. All right? Send it over. Or let's you know, I don't know. I want to figure out something that I could do to make this stream interesting. Right? Fuck, somebody called me again. And now I got to cheat code my phone again. It's crazy. Fuck. This sucks. Just give me 1 second and we'll get right into it. That was easy. Did it the first try. All right, so there's support on the S&Ps. We were just talking about how the higher you get into 480, people are just gonna be wanting to push this thing to $500, especially since it's like a psychological even number, 500. I want to play a game. What year or how many years do you think that it takes for us to get to 1,000 on the SPY? How many years do you guys think it takes? Do you think we'll be alive for that? Do you guys think we'll be alive?
Google users will be able to try out new features in Chrome on Macs and Windows PCs over the next few days, starting in the U.S.
What was that, bro? I didn't fully see that. Hold on.
LLY Lilly, phase 1/2 clinical trial data for an investigational gene therapy for genetic hearing loss to be presented at Association for Research and Otolaryngology. 2024 midwinter meeting. That's Lima Yankee. LLY.
Shanna, I want to explore this question, whether there's too much exuberance in this market, as some are suggesting, some notable market people.
RBSN, another spike here now, $5.75. Romeo Victor, Sandy November, Real Vision up 150%. That's the high.
But if you go back to January of 2022, Scott, a lot of stocks in the S&P 500 haven't participated in this. And so does the exuberance really around the fact that...
All right, Apple, guys. Man, I like that Coinbase setup, man. That sucks. Fuck, excuse my French. Fudge, I should have taken that long. So, here we are. Apple. Possible... let's see if we reject VWAP here. If we can reject VWAP. SPY is bouncing up into resistance. There should be a little bit. It's not going to be a major level. It'll probably get through it right now. But this level on the SPY is like a key support level that, like, it's probably getting ready to pull back right now, which it's doing right now, and it's going to try and hold it. We are up. Let's see. So Apple's up 0.3%. This is what I wanted to see. If we could start getting this 15-minute, start getting some volume in here to pull these things down. I want to see this thing start to pull down, unless it's going to hold here. Look at that. Try to hold. If it holds, then I'd look for another test of the high a day. And I think we can. All right. I think we could go back to high a day. I think it's possible. Right there. Bang. All right. That number is going to be 194.50. 194.50. Fuck life fucking blues. There's Meta. All right. We gave this out earlier, and yesterday we were saying, like, see if we could get that bounce back. All right. See if we could get that bounce back, and if it cannot extend the new highs, then we could look to be short up here. Look at that break and retest. It's pretty sweet there. So that's Meta. Netflix probably not really moving. It is moving actually. Wow. I want to see ENPH. So ENPH went to the high and sold off. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And we'll continue to look for some ideas. If you guys have any ideas, throw them out in chat or throw some tickers out. Like the streams, subscribe. Like the stream would be pretty cool. I appreciate everything. It's just it helps. It helps the stream. So that's Roblox. I'm trying to think of the sectors that could benefit on what's going on today. Let's go look real quick. I gotta use the restroom, but let's look and see what sectors. Let's see what's going on here. So we got a little bit of red today. We're a bit flat, if not down. We're a little bit flat. We're earnings like UAL, right? United Airlines. They had earnings, correct? Oh, they can't find the Roblox UAL. Yes, they had earnings yesterday. And the earnings call is today, actually. Yeah, I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. Howard Marks was at the NASDAQ today. I forgot about that. He literally just... What? I mean, I placed a scenario where the market does well, too. So listen here.
Are things really as good as the market would have you believe? By virtue of the fact that we are at new highs, Shannon, for those who you can't see, is shaking her head. No, they're not. But listen to what Howard Marks said, because we'll kick that around too, because it's Cheryl Young. Here's Harold Marks.
The belief is inflation will abate. That means the Fed won't have to raise rates anymore. It'll be able to turn dovish and start cutting rates.
Who said that?
That means we won't have a recession.
Jim.
And that means, that the economy will do well and the market will do well. And
Jim
the only
Bianco
trouble is, if you think about it, that's a compounding of positives.
Right? Are there too many
Jim Bianco I watched a video
markets?
yesterday. Jim Bianco makes a great
Not
point.
suggestive that the
There's going to
answer
be
is
a lot of
yes,
people that are,
simply
whether they're
debating
retired,
whether the
whatever,
market
what have
is
you, that
ahead of
have
itself,
money now.
or, as I said at the beginning,
He's saying inflation
exuberance
could be
or
sticky.
exact-
All right, inflation could be sticky, and he brings up some really good points. I don't know if it's going to be. I don't necessarily agree. Okay, I agree, but I don't agree because I don't know. But I do know that he's not crazy for just even being aware of this type of situation. There's many situations. There's thousands of random situations and scenarios that could happen. But what he's saying is you're going to start seeing people that have money in their account again, that were down because of the bear market. They're back to all-time highs, if not even higher. Okay, there's going to be a lot of money for anyone that didn't sell, and they're going to look at their accounts and I have extra money now, and it's going to get spent, and it could lead to a little bit more inflation being sticky. There has been a change in human nature. People have been spending a lot more on things that don't really matter as human nature. It's just, I guess, being a trend, right? They track just about everything. So there's this belief that everything is okay. Labor market's tight. Everyone has money. But that could come to an end very quick. It could. There's already a lot of layoffs starting. But just the fact that a lot of these people's accounts, whether they're retired, right? If someone's retired and they're looking at their account and they're back up, not only break even, but they've made like a lot more money, you could start seeing more spending. Let me use the restroom. I'll be right back.
A 5% gain on the S&P.
Oh, I love this. Love this. Can I just jump in?
Yeah.
Because yes, I am.
Yes, I actually want you to. Yes, I'm looking straight at you, directing this comment to you, inviting you to jump
here
in.
we go. Because I'm respectful of those multiples I just said. I'm dancing with the idea that 35, Scott, may be too expensive for Microsoft. So does it go to 40? I don't think so. But where do I see the opportunity? It's in small caps where I see 16% gain from here to year end. I've been prolific in saying that. And it's outside of technology where I've been prolific on this show saying, folks, take a look at those financials, which actually have had a nice bid to them. Take a look at industrials, materials. There's reason for earnings to grow here, probably in the second half, not the first half, but reasons for the earnings to grow. And with the multiples they're showing, single digits, 10, 12 times, you could see meaningful share price appreciation there. So yes, 5,100 is the year-end target on the S&P 500, but it's the underlying components that you've got to make choices in.
Well, Bank of America, Shan, their flow show, biggest inflows into stocks since mid-December. Jimmy's Financials, biggest outflow, largest net sales since June, since the early part of the summer. Okay, so money's flowing in to stocks, money's flowing out of financials. What did you want to say?
Short term, the financials question is really around net interest income. And I think the story is that we're looking at second half of the year for improvement there. That's really why you're seeing the financials outflow. However, Jim makes a great point in that gross margin improvement for small caps, for industrials, for healthcare, for all of these companies that didn't participate last year, there's a margin recapture story in those companies this year. So while we expect there to be slowing top line nominal growth, you're looking at these other parts of the market that haven't had the opportunity to grow their gross margin. These valuations on the technology companies, they're vulnerable, not because, as Jim said, they're not going to grow their earnings this year, but there's better opportunities for gross margin improvement in some of these other places. And that's why I think the broadening of the market will indicate that there is success and progress in this endeavor.
So we're talking about expected future revenue growth when real revenue growth is in front of you today with the mega caps. That's where you get your 20% revenue growth. And that's where capital is being allocated towards. It's very clear. And look, let's make this distinction once again. The predominant factor in the market is a non-discretionary algorithmic buying. And that type of buying is right now buying quality, and it's buying the growth that's here today and is present today. Not that we hope at some point in the next 6 months, we see revenue growth begin to accelerate from the areas of the market that have lagged. Because for that to occur, you need to have monetary policy align itself with market expectations. That could happen at any point in time. But it's not year to date, but Jimmy. No, but Joe, I'm going to push back on you. You can push back all you want. Listen, I live in a world where you trade what you have in front of you. I respect what you're saying. I really do. You know I do about the algos, and I learn from you when you say this. And what I'm saying to you, and I've said it the third time in a row I'm saying to you, look, I understand the yield curve has not yet disinverted. You cannot look at the direction of the yield curve and think it's not going to disinvert sometime soon. I think it's going to disinvert. And when that happens, what are you don't think the algos are programmed that when that happens, it's buy the cyclicals? You, I, or no one else knows when that is going to happen. When it does happen, I will be the first one, along with you. Okay, we have a timeline difference. We just have a timeline difference. I will be the first one to be allocating in that direction. But I don't want to sit here waiting and investing around an expectation, a hope into the future that may not occur like it didn't occur in 2023.
And I'm not saying, let's be clear about this, I'm not saying go sell your Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA. I own those stocks, folks. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. And Shannon, I think this is what you were saying too, is what we're saying is you don't have to own these at these egregious market weights if, and this is our timeline discussion, you're going to wait till it happens. I'm saying it's imminent. I believe it's imminent. So why not position the proverbial where the puck is going and be underweight the technology stocks and overweight
but
the
I mean,
cyclicals?
you bought NVIDIA, for example, at a time where the multiple was already elevated.
No, actually, it had come down. So, I mean, it's...
Okay.
But it had come
may
down
have
a lot.
Modestly.
It had come down
modestly, Jimmy.
No, it had come down.
Don't act like it was cut in 50%.
It was literally cut in 50%. Scott, it was literally cut
60 times?
No, it was 60 times at the beginning of last year. Where did I start buying it? After that second quarter.
Beginning of last year?
Yeah,
We're
it was
talking about
60
the
times.
beginning of last year? Oh, my God.
Wait, Scott, now you're so eager to have fun with me that you're missing the point. At the beginning of 2023, the forward multiple on NVIDIA was 60, okay? It was. It grew into a much lower multiple. And when I bought it, it was around 29 times forward. That was in the middle of the late summer.
Is 29 to 30 whatever times for NVIDIA, is that rich?
I don't think so. That's a legitimate question. I mean, we're not going to fight. That's a legitimate question. I don't think so.
Is your 30, I don't know what it is today, 32? Microsoft, whatever the forward PE on that
35.
Is that rich?
Feels a little rich to me. Feels a little rich to me. I'm not going to sell it because to Joe's, look, you never want to make these all-in bets. I'm not going to sell all my technology stocks.
Point. You could say it.
I thought it was implicit, but I'll say it. To Joe's point, like, where's the leadership right now? It's Microsoft. It's NVIDIA. I don't want to sell these right now, but I am underweight.
So if this is where the leadership is, and you're probably, I'm guessing, a little surprised by that because
True.
you probably thought it would be broader.
Yep.
Isn't there a message that this market is sending to you, like Joe is trying to
It could be, Scott. It won't be the first time I'm wrong. I mean, that's true. But I do my analysis, and I come to the conclusion that where you want to be right now is underweight, not out of, underweight technology, overweight the cyclicals. I think Joe would agree with me, but he's waiting for a proper timeline. That's fine. We're different
Joe
on
came
this.
into this year thinking that, you know, the trajectory of rates was going to be lower, that you were going to have this broadening, and I think he's been surprised by the matter of fact that you've had money going back into the mega caps to the degree it has.
Me too.
Incredibly surprised by what we've witnessed so far year to date. You should have had extreme follow-through, in particular in the early stages of January, where new capital always searches for a home. And you just didn't find that. And you're seeing a backup in yields that I'm growing somewhat uncomfortable with, and that needs to reverse for that capital to begin to flow in the areas of the market that lagged in 2023.
Is there enough new capital looking for a home right now, though? Money market on the retail side still 65% higher than it was 2 years ago. Like there is enough capital seeking a home at this juncture to be able to create that broadening out, or do we just have to wait and see until there's either the monetary stimulus that you talked about, or until we get more transparency on fiscal stimulus, which is not going to abate? That could be a driver this year. I think we have to look at them in parallel.
Hey, how about this? Some of the, there are those who have been more cautious, if not, downright bearish U.S. equities for many, many months and have refused to make the pivot. Some have, some haven't, like Marko Kolanovic, JP Morgan. He is not making the pivot. His commentary today, I could have been reading this to you, frankly, 6 months ago. It would have read the same. He says, remain underweight equities. U.S. companies are reporting lackluster Q4 23 results and forward guidance so far, and we look for below average EPS beats this quarter despite a low hurdle. We keep a defensive allocation in our model portfolio with an underweight in equities and credit versus overweight in cash and commodities.
Overweight commodities. First of all, commodities right now as an asset class is telling you that there's significant economic weakness in other areas of the world, and it's now being exported into Europe, and ultimately it's going to be exported into the U.S. So don't get excited about what we heard this morning with Chinese policy coming in and stepping in to support equities, and therefore you're seeing copper rally, you're seeing Alcoa rally, you're seeing some steel names rally.
Yeah,
Don't get excited
he's not making a one-day call.
Okay, but we're talking, it's very clear, commodities have not been the place to be in 2023, and commodities so far in 2024 are not coming out as the place that ultimately they want to be. I think in terms of utilizing equities as your North Star on where the overall market's going to go, let's get past the mega cap earnings because they have been such a significant driver of where the overall S&P 500 directionally is going to go. It was very clear in July that was the case, and it was very clear in October that was the case. So let's hear from mega cap equities first, because if mega cap equities do not deliver, I will be the first person on this network to say, look, we've got a little bit of a challenge in front of us.
Let's be clear. If mega cap earnings are a disappointment, the entirety of the market conversation is going to have a different tone to it.
But there's the importance of mega caps.
By the way, Citi today, NASDAQ 100 futures positioning near the highest in 3 years as investors continue to favor growth stocks into earnings season.
By the way, that speaks to Shannon's point, where's the new capital coming from if it's already in the NASDAQ 100 futures, right? Look, I'm thinking about what Marco is saying here, and I think there's still a grudging lack of acceptance that inflation is coming down. I really think it's that simple. I'm looking at what the Cleveland Fed is forecasting for PCE at the end of the week, and you're looking at a two-handle on the headline, a two-handle. All right, the Fed, the tone has changed. I've been saying this for some time. We're no longer talking about how high is the Fed going to raise rates. We're talking about when and by how much is the Fed going to cut rates. That is clearly buoyant to the economy. For those people who are saying that, what about the lagged effects of the economy? You may well be right, but there's an ameliorative effect about to come from rate cuts. I don't care if it's March or May, it's coming. At the same time, you've got jobless claims way low. You've got a strong economy. I think it's time. Look, the branch on which the bears are sitting has become thinner by the day. They can hang their hopes on the fact that there's fewer of them sitting on it, but that branch is getting thinner. And I don't think I don't think the market is exuberant in terms of pricing. I don't think that's something else to look at as a reason why we're going to come down.
I think the other branch that you're starting to see actually that they might jump to, Jimmy, is if the economy remains as strong as everything looks, then we're going to have a second wave of inflation. And the disinflation is going to hit its floor, and that we might see that second wave of inflation.
Could happen. It could. Of course it could happen.
With everything that's happening in the Red Sea, the geopolitical tensions.
I mean, assuming that, a continued robust level of demand is what's going to fuel that, when you could make the argument, and I think the Fed chair himself tried to make the argument to begin with, that it wasn't, in fact, demand from a strong economy that fueled the inflation. It was pandemic-related.
It was actually transitory, Scott.
Supply chain issues. Now, you can make a credible argument for certain that the piling on of stimulus didn't exactly help. Nor did waiting so long to begin the regime of raising rates. That those had compounding effects probably on how high inflation got. But I'm not necessarily sure that if the economy remains strong, that means inflation is going to rear its ugly head yet again. And that's a big concern. And clearly, the Fed doesn't seem to be that concerned about that either.
Just to be clear, that is not our view at MB Private Wealth. All I'm saying is that, Jimmy, to his point, once that branch gets thinner and thinner, there'll be another branch that I think people.
So here's something interesting with that. Let's just say that the inflation comes from stimulus from the government, which we're talking about tax cuts again. Let's just say this happens, right? And you get a second wave of inflation this year. That's actually in the early stages likely to be stimulative for the stock market. I mean, the Fed's not going to immediately, how many times does the Fed lag in its course correction? The Fed's not going to immediately tilt back to rate hikes.
Let me ask you this.
They're talking about stopping or at least tapering quantitative tightening. So there's a long way to go for that rudder to shift.
So as we started to get, street targets for 24 towards the latter stages of 2023, before the market really went kind of crazy and had this massive run into the end of the year, 5,100 seemed like a little adventurous. Like, wow, that's getting kind of lofty. But now Citi goes year end to 51. Jimmy, you're at 51. Now, there are some who are like, I think Brian Belsky is a little bit higher than that. But I don't know. Now 51, if you're already where you are at 48.5 on the S&P, doesn't seem all that robust.
No, the momentum is clearly in place. You need some form of a shock. There has to be a shock. Now, you had a potential shock already, and you make such an excellent point on inflation and the fact that a strong economy doesn't necessarily mean that inflation rebounds. We already had the test. We had the test in October with the price of oil. Oil should not be at $75 based on the geopolitical concerns that we have in the Middle East. So we've already survived that test. 5100, the momentum is in place. And really what you have to be able to present the evidence to me for, to believe that we don't get there, is that the momentum gets defeated. And I feel as though we have this real internal debate within the market between this, I keep citing this non-discretionary algorithmic buying that loves the market right now, and then the discretionary buying, the human element that says, you know what, the market's going to broaden out, I want to be defensive, and sees the market with a degree of skepticism. There's a real battle that's unfolding there, and I think the resolution of that is ultimately going to tell you exactly where this market goes.
You're going to get a good test in overtime, less than 4 hours or so from right now, because Netflix is going to report its earnings, the first FANG to do so. First real growth test, I think. Julia Boorstin's following this on some big news today regarding Netflix, the WWE, and what its future forays into live sports might look like, Julia.
Well, Scott, first, I just have to say Netflix shares are up 37% since its last earnings report, with the company now expected to grow its revenue 11% into annually 9 million subscriber additions. This all comes as Netflix just this morning announced it will stream WWE's Raw starting next year. Now, this program, which currently airs on USA Network and produces 3 hours of live programming per week, this is a big deal for Netflix. It's a 10-year deal valued at more than $5 billion, and it will enable Netflix to make WWE documentaries or series like it has with Formula One and golf. It also makes Netflix the home for all WWE shows and specials internationally. So this is Netflix's biggest move into live content yet. So far, it's just done these one-off sporting events, but this really does mark a huge shift for the streamer into this long-term streaming commitment. Scott?
Do you, Julia, as well as you know this company and this business, think that this is in fact yet the first foot in what's going to be a whole body moving into that door? There's some speculation that the NBA media rights deal may have a Netflix play to it as well.
Yes, I mean, look, these NBA rights are being hotly contested. We know everyone's in talks about them. I think that it might make more sense for Netflix maybe to pursue the UFC rights. Those are coming up at the end of 2025 because it's all part of that same universe as WWE, to focus in there. But I think we'll see them also try to create more events, try to figure out how much sporting buzz they can get, live viewing they can get without actually spending on something like NBA rights. And of course, this is still relatively new for them. They're building their streaming capabilities, and they have some time now to get up and running, to have these hours of live events every week. But I think they're going to be checking out everything, and the NBA deal is not done yet.
Yeah, we'll see you a little bit later on with those earnings. Julia Boorstin, following Netflix. Quick comment from you before we take a quick break.
Well, I don't own Netflix, so you know I own competitors Disney and Paramount, very difficult stocks to say the least. But what I am looking for Netflix is what's the overall health of the industry. You want to see subscriber additions. Now, there's projections for good additions at Paramount, and I don't want to see that undercut by a bad number from Netflix.
All right, coming up, we're going to do our chart of the day. United today, flying high on its earnings. Joe is in that. We'll get his take. We'll get the trades on Exxon, D.R. Horton, and more. And by the way, the Joe T told it's at a 52-week high today. We're back.
I'm here, guys. I don't know what happened with the camera, but let me wash my hands real quick, and I will talk about this trade that I'm about to put on. If we could, if anybody's still here, be really cool if you could hit that like button for me and stuff. But all right, so what I'm watching for right now is a pullback on United Airlines. Okay, United Airlines is what I'm watching right now. We could probably get a trade out of this. I want to see if we can start to hold and see if we can take this. Where's our target going to be? I'm going to take profit at high a day. All right, I'm going to take profit high a day. And then I want to see if we can get through it and hold it. Okay. There's a few setups that I'm seeing here that I want to see if we can get up there and start trying to make some type of progress. It's a bit overextended, but I still like it. I still like it. Okay, so again, 41.98. So let me do this. So I already have the box. The box is not where I want it to be. Let me do this. Shoot. How far does the box go? Shit. And they're bringing it up on CNBC. Isn't that funny? That's so hilarious, isn't it? That's funny, guys. Funny how I just want to trade it, and the first thing on CNBC is United Airlines. Shat. I did not cuss. Okay. Alright, let me just put it back like right here-ish. Okay. Right there-ish. Right there-ish. That's where I want it. Alright, so... okay.
We're back. Our chart of the day today is United Airlines on the back of earnings. Take a look.
Look,
Stock
they're
going to
already take this from us. I feel like I'm
you
going
own this.
to get this
What are you
where I
thinking
want it,
about
guys.
on the back of these
If I
earnings
don't
here?
get the entry, I don't get the
CEO,
entry. Maybe I
Scott
switch
Kirby
it up.
talking
That's the
about,
thing with trading. Is how you
future
make money,
deliveries of the Max
or
10
at least
and
how
casting some
you're
real
able
doubt
to make more
on
when
whether
you're
that's
right
ever gonna happen.
than when and lose
did,
less
and
when you're
I think he did
wrong.
an excellent job,
Is
but I
sticking
also think
to
to a certain
your
extent,
plan.
United
I have a
Airlines
plan
is
here.
benefiting
I'm
from
going to wait
Delta
for that plan to
lowering the
execute the plan.
expectations overall,
High a day. I'm going
on
to take
the
a piece off to
airlines.
see if we can get
I
above it.
still think, look, the
Okay, and then
technical
if we
momentum,
start
as
to
I've
get above it
cited
and
for the
hold, I
airlines,
want to
is
start
broken
looking to take profit
from
going
my,
into this gap.
perspective.
Because
also
I want to
think
look
you
for
have to have concerns about the rising labor
I don't know if you
costs.
guys can hear me or not, but I want to look to start getting into the gap and taking profit in that gap. All right. So this is my goal here. We do have some resistance up here, like a minor level. All right, we have a minor level up here at 42.75. So let's see what happens here. I wish I could have gotten long at 40 bucks, but I didn't have this on watch, so it's all good. All right, it's all good. No big deal. All right, let me go wash my hands real quick, and I will be right back.
But they actually lowered guidance to where the analyst community already was. I don't think that's why it got knocked down. I honestly think it got knocked down. This was a Friday on the worries about the Houthi rebels and the Middle East expanding. You know, we've now gone a couple of weeks since that, and I think the world is coming to grips with, while as ugly the Middle East is, it's at its usual state, and it's not likely to propel the oil and jet fuel market higher, and it's not likely to curtail demand, which United today is showing us is quite great. So at these prices, and it's not just earnings, it's prices relative to free cash flow. You know, Delta's at just a little bit under 15% free cash flow yield for this day. For this year. That's really cheap for these airlines. I think that's where you want to be.
I mean, I'm just thinking about as you know, we've had numerous debates on this program over airline stocks, whether they're good investments or not. Labor costs, maintenance costs, fuel costs, all this other stuff, as good as it gets environment for in terms of customer demand.
I'm terribly frustrated, Scott. I mean, I am, because this was supposed to be a trade, and it's getting more than long in the tooth. But as I listened to what you just said, I actually took comfort. Because you know what we're not talking about? You know what got resolved last year is labor. You know, that's already priced in. We already got the labor hikes from everybody. The demand is hanging in there. The price is cheap. Fuel oil is not, jet fuel is not a problem right now. Doesn't look like it will be. I think this trade is supposed to start working right now. But to Joe's point, if it doesn't, you get a little scared.
Yeah, if I could real quick, I just think when you think about the airlines and you assign the word investment to it, you have to look back really 5 years, 10 years, and see, has it been a good investment? And from a price perspective, I don't know if you could make that assertion for these airlines.
I know, you can say it isn't.
It isn't, right? So
I mean, can we get guys, if we can pull it up quickly, can we get a 5-year on a Delta or a United or both?
Well, that's a pretty ugly picture there. It kind of tells you what you
pretty
need to
ugly
know.
picture. I think if you pull it back 10 years, it's going to be the same type of scenario. So I think these airlines, Stephen Weiss has done a good job talking about this. They're trades. They're trades. Momentum goes in, momentum goes out, momentum's gone out.
All right, I am going to say this, though. There have been structural changes. You don't see them operating at low capacity, and the balance sheets, and this doesn't get enough attention, the balance sheets on these airlines have been massively cleaned up and continue to do so.
Jimmy,
Yeah,
I love
but
you, but
who
how does
cares?
that help me if I'm long the stock?
Because
We
it
just
means
showed the 5 year. Take a look at the 5 year of United, because I mean that's pretty telling.
I know, Scott. I agree, and I'm telling
That's
you that
more compelling than the balance sheet argument. I'm saying.
if I gotcha, okay? I agree that the chart looks terrible, folks.
Don't even pull up a
got it.
10-year, by the way.
No, I got it, but here's what my point is. Traditionally, these stocks have sold at low multiples because they're heavily indebted, and you worry about what happens when they go into a recession. We're not even worrying about a recession right now, and these balance sheets are remarkably
We're
clean.
talking about the automakers or the airlines.
I guess it's that kind. I guess it's that kind of day, huh?
No, I'm being serious. Same argument.
Let's get the headlines with Courtney Reagan.
Court, you can go ahead. You can save him. It's all good.
Thank you very much, Scott. I appreciate that. Jury selection begins today in Michigan for the trial of Jennifer Crumley. She's charged with being complicit in a mass shooting that her son committed. Jennifer Crumley is on trial for manslaughter for gifting the gun to her then 15-year-old son, who used it to murder 4 of his fellow students at Oxford High School in 2021. A federal appeals court has upheld Martin Shkreli's lifetime ban from the pharmaceutical industry. The 3-judge panel in New York said today that the lower courts were right to impose the ban due to Shkreli's antitrust violations. Shkreli earned the nickname PharmaBro while CEO of Turing Pharmaceuticals when he raised the price of a drug used by AIDS patients from $17 to $750. Atomic scientists announced today that they will keep the doomsday clock at 90 seconds to midnight, the same as last year. The bulletin of the atomic scientists said Russia's action nuclear weapons in its invasion of Ukraine, a nuclear-armed Israel at war with Hamas, and worsening climate change were factors in that decision. Scott, back over to you.
All right, Court, appreciate that. Courtney Reagan up next, the state of the semis. Texas Instruments on deck with its own earnings. Christina Partsinevelos is standing by with the setup for us. Find out how the committee is playing the chips they've been ripping. We'll trade it, and we'll do it next.
minimums.
All right, we're back. We're watching shares of Texas Instruments today. The company reporting its own results in overtime, getting a little bit of a bump into that. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with the setup. It's been, as we talked on multiple occasions with you, a tale of two segments, really. Industrial, auto-related chips versus AI, right?
Exactly, and I put that into what I've written here. But with Texas Instruments, let's start with just the management guiding revenue down for 5 straight quarters with year-over-year declines. It's no wonder that this stock in particular has become the most popular chip short in the second half of 2023. Perhaps times are changing now, although many are betting that the bottom is near, is in, close. There's still some debate, but nonetheless that it's super close for this analog name. Few agree, though, that it's a buy-in, and that's why you're seeing the stock underperform the SMH ETF as well as the SOX ETF year to date. There are several reasons for this buying hesitation for Texas Instruments. You've got continued weakness in industrial and in automotive end markets, Mobileye and Microchip warning of an EV slowdown, that adding to it. Then you've got concerns of double ordering, specifically within auto. There's possible cuts for Texas Instruments fab utilization rates because of that weak demand, and then increased CapEx. We're waiting to hear commentary on that. Both of those elements would hit gross margins. Gross margins, a major concern. And then lastly, pricing pressure in personal electronics from competition in China. So we'll be looking for any signs on what's going on there. And that's why, to your point, Scott, all chips aren't created equal. And there's a discrepancy between the compute chip names like AMD, NVIDIA, Marvell, up anywhere between 14 and 25% year to date. And then the analog chip names like ON and XPI, which I know someone on our desk owns, is negative. And then Texas Instruments, you can see just barely positive, up 3% year to date.
That's someone being Jim Lebenthal. By the way, NXP initiated overweight at Cantor today. 260 price target, top pick name there. Our favorite analog name today is what they call it. And that was your final trade yesterday.
I had no knowledge of Cantor Fitzgerald, but look, this is what makes a market, right? You've got bears and bulls, and I understand what the bear case is on something like NXP that gets 50% of its business from automotive. The bear case is simple. EV inventories are piling up. People don't want EVs as much as everybody thought. EVs take more chips than regular internal combustion engine vehicles. So somebody like me will come out on the bullish side and say, look, production of autos is picking up and it needs to pick up. Inventories across the industry are still at about 60% of pre-pandemic levels and the demand is there. But the bears will have a point here and say, yeah, the volume of the cars is going up, but the number of chips in each car on average is going down. I get it. Where I come out on this, and this is what makes a market, is that at the price for NXP Semiconductor right now, I think you're getting a bargain even when you take those bearish cases into account.
Joe, you had Texas Instruments and you bailed on it late last year.
And very happy that we did. I think when you look at the semiconductors, it's simple. You're looking at one thing, revenue growth. Show me the revenue growth. And then I will assign accordingly. And the revenue growth is there for NVIDIA. It's there for Broadcom.
So, just so you guys know, I'm getting ready.
Research. And that's why those companies...
I'm watching this for an opportunity. All right, I'm watching for the opportunity. If you guys did not catch that. All right, let's see if we can get a bounce out of the SPY. We're going to find out right now. All right, I'm looking at calls, but I'm also not. I'm also looking at puts. Let's see what the markets are doing. And again, this is UAL.
Up a little bit higher, but we'll see, and you'll tell us in overtime. Definitely. Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos. All right, straight ahead. Speaking of earnings, we'll give you the setup on more key ones coming this week, including Freeport, CSX, and others. We'll give you the trades next.
Okay, so I have both in mind here. All right, I have both a short and long in mind, and it feels like the setup's like there. It really does. I wish I was able to get this entry point of $40. That's the only thing. So now I am kind of curious. Do I want to take the short, or do I want to take the long? I think I might just go ahead. Man, I should do what I want. Like, personally, I want to take the short, but I feel like, you know, this is also kind of telling me, or like I want to take the short. Yes, I want to get short UAL. It feels like this is telling me we may have a ride up to the gap fill. Right? We may be able to get up here. This is where our real sellers are. I wish I could play music, man. I wish we could have. What's up, Ray? Sorry, I didn't see your message. I wish that we could. I wish I could play music on here. Can I get your guys' thoughts? If anybody's on here that has that can comment, what are your guys' thoughts? To the long or to the short? I'm just curious what the masses are thinking. Let's do something. Let's go look at Save and DWAC real quick. Oh look, guys, Save got up above that level. Shit. Save got above the level. Save got above the level. Above the level. Above the level. I won't be right back because I'm already back. Having a heart attack. Big positions in. They told me I can't do this, but I do the same. Sorry, I'm just. Let's see here. We're on the road to 1,000 subs. Driving along, gotta check my hubs. What you gonna do, Save? What you gonna do? Let's see if the big boys come in here and try to sell this thing off and crack that level. Sell this thing off and try to crack that level. Sell this thing off and try to crack that level. GDI. 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 So, look, I mean, these are opportunities. You know, I'm not that interested in it right now. I want my conviction. I mean, I guess I do got my conviction. I got a I have a low volume pullback. I mean, it's big considering the amount, like, overall, but, like, compared to the real volume, shit. This thing is feeling like, you know, maybe you even get this level again. It opened above there. Holy cow. I might just buy the stock outright. That's also an option. We could always buy the stock outright. I want to wait for that day where it's moving, right? Let's see what Twitter has to say. Let's look at Twitter and see what they're doing. See if anybody's even talking about how it cracked that level. Block. Report. Block. Report. Like. Subscribe. Like. Subscribe. My life is falling apart. My life. I'm just kidding. Spam. I don't want that shit. I don't want that fried spam. I'd rather go hungry. Alright, let's see here. Save. Or Spirit Airlines. Save. Save J. Come on, turkey. Fucking Dave's dumbass.
This fucking guy. This fucking guy. That's who. Pete Weber. That's fucking who. I'm the guy. I'm the fucking guy. I was saying this earlier. I don't even feel good. I've been sick for 4 years. I've been operating at 20% capacity for 4 years. 20%.
Yo!
God forbid.
What's
I wake up
wrong?
and I feel
You
healthy.
okay?
It'll be the end of the world. Spirit up 5%. 8:45. We fly in this goddamn country. We fucking. I put a mega buy on Spirit Airlines at $4. It is trading at $8.48 3 days later. Suck my cock, Red Dog. Suck it.
Come on.
Get out of here. Oh, Red Dog. Oh, Red Dog, Red Dog, Red Dog. I just took your face and fucking put you in and made you eat the apples. I made you bob for apples.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Jin. ZJYL. Let's look at it. ZJYL. ZJYL.
Our senior markets commentator Mike Santoli joins us now at the desk for his midday word. You think of 415, 10 years making us a little nervous today? I mean, even so, it's pretty calm.
It is relatively calm. I would say a 1 month high in 2-year yields as well.
440, just look 441.
Is at least keeping us on guard. I mean, in general, I think you start with the premise of we're operating by bull market rules. Your analyses that say when the market does this, here's what you should expect in big picture terms.
I gotta take my little girl back to the vet. She's just irritable. She's okay. I feel like she's just irritable, like whether it's, I don't know if it's the winter time with dry skin and something. She's just scratchy. I can tell she's a little bit irritable. So I'm gonna take her to the vet this afternoon. So let's see here. Let me pull this up real quick. Okay, it's down, so you guys can hear me, right? All right, let's get down to business. All right. What do we have here? What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? What do we have now? 250, 2.5 put, 621 expiration, 515K. Okay. All right. Such the worst. That just. Black Monday.
Holdings, new high now, $5.62. Remember Victor Echo.
Feel like Gucci Mane back in 2006. That's hilarious, yo. I love it. I feel like I need to like follow this person. Dallas Super Bowl pictures, bro. The best Twitter has to offer, right there. Yo, I love this. This is hilarious. Feel like Gucci Mane back in 2006. Come on, I need the floor one. There we go. Oh yeah, they need that one. Come on, come on. I gotta hurry up because I know we have UAL, all these things. We're here to get that cake. Feel like Gucci Mane back in 2006. Gee, I wonder what happened in 1971. Yeah, I don't know. Let's worry about now. Alright, so let's put up save. NEVE. NEVE. This doesn't even trade. I missed it. Hold on one second. Let me go to the scanner really quickly.
Getting a pop here, letter X.
I certainly do, Jimmy. I prepared the viewers for this yesterday. I said it was technically over.
Feel like Gucci Mane back in 2006. Now I'm gonna have this stuff in my head. Oh, what a gap up! Oh, that was the buyout. I'm on a daily chart. Okay. Oh, that's people buying this right here because they know there's still a potential buyout. All right, guys, let me scan for 1 second, and we're gonna get after it. All right, let's look to see what that pop was, or that. I'm looking right now to see what that halt was.
Two big winners today and two big losers.
Just give me 1 second.
DR
I'm just
Horton.
looking at the
We're going to start
ticker.
that. It's down more than 9%. You own this one?
I certainly do, Jimmy. I prepared the viewers for this yesterday. I said it was technically overbought. I wanted to hold on to the position because fundamentals, I believe, are in place, in particular if you get some relief on mortgage rates. But guess what? I think the home builders are going to continue to correct. They're still, in the case of DR Horton, nearly 20% above its 200-day moving average. So just set that expectation.
I mean, Kramer made the point this morning, you know, the problem with selling the home builders, do you really want to sell the home builders when rates are coming down?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I just said. I think you're going to get mortgage relief at some point in 2024, and that's going to stimulate what is a frozen residential real estate market.
3M, Jimmy, is a big drag today. It's down 11.5%, or at least it was at the time of print. Let's take a look. It's down even worse. They wish it was only down 11.5%.
You know, this stock caught a bid in the second half of last year when they put some legal issues behind it. And it was great that the legal issues were put behind, but that just left unmasked the fact that it's not that
So
much
this
of
is
an
your halt
innovative
right
company.
here.
I mean, yes, it's an industrial and it should do well with the economy, but there's no pizzazz here. There's no catalyst. There's nothing to get excited about beyond the fact that legal liabilities have been reduced. And by the way, there are still legal liabilities there. This is a no-touch for me.
You used to own
Yo,
Raytheon.
this could be a banger, guys.
You don't own any of the
This could be a banger. Holy smokes, I might buy this.
Look, two stocks that I've sold recently in the space, one Raytheon, one Boeing. Raytheon is nicely higher than when I sold it. Boeing is lower than where I sold it. In essence, that's a wash, but where I'm looking right now is I would like to be in an aerospace company where I'm not worried about margins. I'm not worried about some big manufacturing defect like Raytheon is properly managing right now and Boeing is having difficulties managing. I want a pure aerospace company that's not having problems. I've got a few on my list, probably make some purchases in the next week or so.
Verizon's been up nicely today, too, on sub additions, topping estimates there. Logitech, our other loser on the day, was down double digits. CEO saying that profit margins are going to be hit by higher transport costs due to what we were talking about earlier, the Red Sea crisis. All right, we'll take a quick break. Final trades are next.
We could just trade this thing on the daily chart, y'all. Yo, this thing about to go, bro.
NVVE, new highs now. Shares resume.
You could just trade this mother sucker on the daily chart. That's hilarious. I wouldn't be surprised if she starts to halt again. Oh, then we have the 100-day moving average at $9-10. So this could be a huge runner.
Final trades on CNBC.
It doesn't seem like a lot, guys, but this would be a big trade. I think I'm going to go buy a few shares, depending on... All right, so we did not hold that level. It's all good. I was looking for a pullback anyway. So what I want to see on NVVE... Come on, god dang it. Sorry to yell. So, see, look, it pulled it back into my support already. I want to look for a pullback here at $6. $6 is where I want to see this thing hold, roughly. Right around there. Right around there is where I want to see it hold. Okay? And I'm going to get long this trucker. We get that 50-day right around here. And bada bing, bada boom. Go to the 100-day from $6 to $9.50, $9. It's a nice trade. That's a nice trade right there. That's about 50 cents, or 50%.
Indeed it is, and thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Tyler Matheson in for Kelly Evans. Here's what ahead. Stocks may be lower today, but our market guests both say the bulls have the upper hand for now. And one of us says that's especially true if rate cuts don't work.
That's November Victor's Delta Alpha.
Yeah, and we have the latest. And look at one retail group most exposed. Streaming wars, but what about the ad wars? Ad executive Mark Douglas here with who he sees as best positioned to reign supreme. But we begin with today's markets and Dom Chu, who's got the numbers. Hey, Dom.
Ty, it's been
Look
a
how
session so far today. We've seen either side of the
look how the 50-day sits right at high a day. Everything about this looks really good. Seriously. This is my personal opinion. Again, I'm not saying this to get you guys enthused to buy it. If you don't know how to trade these, do not buy it. This is a beautiful buying point in my eye. if this doesn't hold, we could start to see this volume start to pick up. We could see it start to pick up. Oh no, come on. Okay, there it is. I was going to say I couldn't see yesterday's close.
EOSM Cosmos Health completes acquisition of cloud screening cutting-edge AI platform. That's Charlie Oscar Sandy Michael. EOSM.
Share buybacks, and I think that's what's going to put a floor into this market. You think share buybacks are a big factor this year? I do. I don't love them, but they're a fact. Yep. And so, yeah, we do.
Andrew, where are you on the recession, no recession spectrum?
Well, the question is how were investors positioned, right? And that's what I worry about. Last year, people were all expecting a recession. That was the positioning.
All right, I'm going to give this a shot, possibly.
Did very well, but coming into this year, people are less defensively positioned. They expect a soft landing, so that concerns me a little bit.
Do we though?
Risk if that soft landing is wrong.
It moves to one side of the boat.
Exactly. You got it.
So a couple of things that you mentioned in your notes. Last year was pretty low in terms of volatility. You point out that in subsequent years, the pattern has been that volatility returns. That's number one. Number two.
If you took that, you're already up 18%. Almost 20% on that trade, and it hasn't even moved. So you can see what I mean by why I would like to see this thing hold and just try for high a day. I'm waiting for it to try and get like 54, 52, 53. Let me see if I can put in a limit order. Let's do 53. Good for the day. Let's see. Let's see if we get an entry here. And I am going to... Man, that sucks. I'm watching the SPY right now, too, on top of this. Let me get rid of this Fibonacci because that's... So I have orders to get in this, guys. And that is the that is this week's 4150 call. All right, 4150 call. That's this week's 4150 call. I have orders to get into that if I get filled. All right. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if I can get that fill. I'm also not blind to the short either. See if they give it to me. I'm not in yet, so let me I don't know if I got filled. All right, I think I may have gotten in, guys. I'm sure it's... Let me cancel this order because I... Are they going to fill me, bro? Come on, man. They haven't filled me yet. Here it goes. It's going to go lower. I'm going to edit this order. Edit order 51. All right, they filled me. They did it. They did it. So I'm in, guys. I am in. I am in.
COSM, Cosmos Health, popping $12.18 at the high after that.
I am in. I'm going to be ready. If this does not hold, I will be ready. I will be ready. I will be ready. I will be ready. Again, so I just want to let you guys know that I'm also not blind to the short side and try to take this to low a day. But I'm wondering, even if we could get to like 41, 45, like, you know what I mean, start to get like some kind of bounce, we can look to start taking some profits. And, you know, shit. So I'm going to put out limit orders now. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to start it at like, I'm going to throw some out at like 58. No, we'll do like 60. I'm going to wait. Let's see what this does. We'll do it like 60 cents. We'll just throw one out there at 60 cents. Okay. We'll look for like 60 cents. I'm just going to throw the orders out there to 60 cents. See if they try to get us filled, because now it's not trying to hold VWAP. Alright, so I may try to just... I'm only going to give this a second. So the 100-day is actually down here. So I should have gave this a little bit more room. I could have gave this down to $41. I could have gave this 10 cents. Shoot. Yeah, I think the short is the trade here, in my personal opinion. All right, this is only my opinion, guys, that I think the short side is the play. But again, if I want to get short, I want to try to get short up higher, right? If I want to get short, and if I'm looking at volume, I want to get short up here at this gap fill, or like get a long to it and then see what we do up here again at $42. We get a 42. We just get this thing from 41 to 42, guys. We got a little runner on our hands. That'll pay pretty nicely. Like, this thing's going 10, 15 cents at a time, and it's, you know, I mean, look at the delta. The delta's at 42, 43. That's insane. That's why it's paying like it is. All right, so I have some orders out there. We'll see if we can start to get the bounce. Let me hop on top of this in case she gets running. All right, let me get up on it. Let me get up on it. We don't want what we had yesterday with whatchamacallit. Look, 85, 84. Oh, no, that was the size. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So we got a 60 jaunt out there. So I got to order at 60, I think, right? Yeah, 60 cents. All right, just for disclaimer purposes, trading is risky. You can and will lose money. If you see me trade something, that does not mean that you should be doing the same. Seek financial advice from a professional financial advisor. Make sure that financial advisor is professional. It's very important that they're professional. Even if they don't know what they're doing, as long as they're professional. Right? Y'all listen to doctors, right? Doctors can be wrong too. But if you have a professional doctor, it's like, all right, it's all good. You're a professional. There's a difference between a doctor and a professional doctor. There's a difference between a financial advisor and a professional financial advisor. Look at that, just under 60 cents. You bastards. You damn bastards. So we went up to 59. We went up to 59 there. 59 cents. All right, we went up to 59, 60. Chat. Let me get. Hold on, that's resistance. Give me that 61. 61. Done. Bang. All right, let's see here. Let's see. It should go to 61. Nope, dropped. Okay, 61. 61, baby. 61. 61. 61. Philly. Come on, fill it. Fill it. Come on, jump it. Jump. Come on, baby, you can do it. Damn, that's damn near 10 cents on a freaking 25-cent tick, man. Holy cow. Come on, baby, come on. They're going to start trying to get this fill because it ran out of strength. The strength ran out a little bit. Sorry, I just had some candy and stuff. Oh, now them 61s want to start showing up. Now them 61s want to start showing up, huh? Now them 61s want to start showing up, huh? Let's go. Man, we got a lot of orders at 60. Let me see if I can't get me a little 60 jaunt. Let me see if I can't get me a 60 jaunt real quick. All right, I brought it down to 60. See what happens. See if I get that fill. See if it changes. Look, see how it changed to 60? See how it changed to 60, baby? Fill it, baby. Fill it, baby. Let's go. That's a 20%er right there, dog. Well, just under. So what is that? Like, that's probably like 17%. There's levels to this shit. Now it's going to go higher. It should go higher. I hope it goes higher. All right, I hope it goes higher. Let's start to get this thing going. I'm telling y'all, you guys discredit these freaking $40 stocks. Like, tell me where the hell you going to get a little... Look, man, we got... I am out. Audi 5000, bro. Audi 5000. I'll have to see if I can start helping you guys, like letting you guys know, like, whatchamacallit. See where that is? So this was the candle. Let me put this up for the live stream for later on for the watch list. Sorry about yesterday's watch list, but I was trying to go quick, and even trying to go quick there was a freaking it was a 45-minute long live stream. I'm like, damn, there's no way in hell I could do a 10-minute. So I have some SSD cards that are coming. I don't know when they'll be here. They might be here today. Damn right. Green, 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 green. Green, 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 baby. Let's go. Keep it pushing, fam. Keep it pushing. Take some profits off. You got your 20% right there. 53 entry. You can get out of 63 cents right now at 20%. 20%. 20% on $1,000 is $200. 20% on 10 grand is $2 grand. Think about it. I'm doing the little meme where the guy has his finger up to his jaunt with the Casio watch on. All right. If we start getting some volume, the thing is I'm not excited about this anymore because the volume is poop right now. All right. It's going higher, but it's not going like it was here with volume. So I want to start seeing some volume with this thing. So if it pulls back, I may be able, like, as time goes on, like once we get to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, it's not going to change that much. But I might be able to get in again if this does decide to go long. I may be able to take this again at a cheaper price and just rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Going to 42 is the target. All right. We couldn't get there the first try. You know, we're still putting in lower highs. Let's look. Watch the sell side. Look at the sell side. You have 11 stacked up here. I gotta assume that's 1,100 shares. 309,000 shares. Or no, the contracts. I'm sorry. 300 contracts at 61 cent bid. 63. So that was a nice. I like how I did that. I have not traded this stock. Maybe like once or twice if I have in the past. And I was pretty good on those. I was pretty good with understanding where those options were. Because you guys seen it. As soon as I put that, when I got that order in, I put it at 60 cents. Why did I do that? Well, it's because of the Greeks. The Greeks told me where I need to be putting my shiz. That's why it's important to learn options. I want you guys to be able to learn how to do the stuff like how I do it. And make it stress-free. And just sit here and pick trades off. Right? You can just sit here and pick them off. Run that, like right now, I was about to say 65. You get another pop, see if you don't see 67, but I doubt you will. Look, they're all trying to lower their bids there because they're like, oh shit, I gotta take my profit. I just got in at 50 cents. That's 20%. Let me sell and take my profit. So, but you have 3-minute trade line coming up, so you should get a little bit of a pullback here. Just with everything I'm seeing. So we have 15-minute. This was a nice setup, and I did this off the 15-minute. All right, I was trading this off of a 15-minute setup, and we'll go into that setup later. I'm just curious if we start to get continuation. If we start to see volume start to rise again, I will try this trade again, and I will, you know, bring the size down, and I will pay up for it. I will pay up for it, because if it shows me, I know we're going to 42 or the gap fill. So, whoever tells you that options are a scam, you will lose money. Yeah, if you don't know what the hell you're doing. The same person that told you that probably don't even know what the hell's going on. You might know a little bit about the markets, but, you know, there's just so many videos about options being scam and stuff. If there's such a scam, why am I doing this every day? Every day in front of you guys. I love it. Just tells a lot about the other person, you know, and I wish that they could learn how to do this. I wish I could take a challenge. I wish there was somebody that was like, I want to challenge you. I'd be like, okay. I don't think you can stay green on options. Okay. Sign me up, baby. Where and when? What are we doing? Where and when? As long as I can have an unlimited amount of, like, you're not like, even then, I think I would still be okay. I was going to say, like, sectors, right? As long as you're not keeping me in one little ass sector and you give me the whole market, I'm going to find a mover. I'm going to find a way to get paid. And even just staying in one sector, there's still opportunity. Man, I'm really hoping we could get to 42 so that I can get short this thing because I think it's coming back down. I don't know how you're going to get a huge boost out of this, even though they did well. From what I read, they did well, in my opinion. They were just going to suffer a little bit because of the other Boeings that they grounded. That must have been terrifying. Just like the freaking door coming off. Like, that must have been nuts. Oh, big yawns, turkey butt. So she's pulled back, and the options are still sitting around 60 cents. Was anyone able to take that trade with us? Did you guys take that little ass move? That little speck of a move? I am thinking about the short now. I think we may get an opportunity to bring this thing down. I'm curious what she's going to do, because it just feels like it's a bit overdone, and we could get a nice move if we could get a test a low a day. It's just holding. Just show me. Like, this thing is paying, bro. Those deltas are high as shit. They're paying. If you get a move in your direction, them son of a guns are paying. Alright, guys, I might end up taking this short here. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. 40. Alright, guys, I'm going to take this short on Delta Airlines or UAL. I was gonna say, I hope I'm on UAL. Shit, they just jumped. This will be the 40 puts. Okay. Yes, no, the 40 and a halves. The 40 and a halves. The haves and have-nots. 40 and a half. 40 and a half. 40.5. Come on, man. They're going to start going. Damn it. I knew it. You Boston. You Boston. You Boston. Sitting on all this cash. Bullfrog AI. Cash and coverage, baby. Shit. I missed a fucking 37 entry, man. Damn it. I'm sitting on the gold mine. Come on, guys. I'm fucking tired of this commercial. I haven't actually seen the Workday one in quite some time, too. That Workday one would really just, after a while, I started singing the songs because it just, you all know what I mean. It was just getting like lunatic-y a little bit. Getting a little loony. Listening to the same commercials every damn day. Alright, let's do this. I want that 37. If I could get 35, that would be cool.
That's a lifetime of returns for me. But the firm says after crossing $600 a share, it is now, quote, deeply overbought.
Shit, I'm really curious if I should start to get in this name right now. Let's see if, look, what I'm going to look for is if we can get a pop up to the 9 EMA right here on the 1 minute. See if we can get a pop, drag this thing down. Look, right there. See if it goes up, right? That next candle just opened. It's got, these candles are very small. See if we can get a pop. I'm going to set a limit order out to get short at like 38, 39. The volume just started to fall apart, man. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. So let me make this circle bigger so I know it's there. Alright, so we have that. 41. Oh, man. Let's see if I can put in like a 40 and then bring it down to like I'm going to try and put in like a 40-cent bid. Done. Good for the day. That's the 40-50 put, okay? Let's see if it'll come up. Let's see if it'll come up. See if we can get it to drop. But I would like to get 38 cents. I would like to get in at like 37, to be honest. So we have the 40. Added order. Shat, man. Shat. Shat. It's going. Shat. Damn it! Fuck. I don't mean to yell in the mic. I'm sorry. So we already caught the long for about 20%. All right, we already caught the long for 20%. I just think that if this, look, it's either this is going to hold and the volume is backing it up to the buy side, but it feels like the stock has weakness. Watch the SPY. All right. But the 100-day, if this 100-day continues to hold, look for that shot to the high a day. All right. The options we were in were the 4150s for this week. 4150s and 4050 for the puts. Okay. There's a really nice setup here if it can hold. It's got to hold here, though. It's got to hold the 100-day. Fuck, man. I want to get in. I need to get in this thing. I think she's going to pull back, guys. Sorry for cussing, by the way. Alright, 42. Look for a pop to VWAP on the 1 minute. See if we can pop on the 3 minute. We need more volume to the downside. The volume's got to step up. It's going to start dropping, man. Fuck, they're already up 44, 45. I'm going to miss this stock. I'm going to miss this trade if it doesn't bounce. If I don't get a bounce, I'm going to miss it. Unless I should pay up for it. If we get a nice size and volume here, I'll pay up for it. I don't mind. Damn. Here's what I want you guys to remember, though. All right, 10 cents on 40 cents. How much do you think that is? I'll make it easier on you. 10 cents on 50. That's 20%. So 40 cents going to 45, 46 is about 16%, I would imagine, roughly. I think. May even be less or more. I mean, I don't know. Hold on. I just can't think as I'm watching this. But like 40 cents, 10 cents should be 20%, I think. I don't know. You get 10 cents, that should be about 20%. So I have right now my order. Let me give you guys. So I have an order limit at 40 cents. I was trying to bring it down, and it's already up 7 cents right now. Sheesh. So it's coming into the 100-day. If you look on the daily chart, look at the candle. Okay, so it's pulling back into it, and it's going to start bouncing and bouncing and bouncing, bouncing back up, bouncing back up, bouncing back up, because it's hitting this level. But the more it continues to pull back down and try to go a little bit further, it'll bounce up, pull back down, bounce up, pull back down. So that's what we want to see, and that's kind of a sign that it's just like a drill, and it's like trying to drill through the ground where it's just hitting it, and it's just getting like a little bit at a time, right? It's getting lower and lower. So I'm going to go throw an order out at 43 cents now. I'm going to just I have an order right now out at 43 cents for the this week's 450 put. I'm not going to get fucking flipping filled. Come on, baby. Give me a bounce. Give me a bounce to VWAP. Give me a bounce to VWAP. Give me a bounce to VWAP. It's not going to. It's not going to. Shoot, I went to feed Abby. Let's see. Come on. What's he gonna do? Am I gonna get filled? I got filled, guys. I am in UAL. What did I pay? All right. What did I pay? Price paid 43 cents. So I did get in at 43 cents. Shit, man. She's gonna bounce.
Says Apple now plans car for 2028 with less ambitious autonomy goals than APL.
Untouched with this, but at least the good news is we have our factories open unlike COVID, and of course we aren't in this insane demand boom for goods where all of a sudden there's nothing on shelves.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about how much these companies that have been affected are going to pass on these rising prices or higher prices to consumers, and whether consumers
I got confused there for a minute.
number one, or whether the retail companies are just going to have to eat these costs as a temporary expedient to keep business coming in.
So Tyler, what's so fascinating during COVID is that prices, even for retail brands like a Ralph Lauren or Coach or Ports, they went up 20+%, some 30%. Luxury was up 30% plus pricing, and consumers ate it because they wanted the product. But now consumers are.
All right, so I have a limit order out to sell it because it looks like it went down and touched that 100-day moving average. We have a mixed day here. It's like a mixed bag. I'm keeping an eye out on this. Look at it bouncing. Holy smokes. Come on, I don't want to give none of that back. I'm going to give it a little bit of room because we could get in up here. See, I should have been a little bit more patient. I should have been more patient. I should have been a little more patient. And she's going. She's going.
You may not have ships in the right places. You know what I'm saying here, right now? Am I right or crazy?
No, absolutely, and that's a key right now. And for most shippers, importers, exporters, they're looking for the carriers to set up the pattern. Even though
he's making a recovery here, trying to hold. Let me make sure I'm seeing this correctly.
Apple dials back cars' self-driving features and delays launch to 2028. That's AAPL.
all the way down the supply chain to the end consumer, unlike we saw with COVID again, where maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking the longs may have this. I don't want this thing to continue. The volume has just fallen out of bed.
What's got those prices climbing again, and the home builders that are already feeling the pinch? That's next on the Exchange.
Will you enjoy retirement like these folks? As we remind our clients, you get what you plan for. You may have a retirement plan in place, but are you sure it's the right one for you? Creating a plan with Fisher Investments gives you the confidence your money can last through retirement. We'll shape your plan to meet your unique goals, needs, and lifestyle so you can enjoy the retirement you dream
now for your free Fisher Ready, Set, Retire Kit. 3 guides to planning, maintaining, and improving your retirement lifestyle. Yours for calling 1-800-831-0650.
If you're thinking of retiring, or you're retired and want to enjoy it more, Fisher has answers. And our fees are structured so we do better when you do better.
Call now for your free Fisher Ready, Set, Retire Kit. 1-800.
Yeah, I'm going to take this off. I'm going to take this off, guys. 41. I'm going to wait and see if they have I'm going to wait and see if I can just wait. We'll see, guys. We're going to see, because we're on top of this range right now. And I'm kind of just waiting for the pickup in volume and such. Sell, 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 sell. Let's go there. Let's bring in them sell orders, baby. Bring in them sell orders. Let's go. Sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it. Let's go. Shit, man. I might want to just freaking... I kind of feel like give me a 42. I got it at 42. I raised it. Let's see what happens here. I raised it to 42. One order at 42. That's me, baby. At the CBOE. That's me, baby. CBOE. Let's look and see what the S&Ps are doing. See if we can look at coin.
Welcome back, everybody. Here's the home builder, D.R. Horton. I always want to call him Dr. Horton, but it's not. It's D.R. Falling more than 9% just today after hitting an all-time high. Earnings missed there. Diana Olick now digging into those numbers. Hi, Di.
Hey, Ty. Yeah, and D.R. Horton earnings were kind of a mixed bag. New orders increased 35% year over year, but that was actually slightly lower than expected. And prices were lower, and the builders are also buying down mortgage rates, and all of that squeezed margins. So the nation's largest builder also reported that material...
Alright, start rejecting here. Pull it back. 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 It's probably going to go higher. But pull it back. Shit.
And that's according to the government's producer price index just out. Now, the PPI for softwood lumber, seasonally adjusted, dropped 2.3% in December. That's the third consecutive decrease in the force over the past 5 months. But the chief economist at the National Association of Home Builders said he expects lumber prices to go up this year as home construction increases amid high demand, and that's why you're seeing those futures prices going up, which Tyler teased into this. Now, while lumber prices fell 31% last year compared with the year before, they're still 23% above 2019 or pre-pandemic levels. Now, in other materials, gypsum prices and concrete prices have been falling for several months. Steel mill products dropped 16%.
Gucci Man back in 2006. I got that stuff right in my head now.
65% more expensive than it was again right before the pandemic hit. So while prices are falling slightly for the builders, you continue to hear them say that those prices are a headwind, and that's because the prices are still sitting at such high levels.
I have orders at 42. Orders at 42. We just need to move. This thing's actually really liquid, guys. SPY bouncing. Let's go. Run it down, baby. Run it down. Run it down. Run it down. Run it down. Let's go. Give me a 43. 43. 43. 43. 43. 43. Come on, baby. Come on. Here we go. 43. Let me raise that price. 43. Send it through. It's through. See if it changes. It probably won't change because there's a lot of 42s there. Okay. We got them up to 43, baby. 43. Let's go. Let's go. We working them. We working these orders. We working these orders. Okay, give me 45. 45. 45. 45. Fill it. Fill it. Fill it. Fill it. Jump it back to 42. 42. 42. Come on. That was a big move. 44. Go to 44 so my 43 can get filled. Shit. Come on, 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 come on. Shit, man. I should have been a little quicker. Gotta be quicker than that. Now the 42's got 8 up. You see how that works? And then it's going to bounce here. See how we went down to 43? And then I should have jumped that order to 42. Would have got filled for a penny loss. Shit. No, we're good. Let's keep it down. Going down, down. I need some Nelly right now. Nelly. Where's the Nelly at? Come on, where's the Nelly? Where is Nelly? Where you at, bro? I need that volume. God damn it. Come on, start going. What time is it? 1:51. We're almost at 2 o'clock. It's almost 2 o'clock. Come on. Fuck. I'm leaving my 43. Alejandro. Come on. I need Nelly. We need Nelly. We need that Nelly. Come on, baby. You can do it. Let's go. It's just like paused. It's kind of like, okay, what am I doing here? I need to just go down. I just need to pull it back. Simmer down a little bit. Simmer down a little bit. Simmer down. You know what? I'm going to play some Future. I don't care what YouTube says. I need that, it's all about, oh shit, what the hell am I doing? Come on. Come on. Come on. What's the spy doing? This thing's taking forever. Come on, spy. Just reject. 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 Alright, where's my order at? Just so you guys know, I want you guys to know where my order is. My order is sitting at 43. Break even. Alright. We're not going higher, so I think we could start getting an extension. Let's go with the 45. Let's go run it up. Let's go. 45. Bang. Right there. Run it down. See if the stock goes down now. See if it tries to go down a little bit right there. Alright, see what happens. See if it starts to tick down. Future, future, future. Where you at, bro? Come on, let's go, baby. Send it down. Send it down. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
Welcome back, everybody. Time for earnings exchange. We're going to talk semi-stable cell phones today. Looking at
What's the old Delta? What's the old Delta, I mean? What Delhi doing? What's up with Delhi? What's up with Delhi? Alright, I don't want this. I want an extra position. Alright, I want something else. Come on, right now. Let's go. Let's really start taking this thing back through the 100-day moving average. Let's go. Come on. Let's do this. You're rejecting the VWAP and whatnot. What's up, Basic? How you doing today, buddy? I'm just trying to get some music on real quick. Shit, come on, man. Give me that fucking pullback. Come on, break this level. Let's go. She's just hanging out. She ain't moving. We're almost at 2 o'clock. Let me look at. Make sure I'm not missing something here. Come on, Sally. Come on, sell that shit. Let's go. Volume. Bang. Start coming down. Let's go. Damn right. That's what's up, bro. I'm really happy for that. Verizon can pay. Verizon can pay, bro. A lot of people don't know that. I'm thinking about tricking them. Real quick, though, I'm thinking about throwing in a 41. Or it'll fill me. Like a 42 up here. Shit. Alright, like 42, like swindle this thing a little bit. So the volume we pulled back, that is a low volume. This is a low volume bounce. I gotta get out of this thing. She's gonna pop. I gotta get out of it. I got to order at 41 if she holds. All right, so I got to order out at 41. I'm still in it. I limit ordered. All right, I limit ordered. I'm bringing it back up just in case because I want to start trying to pull it down. I want to start pulling this thing down. Come on, let's do this, man. Come on, bro. You know you want to just... There you go. Reject it. 42, 42, 42, 42. Hurry, 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 hurry. See, there you go. You kind of like grab the liquidity. You guys see what I'm doing? Put them orders there and then try to sink it. Try to sink it. Jump up to 41 again. And then we'll go back down to 42. And then 44, right? Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. I want this. I want this trade, guys. I want this trade down a low a day. YouTube gonna get mad at me, but right now I don't care. I want my money. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's big, dude. That's huge. That's huge. I was telling somebody a while ago. Shit, I gotta work this. Oh, they fucking filled me. I was too slow. Watch, here it goes. That's a low volume. I'm glad I'm out, actually. So, I'm not in that anymore. I got filled. Them little punks filled me. Fucking market makers can't touch me. Let's go look, and now it's gonna go. Now she's gonna go. I'll still take this trade. Dude, like UAL right now is paying like a mother sucker for like every 10 cents. It's got so even like even your Verizon, right? Did you look at the delta on those at all? Yo, the delta on these is just as much as the freaking as much as the option contract. So every little bit, it's like bang, 20% tick, 20% tick. It's actually pretty crazy. I love volatility. I love vol. Now look, here we go. 45s, little 45s coming up. 62. Amex sitting here at 62 cents. They know damn well that shit gonna get filled. 58, 62. From a 39-cent entry to 62. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. I don't know what the gain on that would be, just because I can't think of... I don't feel like doing the math right now. But the volume's just dried the hell up. So we start getting some movement here this afternoon. I'm ready. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Alright, guys. And we're gonna come back. Just give me 2 seconds, and I'm gonna look at Coinbase. That was another one. We were talking... Oh, so it's below our... Alright, we were wanting to short Coinbase. So yeah, I'm going to be looking to get some afternoon trades on. There's a lot of opportunity out here, and I think once the volume starts to pick up a little bit, it may not pick up that much today because of it may not pick up that much because of Netflix earnings and then a lot of what we have for the afternoon, but we should at least get a little bit of volume, something going on. Maybe repositioning before dude, they've been talking about cars for a while, bro. That's the Lucid. Actually, my Lucid trade, guys, was off of that. It was setting up a pennant, an ascending wedge, and I'm like, or a descending wedge, I mean. And I'm like, yo, watch out. Guarantee you there's going to be news on Lucid. Sure enough, there was news, not really news, but a rumor that Apple was picking Lucid to do their Apple car. And it popped, went nuts, and then, oh, no, yeah, it's not true. It's hilarious. Hilarious how some of that stuff works. The setup told you was going to get news the next day. Alright, let me fix my phone. Let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. And let's get another trade in, guys. Let's see if we can't find something here for the afternoon. I wonder if YouTube's gonna yell at me and send me a thing for playing music for 2 seconds. Really curious about that. You can't play music. Fuck, it logged me out. Hold on 1 second. You said you did play GLD? Hold on, I'm not looking at the screen. I just gotta... Dude, I'm fucking killing it, man. I love this. I don't want to get too excited and get too nuts, but goddamn, I'm fucking shredding this market to pieces. Let's see here. Okay, big drop on... Oh, yeah, Gilead. Yes, Gilead. I thought you said GLD. I seen it in the corner of my eye. I wasn't really looking at the, I wasn't looking at the comments. I was trying to log in because they logged me out. They said, man, this motherfucker playing us right now. And we got to log him out real quick. CBOE calling up E-Trade talking about, yo, whatever, like 114.54. Yo, my dude is playing the shit out of us with these limit orders. We keep drawing it back to liquidity. He keeps raising that order. Log him out. Fuck with him. It's so funny. You can literally do it. Like, I wish I could explain some of these things to people who try, listen, whatever works for you, that's cool. But like bookback and shit, you don't need that, right? Like, I don't. Like, I understand. Like, if this thing goes up and I throw in an order, it'll pull back. It'll try to get to that order, or at least playing it, and I notice it, then I'll jump that order back a little bit further down to try to draw that stock down. Then I'll bring it back up as it's coming down to let it come down and just trying to get that sumbitch down. And it works. It literally works because it's funny. It's funny how this shit works. And it's also just being in tune with what's going on, kind of too, but it's funny. I was sitting there doing it for like 45 minutes, not trying to let this thing fucking get up to whatever, but yeah. So look, Coinbase, this area here, I want to see if we might be able to get a sell-off back to VWAP. I would like to try that. It's getting hot in here. I had it written down. I'm trying to find it. I apologize. I don't know what happened to my writing this morning, but damn, that shit is garbage. 145, 160. Rejection. That's up like on the long end of like 145. But I would like to see if we could get that gap fill, but it doesn't look like it's going to fill the gap. Right here, you have a double bottom from yesterday. This little area. See if it can continue and we get a drop on it. See if the markets pull back. I'm going to try and take a short on coin. I probably won't be limit ordering as much as you guys see me on some of those non-volatile names. But I will be. And look. There goes. The market's trying to pull back right now. Shit. This is why I have so many of the options changed up. Because I'm not spending a shitload of money on this. Fuck, it's hot. Hold on, let me go open a window or something. I'm just hype. I'm hot. Fucking market makers can't touch. I wanted to bring up the Qs real quick. How you guys been doing? How have you been doing, Basic? That's the question. How have you been doing? I know you said you did pretty well on Verizon. What was I going to do? Triple Qs. Let's see here. Let's go. I need to look at like Microsoft, Meta, and some of these other names and see what they're doing. I would really like to end today off another day green. I think I sold $1 short of my entry on UAL, so that was $1 a contract loss. That was probably about $10 a contract, but we got 20%. We got 10. We got no, it was $1. I'm sorry, my entry was 43 cents on that, and my exit I think was 42. So that was only $1, not $10. It was $1, pretty much a penny a contract. And look, here they are talking about UAL again. That's hilarious. It was funny when it was setting up for the long. It was hilarious that at the same damn time CNBC started talking about it. I'm like, oh, that's so funny. How funny you do this setup and then here you are on TV talking about it. Yes, 42. Holy smokes. I have so many orders. What the shit. This is going to be, well, no, it really, that won't matter. All right, let me go get a little something to drink. So the Qs, see if you're holding this level here at 422, and we can use that off of another level, right, on another stock. Okay, so if I go, like, let's look at IWM. I almost longed IWM yesterday to get a gap up. Dude, this thing would have paid off. Look, the IWM selling off. So keep an eye on that for the rest of the market. It's back down under this level. That's not good. It just cannot catch a fucking bid. A flipping bid. It cannot catch it. That's crazy. It tries so hard to make progress, and then it does, and then it just gets rejected. It just gets rejected. So right here is a support level, but I feel like it's underneath of it. So you could either have a it could be a low volume pullback and then you get like a long here, or it's coming down to fill the gap. I would watch the level that it's at right now. If it sits here for, a little while, coming from somebody that's been doing this for a while, those are up 50 cents now. Fuck. It's 20%. I think. I didn't click on anything else. I think those are UALs. I can't remember what we did. It is at 47.49, guys. So I got screwed there. Fuck. I should have waited. So it's breaking down. It's okay. I can pay up for it. Because I know we're going to come down to the 50-day. And that should give me an extra 10 cents on 50 cents. That's 20%. At least. If it gives me $1, right, on these, if it gives me $1, it's giving me 46 cents. As of right now, the way it's moving, it's giving me 46 cents on a 49-cent contract. $1 is going to be that's going to be 100%. If not over 100% for $1. Think about that. 46-cent contract with a delta of 46 cents. That's telling you for every dollar you're going to make or lose 46 cents. And if it starts continuation, that delta is going to rise. So this is why I've been playing this. It's been freaking paying today. Let's go. I do want to look around though because it's still early. This is a good sign. This is a really good sign because the volume is starting to pick up, have a low volume bounce back, and I'm going to try and get into this again at 41. I want this trade again because I think we could get to low a day. I think we could start to bring this thing down. I wouldn't mind turning 400 to 400. Even if I could turn 400 into 200, I'm okay with that. I don't want to go crazy because we have, I have a nice green week. I don't want to give it back. But if it's starting to show me that she's going to pull back, I'm with it. Bring it on. All right, see if we can't pull back and close this gap at 39.75. That would be a huge trade. If it's able to do it, this is going to be a huge trade. Just because the volatility is high. Because it's had earnings. And that delta is high. It's Tuesday. Usually, that you'd probably have a delta of 10 cents there on a Tuesday. Because it doesn't move that much. It might be 5 cents. Or it might be high because the stock doesn't move that much. It moves $1 in a day. 75 cents in a day. I don't know. I'm just making up a number. So the fact that it's going from 42 to 40, it's doing $2.50, $3, triple the average range. That delta's high, right? And that's what I like. That's what I want. So you can see the deltas actually went down a little bit because it's coming closer to the money. Because that's telling you that as soon as, or that it's kind of just slowed down is probably what it is. and the expectation of what the market is expecting. Shit. I need to know what we had. If we had the 4150s or the... Because I just clicked on the thing. I may have been looking at a different... I was, guys. Guys, I was looking at a different contract there. So, 41... We were in the 4150s. Or 4050s. 4050s. Yeah, there we go. I was looking at the wrong contracts. 4050. 4050. I want to look for a continuation. If we get some like if I start to see an increase in volume, which I think we have, I wouldn't mind trying to get short this on a bounce. Just letting you guys know right now, I will be getting it short again on this name. And that is the 40-50 puts. Thinking about shit, man. She's going. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna buy a few of these. Give me the bounce back. Oh, so here's the thing. I don't like the fact that this candle is really low right now. That's not a good sign. Like it just gave you the extension and paid you. Damn, that's 40 cents to 52 cents or 50, even 40 to 50. Yeah, that's 20%. There's my 20%. But anyway, the I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to get out. It ended up filling me. It is what it is. No crying like a little bitch. Volume's still low. Yeah, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Be right back, and I'm gonna look for some trades. I just want to grab something to drink. Let's see what semis are doing. They're just chilling at lows. There are some semiconductors, I think, tonight, other than Netflix. Yeah, Texas Instrument, Intuitive Surgical, and then a lot of regionals. So keep your eye on KRE tomorrow. Absolutely, it could. Pretty flat in the markets today. A lot of defensive and oil, natural gas names, right? It's like flat / turning red, it feels like. So those are at 49 cents, 51 cents. Okay, that level 2 on the right, that's for UAL, United Airlines. Like when you see this is not whatever ticker flips. I have it so that it tracks what it was last until I physically change it. So I like that about that. I do like that. Let's look at Meta. Market makers can't touch me. That sucks. Damn it, man. Now it's giving us the follow through. It's all good. We got 2 hours. All right. That's it. Had to grab a bag today. Let's do this. If we get a pop back up, guys, I'll look at it again. I'm going to give it a minute. I don't want YouTube to yell at me. So I'm still watching this. There's a lot out there. Just watch the overall markets, right? Coinbase, Boeing. Coinbase is not looking like it's going to hold that level. We are looking to take that short. You're going to have to watch Bitcoin. Bertkern. All right. It looks like it's struggling. You may actually start to get that follow through right now. The volume is not there, in my opinion, just yet. You know, I want to see some real volume. Volume into Bertkern. It's not moving. It's moving sideways, so maybe find something that's moving, that has a catalyst of some sort. Like DWAC was moving. Save cleared the level. Look, DWAC went. Damn it. We were talking about DWAC in the pullback this morning to right here. And it did it. It's all good. I had to leave early in the morning, so it's not like I could have taken any of these. I almost took coin this morning for a scalp. Okay, look. Save did not make it. Save just got plastered. Look at the volume. I wonder how many kids are getting hurt. How many young adults are getting hurt because they ain't got Dave Portnoy money. They ain't got Portnoy money, but they want to just throw it out and give it back to corporate America. I hope they don't. I hope people don't. I hope, you know, they use their brain. Let's do this. What am I thinking? I'm trying to think of something that happened. Like some catalyst. Look at this. Oh, Baba. But Boeing, JP Morgan. JP Morgan's been giving us some real good follow through. That's another one. Looks like Baba's about to break out above the level and go for the 50-day moving average. Looks like it's trying to break above it. Does have a bit of rejection down there. They've already came out and said that they're going to do quantitative easing and pretty much write them a check because they don't want things to fail. That being the Chinese market, or the Chinese government. Sorry, I was trying to concentrate on that. I want to make sure that shit right up in there right. Seems like there's a lot here that's not moving. It's just one of those days, guys. We have a lot coming up tomorrow. And stuff like that. So the next 3 days, the next 2 to 3 days are going to be big. Tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. So get ready. Get prepared. Take the time tonight to get prepared and get ready. We're going ready to have some sick volume. We should have some pretty sick volume the next couple days. And volatility at that. Let's take a look at Netflix. If it'll look it up for me. I need to find something to eat. I'm fucking starving. I think I still have this breakfast burrito from a little bit ago. It's so funny because I can see pretty well when I look at my charts through like a screen to a screen. I can see everything a lot better. I don't know why. It's so weird. Like, oh, look at that. I don't see that. Why don't I see that on my monitor? It's the weirdest thing. I mean, it feels like it should be down a little bit, like down here. Right? Like right there. But I don't know. Like, I'll be watching the stream back or something. And like, I'll be like, oh shit, how did I not see that? It's so weird. It's the weirdest thing that like levels and like, they're, you know, support and resistance and levels look a little bit cleaner when I watch it through a phone or something. It's the weirdest thing. That's crazy. They're expecting 38, almost a $40 move. The options are pricing in a $40 move, guys, for Netflix. That's crazy. Hold up. I don't know what that was. Weird noise. I don't know if it was ice falling off or something. Neighbors. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, guys. That was weird. That was weird. Alright. Smoke was zip. Yo, Basic, I seen this profile today on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen it, or like like if you were watching as I was going through Twitter. It was I feel like the name of it was I feel like Gucci Mane back in 2006, and his profile was right here. This shit is hilarious, bro. Feel like Gucci Mane back in 2006. Look. Hold on, it gets better. Here it is. Dallas Super Bowl pictures. That shit's hilarious. And that was all I seen. That was just funny. Those two things, I was like, bro, that shit is legit. It's fucking hilarious.
This nigga was clear. This nigga was clearly lying. This nigga was clearly lying.
I thought it was a...
Can you think of many, if any, who predicted a 15-20% sell-off?
That's hilarious. More like 2022. Shit. Made no sense. Now that song is in my head now. I'm just gonna play it all afternoon. I think it's pretty safe to say that we can get to that 50 day. I'm pretty sure we're headed to 40, 50. That's 50 cents. 50 cents. 50 cents on that. Oh shit, man, it's gonna go. Just watch, because this is really low volume. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. Same thing. Pretty low volume, but there's opportunity there. Or wait till you get here and see if it can hold. But chances are it may not hold because it's already broken once. That's just what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is stepping it up. $40, new support. Is 40, 50 going to be support now? Is that 50 day going to be support? Because you already tried to go above. You got through the 50 and 100. You tried to make the 100 support. So let's see if we can bounce back into the 100. Let's bounce back into 41 and make that resistance. If this does not bounce into 41, I will look forward to that 50 or 40-50. The 50-day moving average, or this 40-50, to become support and then bounce back into that 100-day to make it either resistance or support. Because it has not made it resistance yet. It made it support. Look at it. You see what I mean? See how it made it support and then you just dropped and you're just leaving it? So if this holds, I'm going to look for I want to see this and a rejection, and then we'll look for the gap fill tomorrow, which I'll put that on. And I'll just leave it alone and see where it's at tomorrow. Or it's going to pull itself back down, in my opinion. It's going to pull back down here. Or even like right here-ish. At like 40.75 maybe. Nah, right here. Right here is where it's at. 40.69. So pulls back into that area right there. And then it tests it at the end of the day. Then we could take a... Then I may look at a short and try to get this thing down here at 39. But it's on its lows. It's on its lows. If you guys look at like a hourly chart, you'll see like look at that thing. It's way down at its lows. So even if it makes like a half a recovery, that's still a long way. Alright, it's at the bottom end of the range. The reason I'm watching it, I know it doesn't seem like it's a stock that's going to pay or anything. This thing's been paying, bro. You're getting like a 25-cent move, and it's giving you, you know, 20% every 25 cents. It's giving you 20%, and it makes sense because the delta on those was about that, right? It was what, a $40 contract. $50 contract with 50 delta. So that means every 25 cents you're going to get 20 cents. So if you understand that, you know, and you find like a nice support level, you can have the confidence to say, bang, this is a good these contracts are good for scalping right now. Right? Even scalping them because they pay quick. You don't need to wait for that follow through. You just have to be concerned that you get your entry right, and if it goes against you, that's where you got to worry. But if you just follow the trend, you shouldn't have an issue. Look, this son of a bitch is going to do exactly what I wrote, man. That sucks. Fuck. Fucking feeling like Gucci Man right now. Back in 2006. Posted in the bricks. Made no sense, yeah. Hey, boy. There it is. All right, so we were in what? The 40-50s, I think? I want to just make sure I know which ones I was in so I can watch these contracts and kind of see where they're priced at. No, that's the 42.50 call. Yeah, 40.50. Oh, we were in the 40.50s. So I'm not excited about this short either just yet because you're not seeing a ton of volume come in. And that's, you want to see some volume to get up behind it. So I kind of am convinced that this area could hold. All right, I think it could probably hold, unless it's going to break. What a whole asshole, man. This thing is at 60 cents right now, y'all. 20 more cents at 100%. It's okay. It happens. I got filled. It is what it is. I got filled. I had a feeling it was going to pull back. I'm like, yo, this thing could pull back. Once it didn't reclaim VWAP, and then it just was like, all right, like this was the point where we were going to find out. We're going back to VWAP because you would have had to have broken that 9 EMA. So, like, understanding if the 9 EMA, even if the 9 EMA is right here at the last candle, right? It's sitting up there. It's sitting up here, and like you're down, like you're like, even if it's up here, you're like, I still gotta either we're going back to VWAP and then gonna reject VWAP and then make this 9 EMA support, or we're just gonna continue to make it resistance like it is now. Look, see the tails coming in. That's a low volume pullback, so I still think there's some buyers here. I hope the market gives us another chance. And if you guys, for whatever reason, if you guys could, please, not only like and subscribe, but if you guys see something moving, shout it out. Gucci Mane would. He would do that shit. He's about his paper, right? He's trying to, we all eat together. So, if you guys see something moving, that's all. Throw it in chat if you guys hear news or anything, or I should say, well, you're welcome to do that if you want so, if you would like. That's all. We got a hold here on JP Morgan, and I was wanting to take this long yesterday. I think I brought it up that yesterday I wanted to look to see if we could possibly get a long here off of this level. Actually, it was this level here, guys. I'm sorry. 168. 168. Let's look at this. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. There we go. Appreciate you, man. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. That this could still hold. I know it looks like, oh, it got reversed and murdered, but there's still a chance there. There's still a chance that this thing could hold. I haven't looked at the daily chart yet. I mean, I probably won't play this. I might if we start to see a hold. Maybe I'll get an order. Maybe I'll get a few. Maybe I'll grab like 50 to 100 shares. Keep it small so I don't give anything back. And I mean, it's got to be worth it. Maybe see, I don't want to. I wouldn't even want to do 1,000 shares on this because it would just, you know what I mean? It's just like it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's just exactly. When I've already done something, it's like do I even buy like? Is 100 shares even worth it? Is 500 even worth it? To, what am I going to get? Am I going to get to 60? Maybe, but I doubt it going into the end of the day because anybody that caught that's probably already taken profit, and that's what we're seeing now. But it's still there, If I didn't have if I didn't have a trade on already, and if I wasn't already green, then I probably would, I would look. Maybe I would short it. Maybe there might not be no play there. But you feel me. You feel me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Fucking YouTube gonna yell at me again for playing music. This shit is crazy, man. A lot of people tell us, you finally explained trading to us. Thank you so much. Ain't nobody say that shit. You know damn well ain't nobody say that shit. It was an advertisement. They got the secret. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about the spread on DWAC. I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, I haven't looked. I can imagine it when it's selling off to the downside. Kinda. Yeah, and it's moving. Look at that. It's just going. It's moving 50, 30 cents at a time. I mean, obviously, it's pretty volatile right now, which is to be expected, but look at that. It just dropped from 30 cents to 17 right there. See if it cracks. It goes to 49. See if it can go to 49. Somebody might throw an order higher. Look, they're trying 49, or not 49, but 9 cent, 1 cent. Let's see. 51. It got real tight right there. See if they try to jump this thing up. Somebody take profits higher. See if they try to throw orders out higher. See if somebody bids this thing up like quick. Like see I'm going 551, 551.60 really quickly there. I was gonna say somebody's gonna try and throw out orders to bid high, like to raise the bid, and then it'll just whoop, 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 whoop. Like you guys saw that. I don't know. It happened really quickly. It happened really quick. I'm trying to because I'm trying to think of from both sides of the aisle. Somebody wanting to get out plus somebody wanting to get in. Let's see here. Yeah. The volume's going to die out. I don't think there's going to be much going into the afternoon, and it's okay. Because of, what we have in the after hours. that was cool to see for anybody that like. It's a shame that like nobody's here. If there was somebody that was new, that could have gotten a glimpse of what happened at if somebody could have got like someone new could have gotten a glimpse of that level 2 at 50 bucks, and how it went down, like they could learn a lot from that. Like, yeah, I'm not going to trade it. I'm not worried about it. I'm not, it was cool to see like there was like there was a lot in the level 2 that really isn't really like, there was like a story behind the 50 cent, or no, I keep saying 50 cent, $50, and how you would see it like hurry up and bounce off because of like understanding what other people are trying to do. Like if somebody was long and like wants to try to get out, they'll throw a higher ask price. And then, like, the bid side as well, and you've seen it real quick. It just flipped. It was like 20, 30, 40 cents, and you could expect it. And they held 50. So, I'd have to go back through it on a tape and like, talk somebody through that. But that was, like, I think, like, a lot of people don't see shit like that, and really, like, when people are, like, using Bookmap, I'm like, you have volume right here. Like, what candle, where the orders are. You should. Like, Bookmap is even this. Like, it all means the same thing to an extent. Like, a volume profile, I don't need to know that there's a shit ton of buyers and sellers right here at like 44 to 45. This is a consolidation, of course. Of course that's going to be an area of a lot of volume, right? Which would be like this area right there. Pretty much the middleman. Oh, that's the top end of the monthly valuary high for the month. Like, of course it is. Like right here. Oh, look, I wasn't even looking at the red line. 25.42. Why is that? Because that's pretty much the middleman to that buying and selling that was just a consolidation. So you could even have volume profile up, or you could not have volume profile up and know that there is a big empty space right here with not many orders. You know what I mean? So it's like, a lot of people, and it makes it complicated for people because they're like, I see a whole lot of orders here. I'm like, like, bro, look at your volume. Look, like, come on, there's a lot there. There's going to be orders there. But hey, whatever works. Whatever works, A lot of that stuff I, found out later on down the road. It's like starting to understand that, like, starting to understand that stuff, like with the volume profile, with like without even having it up. I could probably do it for the week. We're going to try it right now. Watch. I'll turn this off. All right, we'll go to the week. Okay, apply. Let's go to the week. We'll go to like a 15-minute chart, and then we'll go back to the week, right? So I know the low should be like, let's see, for the week. Oh, today's Tuesday. So if today's Tuesday on DWAC, then again, your middleman's going to be right there. And probably right here. And then you'll have value area high, which would be like probably like right up, like right here, maybe. I'm going to say right here. I'm just going to say right there. Stop. Why has this been doing that to me? No, I want to move it. I'm on a 15-minute chart. Monday, Tuesday, and then the low should be here. Should be like right there. All right, I'm going to make them a dotted line, and let's see if I located the volume profile without even having it up. And I'm pretty sure I said this would have been the middle for a 15-minute chart. Let's see. Let's add it. Let's see if I got it right. Let's see how close I got it. Where are we at here? No, studies. Shit. Studies. And study.
Hi, it's Christina again. I'm here to tell you about an all-new special offer from my
Shit. Yeah, volume profile.
model that you don't want to miss.
For a week. It's got to be for a week, though. I have to go back.
Great for more than 65 years. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're giving
And then that's for the chart. Let's go to the week. Ready? I'm going to cross my fingers that I know what the hell I'm doing. The SPY would have probably been a little bit easier. Let's see. Let's see what happened here. No, no, no. What the? I'm gonna look real dumb here. Look at that. Not too bad, right? I got a few of them. Nah, I got it. Man, that's bullshit. Oh, because I went to Friday. Today's. Wait, no, I went to Monday. All right. Well, at least I got the value, the middle, man. I knew that was going to be the middle, the value area. And you know what's funny is I think that I did put this down right there at 53, and then I raised it to here, and then I raised it. I got that. I got the low way off. I got the low. I guess because it's pre-market. I should have recognized that. I should have recognized that that was pre-market and that there wasn't much volume there. I should have known that, and I should have known that, like, I probably, if I would have told that, I would have probably put it right there, right here. It's probably where I would have put it if I would have realized, like, Monday pre-market on DWAC probably isn't going to be the area, but I don't understand how this is. I don't understand how 37.73 is and not 40.28. Maybe because today hasn't closed. That's why. I guarantee you tomorrow you see this yellow line right there. Like up here or here. Guarantee it. Fuck, I should have left it the first time. Damn it, now I gotta change the colors and shit. But that was cool. I didn't mind doing that. That's how you get better, right? Seeing if you can identify what the hell's going on. I think I probably just removed all kinds of layers that I didn't mean to. No, I think that's the gap fill. See, I don't. Now I'm going to screw myself up. I should have made them a color. I know that's loud. I'm sorry.
And they're getting big name stars to go into really serious, deep movie. You know, and the quality that you are seeing on streamers is really remarkable. Well, we'll have to wait and see how all that shakes out. Johnson & Johnson has reached a tentative agreement to settle an investigation into the marketing of its talcum-based baby powder. The deal includes 42 states and Washington, D.C., with J&J set to pay nearly $700 million.
Yeah, that there was the, that here is that gap fill. So, if you're looking here on a daily chart on DWAC, you could see if we pull back and we come in tomorrow and we're still above 50 or holding 50, then I would look to, I didn't know the camera was off. Sorry about that. I would look for, if 50 holds, look for this area to hold. We're way above all our moving averages. I think if you get to 74, that might be it. I doubt that we even get there. I doubt we get there. Alright, it's 3 o'clock. Let's get it. Let's do it. See if we can find something, guys. Gals. So UAL did... It's just sitting still between these two areas. Whoa, that's loud. I'm curious if we we are rejecting. See if we go to all-time highs here. I forgot my boy was going through all that. Have you seen anything with his trial? That shit's been crazy. Somebody hacked into the room the other day. I was watching the trial thing, and they hacked into the courtroom, and somebody was yelling "Free Thug" over the intercom and shit, over the TV, whatever it was that they had going on. Shit was hilarious. I'm like, yo, like they've been snapping. The people that like it's I think he should, and I think he's going to get away with it. There's no way, as of right now, there's no way a jury can find any of them guilty for gang anything with gang. No way, because the evidence points to the exact opposite. You know, it's crazy. Just like he said, I know everybody's, they're like, oh, he had a bunch of guns at his house. Yo, he is consistently has property all around the United States, and people visit them all the time. His friends or whoever go there. He don't know what the fuck is going on. So there's that aspect to everything. And it's like, has he done anything? And it's not even about whether he's done anything or not, but it's about the gang shit. They're not, the prosecutors are horrible. I'm not sure if any of you guys have watched that or seen any of it. It's crazy. It's crazy that they're even... taxpayer money is even going to that. I don't know if this girl just started. Like, it's crazy that they thought that they even had a case, and now that they are in the middle of the case, and just hearing the shit that comes out of her mouth, she doesn't have sufficient evidence of like, yo, this is gang type stuff. Like, it's, y'all just have to check it out. It's crazy. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Like, they're doing an awful job. Not that I want anything to happen to him, but it's like he's actually getting very lucky that this prosecutor is garbage, or that they don't have enough work. I don't even know how they even brought forth a case. You know what I mean? It's still on. It's going to be on for a while, but even the guns that were at his house, he was just there for a birthday party, I think, or something. And it wasn't like it was his house, but it was like he stays in California and like stays around the world and travels and shit. So like things can be going on that doesn't necessarily have to do with him. It's just crazy. It's been nuts. I question how in the hell they even had that they even got warrants. I don't even know how they got warrants to even go get him. I know they've been trying to like clean the streets up and stuff, but there's nothing. It's hilarious. It's so bad. It's like the epitome. It's bad. It just makes a law like, I don't know. I think they're lucky. I think they're lucky to have a case like they have, because the state did not come prepared at all. Trying to like rebuttal everything or do that. I forget what the word's called. Anytime the lawyer says something, I mean, dude, the lawyer's been smashing them. I haven't seen it in a couple days, but Do you know what snitch means? They brought somebody up on the stand. He's like, yeah, I heard of it. I don't know what it means. It may mean something to someone else differently than it, you know, it may mean something different to everyone. But he's like, but I don't know what it means. And she's just grilling him and grilling him. Have you heard the word snitch? Do you know what that means? Yeah, I've seen it in movies. So, and then they got some jurors' faces on the camera. The freaking camera person put the jury on the camera. I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's a shit show. It's such a shit show. And I think it's going their way. It should, at least. Like, I don't know what the prosecutors have going forward, like, later on down the road, like, if they're saving the best for last, but it's entertainment. And it keeps going back to entertainment. If he was a Blood, if he was a Crip, why is he wearing both colors? Why is he wearing green, yellow, blue, red? All this stuff. They tried to bring up an argument in a fight case. Nothing happened. They left. He said he was going to kill him or something like that. Well, guess what? The motherfucker's still alive and they never came back. So, like, that's the type of stuff they're bringing up. What? Something happened to get kicked out of the mall. They say some smart shit just like any other kids do. Or any other person does or something, you know, because this was, I guess, years ago. And how the fuck is that related to? It's just funny. I think he's getting very lucky. I think he's getting really lucky that he's going to be walking away. And I had to put Frito because I had him up on here. He popped up. I was thinking this afternoon, I was going to make a banner. I was going to try and make a banner or something. I've been trying to get, I haven't been trying because I haven't had time, but I was working on, like a nice border. And it's like, I don't know. And there's, like, I don't know. I'm working on a border. That's it. That's all I got. I've been working on a border. See what I can't come up with. Netflix up here at Resistance. This is going to be such a huge move. So many people are going to get hurt tomorrow. Like, it's going to be so funny if it doesn't even move. $450. $450 for a $450 put. Holy snap. So I thought about buying or keeping track and writing down like some of these options that come up, like some of these names, like whether it's Apple, Microsoft, and getting them, seeing where they're at like a week before, you know, and trying to see if we could get on like a range and maybe play both ends and be able to take advantage of that volatility. And then, or you guys could sell it, you know, you could wait till the day of and sell it, you know, sell it both ways, and or do a spread or something. There's always a way to do stuff. So I was thinking yesterday and even the day before, I'm like, I want to start watching these earnings, you know, not only to find out which sectors, you know, I want to see what the leading sectors are, and then out of those sectors, what are the winners and losers, but I want to see if I can start trying to get some of these options like a week or two prior and get, you know, a little time on them or something to see, like maybe like 9 days beforehand, 6 days, 7 days maybe, you know, and try to take advantage of some of that volatility, or just wait and just play it the day of and get the continuation. You know, it's just it was just a thought.
Mr. Bullard also throws on the table the idea of waiting too long and the problems that would arise if the Fed actually waits too long to get back to normal, so to speak.
Right. I mean, the Fed is incredibly cognizant of what they call the long and variable lags. Bullard talked a lot about that when he was in office, and now that he's out, he's still talking about it, so that's good news, I suppose. The idea, Scott, that the Fed cannot wait to 2%, that's too long, is well ingrained in the Fed. The idea being, though, that the Fed does not want to see 3% built into people's minds or expectations. So I do think we need to get below that. Friday is a big day, Scott. We're probably going to hit on a 3 or 6 month basis. We're going to hit a 2% core PCE number on a 3 month or 6 month annualized basis. We'll be at trend. March.
I don't see shit, man. I feel like it's going to be one of those afternoons, and it's all good. I think volatility's kind of just gotten crushed with what we have coming out the rest of the week. Probably look at coin to get this gap fill. Absolutely, that's my exact thought. Just keep browsing and chilling. But there was something that I was thinking about. You're exactly right. That's exactly what I'm feeling right now. That like nothing is going on. And that's it. I had an alright day today. It was a small day, small green day, but green nonetheless. It's alright. We're getting ready to come into some opportunity. I'm gonna find something to snack on real quick, and I'll be back. I appreciate you stopping by, Basic Bro. I hope you had a decent day today. Hope I know you said you hit on your Verizon, but outside of even the market, I hope all is well. Sweet, that's what's up, man. I think you said all good. Yeah, that's what's up. Look at the SPY. It ended up doing the thing. It ended up going to highs. But we have IWM. It started to do the opposite. It recovered. It actually recovered. Wow. And look at the volume there. It was better yesterday. Fuck. I'm kicking myself in the ass for not grabbing those calls yesterday afternoon. I had a really solid feeling yesterday that we were going to come in with the gap up on the IWM. I just thought of something. Yields are creeping up. I thought so. Yeah, they have been. I've been watching that 50-day moving average. Good eye, bro. Good eye. Paying attention to the correct things. Let me get rid of this real quick, because if I'm trying to get anybody to help sponsor these videos, I am not going to be able to do things like that. I'm not going to be able to live my life. Let's see here. Sorry, Thug. I love you, bro, but corporate America might not like you. Or want to get involved in shit like that. Alright, so anyway. 650.
Keep in mind that at the beginning of that particular quarter, 30-year mortgages in the United States were around 8%. That's a two-decade high. So the company promised to reduce home prices and increase incentives.
Alright, what we got going on here? So, you said 10 years are creeping. Yeah, they have been. They have been for a few days now. Let's see what BTC's doing. What about the dollar? Yeah, that's what I was just getting ready to go to. Come on. Oh, and you know what I've been wanting to keep in mind? Let's do something here. Let's throw a handy dandy fib, because this is the start. That's the start. That's the high. We'll go to the high to the low. And see what we got going on here. Well, that's a 50% retracement of that move. That's not... And I think a lot of people don't know exactly why you would use a fib. Like, what does a Fibonacci tell you about the stock move in and of itself? Yeah, you measured it, but what does that mean? Sorry, we got it. I have some SSD cards that should be here today. Yeah, I was looking at that. It's not that clean. It's got a little one. It's a little like disproportionate. You know, it was born with a little like, I'm here, but my left shoulder's a little screwed up. I might have to get surgery on it in the next 10 years, but it's there. It's a reversal pattern, definitely, for sure. And you know what? I was thinking about this. If the dollar could continue to sell off, which, let's go to a daily chart. No, I don't want to add an alert. God damn. Like, I still think we're going to get back down here to 99. I still think we will. Which we're close, right? I still think this is going to be resistance. But we have... we got to make this resistance. We got to make 105 resistance. And we haven't done it yet. So it's 120, 120, 120, 120, 120. So I was thinking we could have, I'd like to get the dollar back down to 95. And I know if they start cutting, because we're getting ready to have a ton of unemployment issues. So maybe the dollar is right now trying to run back to 104 because of the sense when we have Powell in 2 weeks and yields go back to test whatever they need to test, right? Because see if the time frame lines up with Powell. We've had a ton of mentions of layoffs, bro. Citigroup, Wayfair, Macy's, Google. Like, Google alone is 12,000 employees. 12,000. Like, that's literally 10% of your initial jobless claims. I'm sorry, it's like 5% because it's like 200,000. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, just Google, that makes up a shit ton. And then you add on just about 1,000. Well, it was like 600 from, like, ByteDance, the gain part that's in America, I guess. You know what I mean? So you can kind of do the math with what they expect. And then Citigroup, how many of those are getting laid off? I know it was a decent number. So I feel like we may get this pop, make this support area prior resistance, go back, solidify the resistance to pull back, and maybe financial conditions easing. This is the RSI is starting to get a little bit higher and overdone. We'll pay attention to that. Like if we start making another high and this thing's extended and you start seeing that divergence, this is the yields, but look at that. That matches right up with the Dixie, right? This little pivot support area, and then you broke it, and you didn't really test it, right? There's still a little, you know what I mean? There's still that little area there where the sellers never got their opportunity. But I feel like, I feel like it's coming. It's coming. We're right around the corner. I think we're going to start seeing unemployment start to tick up slowly but surely. And I don't know when they're going to start the layoffs. It might not start until summertime. Hard to say. Is that 105? Let's see. Let's go to a weekly chart. Yeah. All right. Yeah, man. Good eye on that. Good eye. I haven't looked at Amazon in a while or Google. I can't believe I didn't take that there. Or it was this one here, that one here. So she's came back and solidified the area that I was wanting on Google to go short, where I was like, I think it needs to come back and retest this area. It finally did it sometime last week, and then just ripped. Damn, that would have been a monster trade, catching that. Let's see. I feel like Google's coming back down to 145. Oh, shit. I'll probably get up out of here in a little bit. It's been a green day, a small green day. Nothing crazy, but, I'm just getting that confidence. I'm excited because when we start getting Netflix, like, I'm ready to trade that tomorrow, and I'm ready to get some follow through and leave these trades on and stick to the targets. And we're going to have more semiconductors. We'll have Microsoft, Apple, we have Powell, we have GDP, we have PCE Friday, like jobless claim, like it just, the list goes on. It's an action-packed week. All right, so this tells me I'm a little bit bearish on UAL, even though there's a bit of green in there, a little bit of buyers in there. To me, this looks like it tried to break out twice of the 100-day, and it failed to break out and hold the 100-day as support and break out from there to go fill the gap. So I think now that we're back under it again, it'll continue to act as resistance. Let's see if the 50-day gives up, which is the pre-market or yesterday's earnings support, and see if we can't take this thing back down to $38. I want to see if we can get it back down to $38. You might come in with a gap down tomorrow. So that's that's an idea there. I do. I really think we could come in with the gap down tomorrow on UAL. And we have a nice support area right here. All right. This right here. At $40, $40, I mean.
So if they can fill those ad spaces, that's really, really good news for them. Jason Snipe, live sports aside, do they have the new content to continue to add subs the way that you would like to see happen? I should also note this news, of course, that was the last handful of days. The film chairman is
the ads that are.
So you could say that's going to be one or two things. One, it means that Netflix is just bad at selling ads, or two is that they're in the early days and they need to get a sales engine up and running so ad agencies are comfortable buying. And if they get to that point where ad agencies will buy, then you could see much more revenue come through the ad product. And very interesting thing that I just read is that the ad user might even be worth more to Netflix after they've watched the ads than the subscriber user, maybe something like $20 per user versus $16. So if they can fill those ad spaces, that's really, really good news for them.
Jason Snipe, live sports aside, do they have the new
Yeah, I seen that. It was 38, and then it went down to 37. I guess what, it's back up to 40 now. It should start to rise as we come into yeah, it's 38 now. It was 37. It's just crazy. I know. The move. It's $50. It's a little bit. $50. That's why I say 450, 500, 550, 500, and 450 are the levels I'm watching. If we get below this 50 day, I'm going to be watching this 50 day and like 475. See if we can get some resistance there. It's good to see. It's good to have you here, Wiz. It's pretty nuts, yeah. I was. It's funny you say that because, like I said, like a little bit ago, I noticed that it went down. But now that we're coming, like, you know, we're a few minutes away from earnings. We're about a half hour away. Let's see if it does hit 40 on the money. You're at 38.3, or yeah, 38.3 right now. Sorry, the camera's freezing up. It's being a little witch.
And then they're also heavy on the documentaries. People are watching those documentaries. One about Boeing is getting a lot of buzz, and so I think they're very well positioned in terms of programming.
We'll leave it there, Alex. Thank you very much. Jason Sniper, thanks to you. We'll see what happens in overtime.
I'm really curious how they report, because it's holiday season. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like what would help them more is not a holiday season. Everybody being snowed in. Like, I could see a first quarter being pretty good. How do they report with the holiday earnings and people out shopping and working and Thanksgiving and Christmas and just not being home, you know? So, sweet. Wiz, I appreciate the feedback so much, bro. That means a lot. That means a lot. Spirit, did it break that level? I don't know how much time you have on it or not. I wouldn't. I'm not even in it just yet because the volume's low. Like I said, I want to see a day like this. But DWAC started to break out. If you're long, you got to watch, because now you might turn this into resistance. I said earlier today that I was like, you know, see if the big boys try to bring this thing down off of this level. So I would let it pull back and see what happens at 750. If it holds 750 and I'm like not trading and I'm like aware that it's here, I'll set an alert. This would be a nice long right there at 750. I think we need to give it a little bit of room to breathe and something happen. I don't know what Dave's did with the crowd. Let's run a fib just to see what the retracement is. You know, and that's your 50. Well, it's like your 38.2 fib as well, kinda. So this is a key area right here. And hell, even if you hold this area right here, if you start holding here and you do break back above, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I know it's frozen. I was just getting ready to just kind of like let the day go on and whatnot. It was just giving me a little bit of, it was just being a little, you know what, being a little bitch. Excuse my French, but that's what it's been doing. It's just so random. It does what it wants at times. So I don't know if it's my computer. I don't know if it's my AMD Ryzen 7 that's screwing up or what. I'll have to see. But it just, sometimes it has a mind of its own. Tomorrow, I doubt it. I doubt it'll go to, I mean, like, unless there's news, unless So here's what is good. All right. I think I saw news. Don't quote me, but if you go to like StockTwits or something, type in save. Let's go find out right now, because there was news that JetBlue went back and is trying to fight the case now. So, and here's the thing too. Now that Save is down here, Spirit Airlines is down here, does JetBlue try to come back with a lower offer? Because now, like, this is in JetBlue's hands, where they're like, yo, like, you're not valued at 600, like, you know, just under $1 billion now. You know, we had you at a valuation of about just under 700 million. And now you're at like 4. Like, you know, I don't want to pay, you know, $2 billion or $1.25 billion for a company that's only worth a, right now for, I don't know what it is. Don't quote me, but, a 400,000 or a 400 million market cap. Maybe they try to bring their bid down, and that would also mess with it. Listen, though, if you did not catch the videos where I talked about this, just try to do yourself a favor, because the minute, if this thing does break and we start getting people on this thing, I think this is going to be the $7. This could be a very nice level, even here, right where we held today. That because this is the pivot from like that day where it really sold off at $8. We're holding that now. So if it doesn't break and we are able to get back above $8.50, if we start getting to 10, if you guys didn't see the video, watch out for an offering, because Spirit Airlines could do an offering at any minute if this thing starts to go. So be prepared to take money, because they'll fucking screw you in a heartbeat. If you're long, trying to take this thing back to $20, and the CEO is like, yo, I gotta do an offering because I have debt to pay, and it's his job. Like, the board would fire him for not doing it. Like, it's not personal, but just be aware that if it goes, there could be an offering. That's just like one of the things that are on the table here. So don't get caught, and if you're up, take some profits, and then maybe like dwindle your position size in half, and it pulls back, maybe go long again. Like, there's multiple ways to try and do this. Like I said earlier in the week, though, I think we got to give it some time, because we have a lot of data coming out this week. And I think that is sidetracking this has been a big move already. You went from damn near $5 to $9. Like, you've already went about 100%. So I would let this thing breathe. It's made a big move. Short squeezes take a while. Okay, just remember that. Remember GME. I was trading GME in October and November at $8, $12. And it took October, November, December, January, going into February to make the squeeze. Because it takes a lot of money, right? It takes a lot of money. So you're going to have pullbacks in that time. So always remember that. Just because something doesn't happen in the first week doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. I'm not saying that it will happen, but these things take a little time. Are they releasing the news tomorrow? About what? JetBlue going back for the offering? Or not the offering, but JetBlue going back. I think it's already been released. Let's go look. Hold on. Let's go see what the latest is on this. Let's go to save stock. Fucking monitors moving around. I actually traded airlines today. I traded United Airlines, UAL. Those options were lovely. Lovely. Yes, I'm going to buy calls. If we get back down to those prior levels, I will take this. The reason I haven't taken it yet is... So again, this is why I think this person's posting it, because they went back and are trying to get this deal done. They're trying. Man, shut the... You dumbass. Wait, hold on. You said back to 6 end of week? What an idiot. I love how he didn't say he was short or anything. But guys, You may not hear this from anyone else, but just let it breathe. Let it make its move. Let it pull back. If you start noticing that it's holding, buy a little bit on every little dip. This is a key level right here. I would expect a pullback because notice something, all right? Right? Resistance. Shit. I'm sorry. Resistance. 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 And then we went to support up here. Not here. Let it pull back to 750. Let it pull back into like, really like 745, 750. It has not had buyers here. Like real buyers, like on a 15-minute chart. All right, it kind of just like went through the level and then it just left. Right? So now it's got to like pull itself back, bring in some liquidity. I would even look for like 726, 725, and I would give this thing time. And even this area, you're safe. I would feel safe. You know what? If I got long at 750, here's what I would do. Here's where I would have my stop loss. I'm going to tell you the exact plan right here. If I went long at 750, why is this not working? Come on. 750, I get long, right? Right here, I get long this thing. All right, I get long right here. Where's my stop loss? I got to give this some room. And where's that room? Right here would be the support area. I'm going to make that a 3 or a 2. I'll make it a 2. We'll make that a 2, and I'll make it actually dotted line because that'll be a stop loss area. My stop loss would be just under that. You got to give it a little bit of room because it might wick on you. But like, if I got long, that like this gray box, that would be my stop loss. So if you started trading here, then I'm like, all right. Hey, guess what? You still have you can still make support at $5, $5.60, and it's still not to say that it's over. All right, because the deal can come through. They're going back at it again. Think about the valuation. Where does 1.2 billion put you on a stock price? Right now, they're at least before this like went way down. I think it was like 66 million. So I have to do the math. 1050 is resistance. It is. There is a lot of resistance up there, like at 11 and 1050. I would yeah. And if you see this thing get to like 935, 950, like if you're expecting $10, like start trying to take, because what's going to happen is like if this starts to go to 10, there's going to be a lot of people that have orders at $10. There's going to be some under it, right? So you want to like make sure you have your orders just under it in case it like isn't able to get there because there's a wall of selling, and just take a piece off, right? I think this thing can still get back up a little bit. Like this thing just got crushed. I think if it pulls back, you'll get some buying for the simple fact that the buyout price is more than where it's at right now. So anytime we get to support, I need to set an alert for this, because like if JetBlue is going to buy it out, then this stock is going to go to wherever that buyout price is. Let's say if they buy it out for I thought it was like $3 billion. Don't quote me. I thought it was for $1.2 billion. I got to go back and look to see how much it is. Unless you guys know, how much the buyout was. I just can't remember if it was 3.1 or 3.2 or 1.3. Because I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, man, the market cap is 660 million, and they're paying them a lot more. So, yeah, that's that. Just let her breathe. Let her pull back major levels, and it's not over. Even if it gets back down here, which I wish it would, because I know chances are they may get away with this. And if they do, and the stock's down at these levels, bears are going to think that they won, and then bang, it gets approved. It's going right up to that buyout price. You're going to see a huge candle on this thing. So I would just let her pull back, let her breathe. She's made a nice run. So bang, kind of just like let it do what it's got to do, right? And then get that long, right? Over like 3-4 days, however long it takes.
That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to
This guy. Every day I see him. If you have $500,000 or more, give us a call. You guys know who I'm talking about. Alright, Netflix. What we got going on here? Let me get back. What was I doing? What was I doing? Give us a call. Oh shit, there's a dividend tomorrow too. That could have been why you got that buying so early down at those prices. See, you got to know what's going on. We're fucking idiots. He said rotate your screen. Yo, I wish I was that good. I wish I was good to come up with some of the stuff that's on here. Should tank in a close. Rotate your screen. Holy shit, that's so funny. Watching people swing trading for a few bucks. I'll chill for a few months, collect some dividends, and wait for the merger block to be overturned. I mean, Joe's got a point, but a couple months? Pardon coming through. Holy smokes. Oh my god, some of the shit that they come up with. I hope you guys had a wonderful day. I am going to kind of relax going into the close. Let's see what Netflix earnings are. Well, we'll stay for earnings. I was actually going to bring up the earnings call.
Hey, Scott,
I still might.
After the company
See, I'm just a little tired. I got a couple things I want to do.
Full-year earnings estimates below Wall Street forecasts.
This isn't.
The company said China and consumer retail.
That is a nice hold of yesterday's high. You want that volume, though. You want some volume to come in there. I don't think you're going to get it. See, this is a good sign. To me, this is a low volume pullback. It's a low volume pullback. And that's good. It's what we want. You want the pullbacks to have low volume because that's telling you that it's not selling. It's more profit taking than anything else. That's it. Like there's a lot of reasons. Not a lot of reasons. I'm sorry. There's like a lot of people don't really think about that, right? The difference between like pullbacks that have high volume versus pullbacks that have low volume, right? One of the one that has high volume is because they want out. There's just sellers selling. You have a low volume, chances are it's people that are at $5, $7, and they're just taking profits. As it goes higher, they're just taking some off. So, you know, all pullbacks aren't the same. I'm going to get some more laughs. You know, let's go here. Oh, yeah. That's the last time I'm fooling with this camera. I'm done with it. I think it's actually done. It's not even coming out. Okay. Fuck.
I could use a little help. Yeah, there's a lot of risk out there.
What's up, Malik? How you doing, man?
Hey, is this thing hard to learn? No, it's easy. You're not anyone right
Single-handedly save. Nope, it's up to JetBlue to save.
24/7
That would be cool. Or, I mean, yeah, it's up to JetBlue to save. Let's see, has some big numbers. I want some laughs. Where's the funny stuff? So, I will look at 750 tomorrow to grab that pullback. This is a good day. This is a really good day. That's a low volume pullback. It's a little bit bigger than yesterday, but again, like I said, it could take a few days. So 750, I will buy a piece depending on how we get there. 15-minute chart. Okay. I don't think they're doing that, Dave. Yeah, I don't think they're doing that. Yeah. There is. I was watching, yesterday, I was watching Charlie on Zip Trader, and he brought up some good points with, like, and I agree that, like, Tesla's not just a car company. You know, but he's got to be able to, be able to make decisions and stuff, you know, like Elon Musk said, he needs to be able to own 25% to have a say in stuff. Hope it goes down tomorrow so I can buy. That I'm with you. I would love another opportunity at 100. I'm a little upset that I didn't buy then. I traded it in January. That was a big trade for me. I think it was, I know. It was before I started this channel. I was long Tesla because of the beautiful setup reversal that it put in. Right here. I remember it was in January. Second week of January. This reversal right here. So there's a lot of divergence. Like you started to see here. Alright, you started to see the divergence where it's putting in see how it put in that low? Right? See how it put in that low? And then you have your RSI that's going higher. Right? Your RSI is going higher, not lower. So that's telling you that strength, you know, you're getting these gap ups, right? You can sense it. Like you wouldn't even need, for me, you wouldn't even need a RSI to tell you that there is a divergence because you're getting gap ups, and pre-market volume was decent. Oh, come on. I don't want to keep fooling with this camera, so if it freezes one more time, as long as my face isn't like breaking the screen or like doing something stupid, I'm gonna leave it. Getting a little tired. So yeah, you know, I was able to take this long on the gap up. It was right here. Because the day that I did it, at first, I took a short off the bell because I thought I had seen a lot of volume. But then I changed it, and I took it off, and then immediately went long. And it was a beautiful trade. I gave myself 2 weeks. And it was a really good trade to start the year. I was really happy with that trade. And it's something that I want to do coming up like this week is like my goal this week, you know, it's not really to get like another like 100, 200, 300%, but I want to get it to a target and stick to it, right? If I buy 20 contracts, 10 contracts, whatever I got to do to be able to get it, let's say like Netflix tomorrow, if they do good or bad, you know, I'm going to have my target in an area or two where, you know, that small level, it should just, you know, I'm going to expect a pullback. Like, I'm going to expect it goes up, hits that level, and then it pulls back. And I want it to hold that prior high, like the initial morning high. All right? Kind of like, we did it the other day. See, this thing's going down. But we did it with Tesla the other day, not going up, but we did it going down. It put in, like, this area up at, like, let's just say 214. 214 broke down to 212, and then it bounced from 212 to 214, and I took the short up at 214 to ride it back down to 212 and even further. Like, that's what I'm Yeah, some NXP the last 2 weeks. Sold today, waiting until it goes down again, and I'll buy more. Oh, nice. So you made 7% on the stock itself. Very nice, bro. I'm upset that I didn't help you guys with like MSCI last Friday. I brought this stock up. We could have got big long this thing, and I'm frustrated I didn't bring it up. It's an expensive stock, but it was on a Friday where might have been able to get some weeklies for a couple bucks, and that's just insane. Right? 337 to 429. That's so crazy. That's so nuts. I'm getting tired, y'all. Getting tired. So, if you guys could just do us a solid, just hit the like button. That would be sweet. That would be awesome. I will stay for Netflix earnings. See what we got going on here. See what we got. I gotta switch my AirPods. Give me 1 second. Tonight I'm gonna put a new border on here too, and I'm gonna clean these charts up. That's one name I also like. I'm a little upset with myself, like Meta. I didn't buy Meta, Tesla, or Netflix when they were on their lows. I don't know why. I could have just even nibbled. So, unfortunately, I never took advantage of that. And really, the one big one that I get upset with, because I even brought it up, was Coinbase back down at like 30, 40, hell, 50 bucks. Like, that's a big winner. That's a big winner. So here comes the market bell. Let me try to turn this down if it'll let me. It's going to be loud, guys. Let me turn this down, my computer. All right, so I'm going to turn on CNBC, and we'll see Netflix earnings, and I'll turn the Squawk Box on.
Late last week, everyone kind of looks at it and doesn't know if they should really trust it. And so I almost feel like when the market goes up in that fashion, as it did much of last year, it almost rebuilds and the wall of worry on its own without anybody having to do anything. Doesn't mean we can't back off, but, you know, more new highs and new lows.
Technical difficulties. Hold on.
The market's priced for perfection or exuberance
I don't know why
getting
it's
a
so
little bit
loud.
rich, but we shall see because the S&P 500 putting in a new closing high. So into NASDAQ today, Dow Jones Industrials off the lows. Big earnings in OT. We're all over that. Send it into overtime with Morgan and John.
Bitcoin, so much more. Guess what? We already have Netflix results. We're going to go to closing.
Netflix is already out, guys. Come on. Why is my AirPods not working?
Close at a new record. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm Morgan Brennan with John Ford.
And consumer staples and communication services making up for real estate and consumer discretionary weakness here. These are driving
Texas
the
Instrument as
benchmark
well.
index into record territory for a third straight day.
Dude.
And now investors.
A beat on earnings.
New subscribers, but instead it reported 13.12 million. We will be digging through the numbers and back to you with more. Okay, Julia Borsman, we'll keep our eye out. In the meantime,
For
our market panel joining us now.
which are tomorrow. So much more.
Guess what? We already have Netflix results.
Oh,
We're gonna
guys,
do
because
Julie
I
Bort
turned
now
it down.
for us. Julia.
Yes, we
I'm
have
such
a
an
beat
idiot.
In terms of revenue, the company
I turned my
reported
computer
800
down. That's
I'm
why.
sorry, the
Because I didn't want to blow
company
your guys' ear out with the
billion in
bell.
revenue ahead of the 8.71 billion in revenue expected.
All right, what we say?
Earnings per
550,
share
right?
Coming in lower than
And we expected
anticipated
30 some
at
dollars. At least they were
$2.11
pricing in.
versus, the 222 that analysts have been looking for. But the stock is higher in after-hours trading because of the net subscriber additions. 13 million in net adds. The company had been expected to add about 9 million, just under 9 million new subscribers, but instead it reported 13.12 million. We will be digging through the numbers and back to you with more.
Okay, Julia Boorstin, we'll keep our eye out. In the meantime, let's bring in our market panel. Joining us now is Vital Knowledge founder Adam Crisafulli and CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli. I was
Morgan
start,
Brennan is so
Adam,
beautiful.
with
There's
the
just
record
always
closes
something
we just
about
got,
her,
but now
little
I'm going
dork
to start
acid.
with Netflix and the fact that that stock is surging right now as we get the print here. What does it tell us about the stage that is now set for the big cap tech names that we know have led the rally for the better part of a year?
Yeah, so this is, on the surface for the quarter, it looks very healthy. That's a huge subscriber number. Obviously, you see a lot of detail within the print. On
Texas Instrument can
subjects,
never catch a
including the end
break.
of the
They
strike
always
and
get
how that impacts
smashed.
Cash flow, the outlook into next year, live sports with that big wrestling deal they announced today, password sharing,
All
new
right,
advertising
so-
initiative. So a lot of moving pieces to dissect. But on the surface, it's another very strong quarter. Remember, the tech season really kicked off last week with that big Taiwan semi report and then the super micro upside pre-announcement. So now this is the latest name out of tech. Tech's obviously the most important sector in the market from a rating
ISRG.
perspective. And this is the first name. We'll see how the rest
Wow,
come in.
what
This
a
is great
runner.
start.
Hang tight there. We also got Texas Instruments earnings out. Christina Parks Nevelis has them. Christina.
Yeah, we're seeing earnings per share of $1.49, which is a 2-cent beat on revenues, though, for Q4 of $4.08 billion. So that is slightly less than what the street anticipated. But you're seeing the negative reaction in the stock right now because of the Q1 guidance. EPS for Q1 as well as Q1 revenue are both light. So that is causing the 2% drop in this stock at the moment, guys.
All right, Christina.
Dude, I flippin' love earnings season. So, Netflix Q1 revenue of 9.24 billion versus 9.3. That's a beat, or nope, that is guidance for Q1. That's a Q1 revenue guidance of 9.24 versus 9.3. Wait, so that's less than the estimate. 9.2. EPS $4.49 versus $4.10. Q4. Yes. Yo, listen. I just told him, bro. All right. I'm just kidding. So sales. Sales right here. Sales this quarter 8.83 is a beat versus 8.72. What is going on here? What's going on here? Whoa. She's snapping. We expect healthy double-digit revenue growth for 2024. So they're raising guidance, but not really raising guidance. We expect healthy double-digit revenue growth for full year 2024 on FX neutral basis, driven by continued membership growth, improvement in the FX neutral arm as we adjust prices. So you're seeing that the dollar is pulled back, right? And people don't take enough account into, we have a weak dollar. We have a weak dollar. Guys, that helps us. That allows companies that sell overseas to bring in more when they convert that over to US dollars. That allows them to have bigger and better earnings in comparison to how the currency, the foreign exchange rate is. You saw when we had our high dollar and the euro is lower than ours, that means they bring in less money from overseas. So a lot of people get it wrong. You don't want like a really weak dollar, but you also don't want like too strong because it'll mess up big business, big growth. This is why we have some of the biggest companies in the world, not just the innovation. You know, there's also, it helps with the currency. Revenue growth for full year. And the politicians have all gotten together with, these countries like Japan, Germany, and so like they all do it. They know what they're doing. They do it on purpose. It's to help all of us. So I forget what it was called. They did it back Ronald Reagan in the 80s, and then someone else in the 90s. Forget what it's called. So yeah, Netflix is going up. Now, let me see here. So they added 13.12 million subscribers in Q4. I don't know what the expectations were there, but that's still a good amount. They added 13.2, or I would say 13.1 million subscribers in Q4. Free cash flow of 1.6 billion. I wonder what it was last year. Total global streaming paid membership, 260 million. 260, yeah, I was going to say 261, but it's 260.2. It's greater than 260.2. And then we said revenue 8.8. I guess that's in line. EPS $4.49. I guess that's in line. No, they see Q1. Sorry, it's really small. Reports subscriber layoffs again. Is
and so just those words alone are having a negative reaction on a lot of these names like ON, Semi down almost 3%, NXPI and Microchip, you can see all in the red in extended hours just because
Canadian National also announcing a dividend increase and share buyback.
We expect healthy double-digit return. So they're talking 10, 12, 13, 20, 18% return, guys. That's pretty big. So I think Texas Instrument, we got more layoffs and restructuring, I think. Operating margin forecasted at greater than 24% for 2024. All right, guys. I appreciate you guys with the likes. You guys have a great night. See y'all tomorrow, or actually tonight. Maybe we'll throw up a watch list tonight. You guys have a great rest of your night. I'll see you guys tonight. Put in the work. You guys can, whatever it is you want out of life, put in the work, baby. We can do it. You can do it. Go get it. It's time to go get it. If you need to get a couple wins under your belt, bring that position size up. Once you learn what you're doing, whatever you got to do, make some real money. You got to, you got to step up. You got to step up to the ledge, step up to the plate, but do it responsibly. All right. Pack those wins in. Get the confidence. All right, guys. You guys know what it is. Have a great night. I'll see you guys in a little while.
1 year or 1.5 years, if you will. That's the paid sharing crackdown.